Chapter 241. A day quickly passed by. Countless experts from the various families in Nether City soared into the sky. The seventh layer of the nine-layer Deathlands was about to open. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and the experts from the various families were extremely excited. If they could become the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm, their future would be like a meteoric rise. Even if they weren't a direct disciple, their status would be completely different. Many demigod rank and legend rank experts had already soared into the sky, ready to enter the seventh layer at any time. Nieli and the rest had also gathered outside the tent and raised their heads to look ahead. A few thousand meters away, tens of meters in the sky, waves of law energy were constantly condensing from all directions. The shape of a gate was already faintly discernible. That was the gate to the nine-layer Deathlands. Looking around, there were tens of thousands of experts standing in the sky, ready to enter at any time. On the ground, there were even more black gold rank experts, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Many of them were prepared to enter the seventh layer of the Deathlands. The temptation of becoming the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm was too great for them. Everyone seemed to be a little impatient. Nieli, are we going to be the first to enter the seventh layer? Dowsett and the rest asked Nieli. No need. Nieli shook his head. The master of the Nether Realm will definitely not accept anyone as a disciple based on who enters first. We just need to enter the seventh layer before it closes. Luo Xiao and the rest walked towards Nieli. Glancing at Nieli and the rest, Luo Xiao asked, Nephew Nieli, are you guys also going to enter the seventh layer? That's right. Nieli nodded his head. Luo Xiao lightly sighed in his heart. Actually, he wasn't too willing for Nieli to take the risk. However, he couldn't stop him. If he did, he was worried that Nieli would retaliate. After all, they were only in a cooperative relationship. It was impossible for Nieli not to participate in such a big event like the master of the Nether Realm accepting a disciple. Since that's the case, Nephew Nieli must be careful and protect yourself, Luo Xiao warned. In the nine-layer Deathlands, we might not be able to take care of you. Luo Xiao also held a sliver of hope towards becoming the disciple of the master of the Nether Realm. Uncle Luo, don't worry. We will do our best. Nieli smiled. Nieli looked back. Yiziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the others were all ready. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn. In the distant sky, the gate had already gradually condensed, and a mysterious vortex appeared on the gate. The door to the seventh layer of the nine-layer Deathlands is finally open. Go! The demigod rank experts at the very front whistled into the mysterious whirlpool and quickly disappeared. These demigod rank experts were the patriarchs of some of the super families in Nether City. Immediately after, the experts at the back also followed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Groups of experts swarmed in. The crowd was like a river in the sky. Nephew Nieli, it's best for you guys to stay at the back and enter with the experts from the Jade Seal family. We'll be going first. Luo Xiao said to Nieli. All right, Uncle Luo. Have a safe trip. Nieli cupped his hands. After bidding farewell to Nieli, Luo Xiao and the rest led a group of legend rank experts toward the entrance of the seventh layer of the nine-layer Deathlands. Roughly half an hour later, tens of thousands of people had entered. Nieli turned his head towards Dowsett and the rest and said, Let's enter together. At this moment, Plume Flame Godnese transmitted her voice to Nieli. Nieli, you have to be careful when you enter. We still don't know if the master of the Nether Realm is a friend or foe. Don't reveal too much talent. It's fine as long as you're chosen. Nieli's talent was simply too frightening. Nieli had already comprehended 3 types of law energies. Once he's able to completely control the law energies, he would become the most powerful spiritual god in history. There were probably very few spiritual gods that would tolerate such an existence. I know. Nieli nodded. His gaze was deep. The master of the Nether Realm is someone that has been to the Draconic Ruins realm. For someone that cultivates the heavenly energy, what does 3 types of law energies count for? Of course, sometimes it's necessary to hide one's abilities. Nieli's objective for this trip was to let Dowsett and the rest become the disciples of the master of the Nether Realm. As for himself, he could do whatever he wanted. Nieli and the rest flew up. Together with the rest of the Jade Seal family, they entered the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. Countless sceneries flashed past the eyes of Nieli and the rest. Desolate sceneries were everywhere. On the boundless wasteland, there were corpses everywhere. Nieli knew that the sceneries that flashed past were scenes from the 1st to the 6th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. Back then, during the Great War between the Demon Beast clan and the Human clan, there were indeed countless casualties and corpses littered the land. Back then, when he saw the mural in the tomb of the Death God, Nieli felt that there was more to it than meets the eye. The experts of the two clans wouldn't fight to the death without absolute certainty of killing the other party. Who knows? It might be related to the experts of the Draconic Ruins realm. Roughly a moment later, Nieli and the rest finally came to a stop. This place was filled with deep ravines and countless abysses. Beneath everyone's feet was a circular inscription pattern array that floated in the air. Yixiun, Xiaoning, or Lu Piao, Dowsit, and the rest were all floating in the air not far from Nieli. Looking into the distance, it was densely packed with experts from various clans. There were even more experts appearing one after another. Such a huge scene reminded Nieli of his previous life in the Draconic Ruins realm and the spectacular scene of the Divine Sect's disciple selection. He wondered what the master of the Netherrealm's test would be like. A trace of abstruseness appeared in Nieli's eyes. Before heading to the Draconic Ruins realm, he had to first find the Temporal Demon Spirit book. With his aptitude in his previous life, it was impossible for him to reach the pinnacle. It was only because of the Temporal Demon Spirit book that he had the opportunity to reach the pinnacle. The Holy Emperor's forces were spread across many realms. He was the supreme ruler of these realms. If Nieli wanted to confront the Holy Emperor, it would be impossible without the Temporal Demon Spirit book. Thinking of that despicable bastard, Nieli's heart was filled with rage and loathing. In his previous life, when Nieli's cultivation reached the pinnacle, he had once collected the souls of his relatives and Yixiun in the tiny world. He wanted to reconstruct their bodies and revive them. However, when he was reviving his relatives and Yixiun, the Holy Emperor used a secret technique to endlessly whip the souls of Nieli's relatives and Yixiun until they vanished into thin air. Aside from that, the Holy Emperor slaughtered his way through. Anyone who came in contact with Nieli, regardless of whether they were related to Nieli or not, was killed. The reason for all of this was because when the Holy Emperor calculated the heavenly Tao, he suspected that Nieli was his nemesis. In the battle in his previous life, Nieli advanced at the last moment and suppressed the Holy Emperor in terms of cultivation. However, he was still besieged by the Holy Emperor and 6 Dita-rank demon beasts and died. In this life, Nieli didn't want the same ending as his previous life. Aside from reaching that realm before the Holy Emperor calculated the heavenly Tao, he now had brothers like Dowsit, Lu Piao, and Duan Jian. He no longer wanted to fight alone. Leaving the tiny world and heading to the Draconic Ruins realm was only the first step he had to take. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, he saw a few figures standing proudly in the sky. These experts were wearing armor and were 5 to 6 meters tall. They had huge black wings on their backs, giving off an endless sense of oppression. These should be the servants of the master of the Netherrealm. We've just received an order from a master of the Netherrealm. In the previous elections, many people would die. However, this time, we will have a special test. There won't be any deaths in the 7th and 8th floors. You guys should rejoice and thank the master of the Netherrealm for his benevolence. The voice of one of the servants coldly spread throughout the 7th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands. Hearing the words of the servant, the experts of the various clans all revealed expressions of relief. They had taken a huge risk by participating in a master of the Netherrealm selection. If they weren't careful, they could lose their lives. However, for some unknown reason, the master of the Netherrealm actually showed mercy this time. However, many experts from the various clans glanced at the people around them with hostility. Even if they were from the same clan, at this moment, they were all competitors. No matter who it was, if they were chosen by the master of the nether realm, they would be able to soar to the top and become a phoenix. At this moment, in the midst of the dense crowd, a demonic young man in a white robe was quietly sitting with his legs crossed. When he heard the servant's words, the corner of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. This demonic youth was the demon lord who had come to participate in the master of the nether realm's disciple selection. Since when did the master of the nether realm start to be soft-hearted? The demon lord coldly laughed as he thought to himself. Aside from that, the patriarchs of the various superclans of Nether City were also slightly astonished. They had participated in the past few years, and the number of experts that had died was uncountable. They had no idea why the master of the nether realm would show mercy this time. However, to them, it wasn't a bad thing. I wonder what kind of test the master of the nether realm will give. No matter what kind of test they give, I will become the disciple of the master of the nether realm. A girl from a different race with a fiery figure and a fiery red outfit lightly snorted. Her appearance was slightly different from that of a human. Her ears were a purplish-red color, and her short red skirt barely covered her buttocks. That astonishing arc and curve, as well as those white and tight thighs, gave off a strong visual impact. At the same time, the clothes on her body were also extremely hot and sexy. Her swollen breasts seemed as though they were about to burst out of her clothes. This girl from a different race attracted the attention of many people. Who is this woman? How dare she be so arrogant? You don't even know her? She's the eldest daughter of the Firebird clan, Hua Hua. This little girl's power is rather shocking, and even a demigod rank cultivator doesn't dare to provoke her. She can be considered as a rising star of the younger generation, but she faintly shows signs of surpassing Songming. It's said that a demigod rank cultivator had provoked her and was crushed to death by her legs. Chapter 242. Hearing the discussion, some of the people who were coveting Hua Hua's beauty immediately stopped. They glanced at Hua Hua's tight and slender legs and felt a chill run down their spines. Although her legs were indeed beautiful, they didn't want to be squeezed to death. Other than Hua Hua, Songming and Mu Yi were the most eye-catching among the younger generation. However, there were also some juniors. Although their cultivations were only at black gold rank, they weren't completely uncompetitive since they were rising stars. The servant's deep voice reverberated in the sky. The test begins. The servant waved his hand, and the power of laws in the air split into millions of strands that flew in front of everyone. Then, they slowly condensed into a head-sized ball of water. This ball of water was transparent, but there were many fine lines in it. Seeing the water ball in front of him, Nieli raised his eyebrows. It was the ball of reflection. This was a test of a person's control over soul force or the power of law. This is the sphere of inverted images. You have to pour your soul force or law energy into the sphere and extend it along the thin line in the center. If it leaves the line, the sphere will explode. You will pass if you can extend it by a foot. Those who can't will be sent back. The servant coldly said, the stronger one's control over their soul force and the power of laws, the more they would be able to defeat the strong. Furthermore, their comprehension of soul force and the power of laws would also be deeper. When the sphere of inverted images appeared, some powerhouses couldn't wait to try it out. Several experts placed their hands on the surface of the reverse image ball. A wave of soul power extended from their palms towards the thin lines in the water ball. But not long after, the water ball exploded with a bang. A blank expression appeared on his face. He didn't understand what was going on. However, the inscription pattern array under his feet quickly turned into rays of white light that enveloped him. With a whoosh, his figure disappeared. He was sent out of the 7th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands. One by one, the experts tried injecting their soul power. However, one figure after another turned into rays of white light and disappeared. Nieli surveyed his surroundings. There were already a few hundred people missing. He knew that many experts still did not understand why the water ball had exploded. This water ball was called the ball of inverted images. That was because the threads inside the water ball weren't real to the naked eye. They could only be sensed with soul force. Nieli, how do you play this thing? Lu Piao looked at Nieli and asked. Close your eyes and use the power of law to carefully sense it, Nieli said with a smile. I see. I understand now. Dowsett's eyes lit up. He was very smart and understood it immediately. He slowly placed his hand on the surface of the water ball and slowly poured his soul power into it. More and more people were eliminated. Many people couldn't help but panic, but there were also people who passed. Songming's power of the law extended for more than 3 feet into the ball of inverted images before the water ball exploded with a bang. Seeing this scene, the servant in the sky slightly nodded his head. Among the younger generation, there were still some with decent talent. After Songming finished his test, he raised his head and arrogantly looked at Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and the rest in the distance. Among the younger generation, only Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and a few others could attract his attention. Mu Yi poured his power of law into the water ball and extended it. A brief moment later, it exploded. 1 foot. Songming glanced at Mu Yi, only to see Mu Yi smiling at him. Songming coldly snorted. He knew that Mu Yi was intentionally hiding his strength until now. He still couldn't see through Mu Yi's strength. Hua Hua also placed her hand on the ball of inverted images and poured her power of law into it. The power of law continued to extend until it reached 3 feet before it exploded. Seeing this scene, Songming's brows twitched. At least in terms of control over the power of law, Hua Hua wasn't the slightest bit inferior to him. No matter if it was Mu Yi or Hua Hua, both of them would be strong opponents for him to become the direct disciple of the master of the Nether Realm. One by one, the results of the test came out. There were still many who could reach 1 foot, but those who could reach 2 feet and above were few and far between. Those who could reach 3 feet and above were even rarer. Pointless test. The demon lord looked at the sphere of inverted images before him and slowly placed his right hand on the surface of the sphere of inverted images. His law energy extended into the sphere of inverted images. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. The law energy continuously revolved around the sphere of inverted images until it reached 7 feet before exploding. However, when the demon lord was taking the test, not many people noticed it. The servant in the sky noticed this scene and slightly twitched his brows. He never thought that there would be such a super genius in this batch. Such a super genius would probably make even the master of the Nether Realm look at him in a different light. At this moment, the results of Niel Li's group came out one after another. My power of law reached 2 feet. Lu Piao placed her hands on her hips in excitement. Indeed, I'm a true genius. I reached 3 feet. What about you guys? Wei Nan looked at the others and asked. 3 feet. 3 feet. Zhu Xiangjuan, Xiao Shui, and the rest replied. Hearing the words of Wei Nan and the rest, Lu Piao's face instantly darkened. He was actually the worst amongst his group. Wei Nan and the rest had already reached 3 feet. Needless to say, that monster, Nieli, was even worse. Lu Piao felt depressed in his heart. Why was it that he was always the one dragging them down? What about the 3 of you? Nieli looked at Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and Duan Jian and asked. I reached 5 feet. Yi Ziyun recalled and said. I also reached 5 feet. Xiao Ninger replied and glanced at Yi Ziyun. Their talent was about the same. I only reached 4 feet. Duan Jian said. I also reached 5 feet. Nieli, what about you? Dowsett looked at Nieli and asked. Dowsett also reached 5 feet. This caused Nieli to be a little surprised. Dowsett's talent was far inferior to Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning. But thinking about it, in his previous life, Dowsett's talent wasn't high either. However, by relying on his intelligence and hard work, he still reached a very high level. I'm more than 2 feet tall. Nieli smiled. There's finally someone like me. Lu Piao suddenly laughed out loud. Everyone looked at Lu Piao as if they were looking at an idiot. Lu Piao immediately swallowed his laughter. He thought of something and looked at Nieli disappointedly. He said gloomily, Nieli, you're always pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. It's too boring. During the test at St. Laurent College, Nieli scored 3 100s. Shinshio was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. That scene was still fresh in his memory. Nieli shrugged. He had played with the ball of reversed images countless times in his previous life. He couldn't inherit the power from his previous life, but Nieli still remembered some of the tricks to controlling the power. His control wasn't something ordinary people could compare with. However, he only needed to pass this test. At this moment, the servant in the sky glanced at Dowsett, Yi Ziyun, and the others. A trace of shock flashed through his eyes. Usually, young geniuses were 1 in 10,000. They were very rare. What was going on with this group of people? Why were there so many geniuses gathered together? There were a few people who were over 5 feet. Although they were slightly inferior to the youth who was 7 feet, these people were obviously younger. Their future achievements were immeasurable. Apart from these people, the patriarchs of the various aristocratic families also scored 3, 4, and 5 feet. They were all quite impressive. However, there was almost no one who scored 7 feet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Those who didn't pass the test were sent back one by one. When they first arrived, there were more than 200,000 people. However, after a round of screening, there were only a few thousand left. The servant in the sky was obviously very satisfied with this result. He nodded slightly. You people have passed the first round of tests. Next, I will send you to the 8th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands. There will be people who will conduct the second round of tests, said the servant. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned into streaks of white light and disappeared. The originally bustling 7th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands instantly became empty. A moment later, countless monsters appeared out of nowhere. This was the original appearance of the 7th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands. The servant calmly stood in the sky. He gazed into the distance and said, I wonder if Master can find a suitable person this time. The 8th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands. A few thousand people appeared out of nowhere in a wilderness. This wilderness was dry and cracked. Flames soared into the sky from the cracks, and scorching heat waves were spewing out. If anyone below black gold rank was here, they would probably be burnt to ashes by the heat waves. Nieli had been thinking about the location of the 9-layer Deathlands. Seeing this scene, Nieli understood a little. This place should be the raging flame wasteland. At this moment, a powerful servant stood in the sky. He was covered in golden armor and had a pair of golden wings on his back. His figure was huge. Although these servants only had the cultivation of demigod rank, they were bestowed with enormous power by the master of the nether realm. Therefore, their strength wasn't something that ordinary demigod rank experts could compare to. The servant swept his gaze over the few thousand people and coldly said, Although no one will die in this round of selection, if you aren't careful in the second round, you will also become trash. In this wasteland, there is a black infernal tower. This tower was left behind by a supreme expert. This pagoda contains the unparalleled power of the black flame. Various kinds of demonic beasts will appear inside. Although these demonic beasts are bound by chains, they can still release a tremendous amount of power. You will have to cultivate in that environment for 10 days. Only those who can cultivate to the state of an Ata will pass. Hearing the servant's words, some legend rank experts and even demigod rank experts were at a loss. Selfless state of mind? What was that? Reaching the selfless state of mind in the black flames? Interesting. The demon lord's brows slightly twitched as he looked into the distance. At the end of the wilderness, a towering tower stood, burning with black flames. That should be the black infernal tower that the servant mentioned. Chapter 243. The black infernal tower towered in the wilderness, its raging flames scorching the surrounding rocks red. When Tsangming, Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and the others saw the tower, they exchanged glances and revealed expressions of unwillingness to admit defeat. As direct descendants of super families, they had all heard of the selfless state of mind. Since that was the case, there was no harm in giving it a try. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures took the lead and flew towards the black infernal tower. Immediately after, the experts of the various races also flew towards the tower. The closer they got to the tower, the more they felt the scorching heat wave assaulting their faces. It was simply impossible to resist. The power of the black flames directly penetrated one's soul realm, completely disregarding one's cultivation. Some of the weaker ones, even demigod rank experts, couldn't resist it. Some people felt that the black flames weren't something they could resist and hastily retreated. There were also some who forcefully endured the black flames and charged in. However, they instantly let out miserable screams as their bodies were engulfed in the black flames. Seeing this scene, Nearly couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These experts' souls weren't tough enough. If they forcefully charged into the black infernal tower, the black flames would burn their souls and turn them into a cripple. Nearly glanced at the others and said, "Let's go." Nearly and the others also headed towards the black infernal tower. Song Ming, Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and the others were the first to enter the black infernal tower. Soon after, the others followed suit. Approximately 500 to 600 people couldn't endure the black flames and retreated. As they approached the black infernal tower, Niel Li and the others felt a scorching heat wave assaulting their faces. This scorching heat wave directly assaulted their soul realms. Even Niel Li felt the scorching heat from his soul realm. He glanced at the others and asked, "How are you guys?" Yixian shook her head and said, "I'm fine." Xiaoning also responded, "I'm fine as well." The others also responded in succession. Although the black flames were powerful, they all cultivated extremely powerful high-grade cultivation techniques. Therefore, in terms of the toughness of their souls, they were definitely 1 in a million geniuses. Therefore, even though the black flames here made them feel a little pressured, they were still able to withstand it. However, it was not to the extent of burning their soul realms like those people before. He gradually approached the towering black infernal tower. The black infernal tower had 7 floors in total. The flames at the bottom were slightly red. The higher it was, the darker the color of the flames became. The flames at the top were as black as ink. Black flame on the top floor. The purity of the black infernal tower shocked even Nieli. He didn't know who had left this black infernal tower behind, but it was truly powerful. Feeling the waves of heat assaulting them, the group finally entered the black infernal tower. On the first floor of the black infernal tower sat many experts from various races. Upon arriving on this floor, many of them felt as though their soul realms were about to ignite. They didn't dare to continue ascending and hurriedly sat down on the ground of the first floor of the black infernal tower, comprehending a concept. However, there were also people who continued ascending to the second floor. Suddenly, Duan Jian's body was ignited with a blazing black flame. "Duan Jian, what's wrong?" Everyone was startled and asked with concern. They all thought that Duan Jian's soul realm was ignited like those people before. Seeing the black flames ignite on Duan Jian's body, the experts in the hall all revealed looks of pity. Another person was about to be crippled. However, something unexpected happened. Duan Jian didn't reveal any expression of pain. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. Seeing this scene, Daozit, Lu Piao, and the others were a little dazed. Black flames ignited on the bodies of the others. It was all because their soul realms were being burned. Why did Duan Jian look so happy? "Duan Jian, have you gone mad?" Lu Piao said. Duan Jian glanced at Lu Piao gloomily before turning to Nieli. "Master, I don't know why. This black flame seems to have some effect on my soul realm. After entering here, I discovered that the more black flames I absorb, the faster my soul realm improves." Duan Jian's face was filled with joy. Nieli slightly nodded. Duan Jian possessed the inheritance of the Black Dragon's bloodline, and the Black Dragon just so happened to be the master of the Black Flames. It was normal for the Black Flames here to have an effect on Duan Jian's soul realm. Duan Jian's entire body was burning with black flames. Not only did he not let out a miserable shriek like the others, he was even jumping around happily, causing the experts from the various clans to be dumbfounded. Just what is this fellow that's burning with black flames? They didn't feel any pressure on the first floor of the Black Infernal Tower. After a brief discussion, everyone headed to the second floor together. The spiral staircase continued to spiral upwards. Nieli walked in front, feeling the intensity of the black flames getting hotter and hotter. With every step he took, the black flames would burn even more intensely. Even Li had to carefully defend his soul realm. Among everyone, only Duan Jian felt abnormally relaxed. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. The purer the black flames, the greater the effect on his cultivation. They followed the spiral staircase all the way up. When Li's group stepped onto the second floor of the Black Infernal Tower, the various experts on the second floor instantly focused their gazes on Li's group. There were only 200 to 300 people left who could enter the second floor of the Black Infernal Tower. These 200 to 300 people could be said to be the elites of the entire Netherrealm. They more or less knew each other, but Li's group was a complete stranger to them. However, the majority of them retracted their gazes. The black flames on the second floor of the Black Infernal Tower had already caused them to feel an enormous pressure. They couldn't be bothered to investigate the identities of Li's group anymore. Even Song Ming, Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and the others didn't dare to continue ascending. They found a place to sit down and quietly cultivate on the second floor of the Black Infernal Tower. Li's group also found a place to sit down and condense their soul realms. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Li looked over and saw a bewitching youth sitting there. The youth's face was pale, and he seemed to be in a strange, sickly state. His eyes were bloodshot. Li felt a terrifying power radiating from the bewitching youth. The strength of this power far surpassed that of his group. The bewitching youth also sensed something and looked in Li's direction. After exchanging glances, the bewitching youth closed his eyes and began cultivating. Any conflict within the Black Infernal Tower was an unwise move. Resisting the black flames was already extremely strenuous. If a fight broke out, either side could be devoured by the black flames at any time. Li's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't know why, but Li felt a trace of hostility from the other party. Thus, he raised his guard. "Master, you guys can cultivate in peace," Duan Jian said to Li and the others. In the Black Infernal Tower, he didn't need to cultivate like Li and the others. He could still raise his cultivation. The black flames could greatly temper his physical body and soul realms. With Duan Jian by his side, he could indeed feel more at ease. Li nodded slightly and closed his eyes to cultivate. At this moment, the others also began to concentrate on cultivating. Li felt the scorching aura of the black flames around him. In his previous life, he already knew what kind of realm the Inata realm was. He just hadn't started cultivating it in this life. With the stimulation of the black flames, it was indeed easier for him to cultivate. His entire body was immersed in the black flames, and his body was being tempered bit by the black flames. Li's physical body was constantly strengthening. Under the stimulation of the black flames, the 3 types of law energies within his soul realm were constantly surging. Although they were 3 different types of law energies, under Li's control, they didn't interfere with each other and continued to condense. Gradually, Li entered into a state of cultivation where he forgot himself. He was in a tranquil state. The burning sensation of the black flames seemed to have lessened by quite a bit. His cultivation was constantly stabilized, gradually stabilizing at 5-star black gold rank. Slowly, he began to charge towards legend rank. Advancing from 5-star black gold rank to legend rank was a relatively difficult hurdle. However, with the heavenly god, cultivation technique, and Kong Ming the Great's mantra, Li was able to control the 3 types of law energies. Very quickly, the barrier to advancement showed signs of breaking. Li's cultivation was about to step into legend rank. Once he stepped into legend rank, the level of his cultivation would undergo a great transformation. On the second floor of the Black Infernal Tower, aside from Duan Jian, everyone else was quietly cultivating. In the sky outside the Black Infernal Tower, the golden-armored servant was quietly watching. Among these people, there are a few that aren't so simple. The golden-armored servant could clearly see everything that was happening in the Black Infernal Tower. His gaze swept past Duan Jian and the others before finally landing on the strange, fair-skinned, bewitching youth. He should be the one with the highest talent out of everyone. However, there are a few others that aren't too far off. The golden-armored servant's gaze swept past Nieli, but didn't stop. In his view, Nieli's talent was a little lacking compared to Yiziyun, Xiao Ning and the others. While sitting cross-legged and cultivating, Nieli could sense that their soul realms were linked together. A solar ray was rapidly forming, like a whirlpool, constantly devouring the black flame energy. Everyone's strength was increasing at a crazy rate. This black infernal tower will stimulate their cultivation to step into a whole new level. This is the realm that countless people in Glory City yearn for. Chapter 244. Just as Nieli and the rest were concentrating on their cultivation, the demon lord slowly stood up. Seeing the demon lord stand up, Duan Jian tightened his grip on the black flame sword as he coldly stared at the demon lord, ready to fight at any moment. His senses were sharp, and when the demonic youth in front of him met Nieli's gaze, he caught the trace of enmity in the latter's eyes. This demonic youth's strength was unfathomable, and he had definitely reached the demigod rank. The demon lord merely glanced at Duan Jian before silently walking towards the stairs leading to the third floor. Seeing the demon lord's actions, Duan Jian felt slightly relieved. He could sense that the other party's strength wasn't simple, and if they were to fight, he wouldn't have much of a chance of victory. However, since the other party's goal was only to head to the third floor, it was fine. It would be best if he didn't clash with the other party. Just as the demon lord was about to move, Song Ming also stood up. His actions were surprisingly similar to the demon lord's, and they both headed towards the third floor. Song Ming looked at the demon lord with enmity. He could sense that the demon lord's strength wasn't inferior to his, so he didn't take the initiative to find trouble with the demon lord. Instead, he stepped onto the stairs ahead of the demon lord and headed towards the third floor. Song Ming was a competitive person, and he always wanted to be number one. Therefore, he had to reach the third floor before the demon lord. The demon lord's brows twitched, but he didn't argue with Song Ming. Instead, he followed behind. The two of them walked up the spiral staircase and gradually disappeared at the end of the staircase. Many people were already struggling to reach the second floor, not to mention the third floor. Under everyone's gazes, a few more people stood up one after another. Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and the rest also stood up and headed towards the third floor. Some of the patriarchs of the super families could only obediently stay on this floor. Although many of them had cultivations that far surpassed Song Ming's group, the black flames of the Black Infernal Tower completely disregarded cultivation. Only those with powerful souls could survive. Only a dozen or so people stood up one after another. He headed towards the third floor of the Black Infernal Tower. Nieli's soul drifted and entered a mysterious realm. Infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. This sentence kept echoing in Nieli's ears, as if it was being urged by this incantation. The vine in his soul realm grew many more leaves, and a flower bud actually formed on one of the forks. The flower bud swelled and was plump. It was as if it would bloom at any moment. Boom, boom, boom. Under the urging of the spell, the three types of power of laws continuously impacted the barrier of advancing to the legendary realm, just like a tsunami hitting a reef. 1. In his soul realm, a powerful wave swept out. The barrier to the legend rank was instantly torn apart. The power of law was like a flood bursting a dam, crazily surging in all directions. After filling up Nieli's soul realm, it was still not enough. Like a raging tide, it rushed towards Yiziyun, Xiao Ning and the rest. This power was simply too vast and boundless. Although Nieli's realm was very high, he had only stepped into the legend rank from 5-star black gold rank. However, the density of his law energy was more than 10 times that of an ordinary expert in the same realm. The law energy had completely filled up the soul realms of Yiziyun and the rest. Yiziyun, Xiao Ning and the rest were cultivating when they felt the boundless law energy. Their soul realms were being squeezed, and they couldn't help frowning. Their soul realms couldn't accept such a huge law energy. Under this pressure, their soul realms expanded at an uncontrollable speed. After a long while, Yiziyun, Xiao Ning and the others all opened their eyes and gasped for breath, their backs drenched in sweat. The law energy that was pouring in from Nieli's body was simply unbearable. However, it also caused their cultivation to increase by leaps and bounds. Yiziyun, Xiaoninger, and Daozit had directly reached 2-star legend rank. Lu Piao and the rest had also reached 1-star legend rank. Looking at Nieli, who was still cultivating with his eyes closed, they still had lingering fear in their hearts. The capacity of Nieli's soul realm was simply too terrifying. Just the overflowing energy alone was enough to fill their soul realms several times over. If it wasn't for the fact that the toughness of their souls was high enough, who knows, their soul realms might even explode. Nieli is simply too monstrous. Lu Piao, who was standing by the side, was speechless. That terrifying law energy had nearly taken his life. Suddenly, Nieli opened his eyes, and a divine light blossomed from them. He had already stepped into the legend rank. Adding on the fact that he had already grasped 3 types of law energy, he wouldn't be inferior even if he faced a demigod rank expert. Even Nieli himself didn't know what level his fighting strength would reach if he were to really fight. Let's go to the 3rd floor of the Black Infernal Tower, Nieli said calmly. The terrifying aura emanating from Nieli's body alarmed many demigod rank experts on the same floor. Those demigod rank experts couldn't help but look over with deep shock and horror in their eyes. They could feel that Nieli's body was emitting an extremely dangerous aura that they simply couldn't resist. This was the first reaction of these demigod rank experts. They absolutely can't provoke this person. Under the gazes of these demigod rank experts, Nieli and his group headed towards the 3rd floor of the Black Infernal Tower. The 3rd floor of the Black Infernal Tower was a space with a circumference of a few dozen meters. When Nieli and his group stepped onto this floor, a deafening roar filled everyone's ears. The terrifying roar caused everyone's expressions to change. They felt as though their eardrums were about to shatter. When they raised their heads to look, they saw that the walls of the 3rd floor were densely packed with spiderweb-like chains. At the center of the chains was a huge demon beast furiously roaring. When this demon beast discovered that someone had arrived, it furiously struggled in an attempt to break free. However, the various inscription patterns on the chains emitted a dazzling radiance as a powerful force bounced it off the chains and sent it crashing into the wall. Nieli raised his head to look at the demon beast. This demon beast looked a little like a deer and a little like a tiger. It had a long horn on its head, and its body was covered in black scales. Nieli, what kind of demon beast is this? Yiziyun asked in shock. She could faintly sense that this demon beast's body was filled with lightning and fire attribute energy. Lu Piao and the others trembled in fear. This demon beast's aura was extremely frightening and gave off a terrifying pressure. If they weren't trapped in the chains, even if they joined hands, they wouldn't be able to withstand this enormous power. Although this demon beast was trapped in the chains, it seemed as though it could break free at any moment. Therefore, they didn't dare to be careless. Daozit and Duanjian took out their respective weapons and prepared to fight at any moment. Seeing this demon beast, Nieli actually laughed and said, "Daozit, you've hit the jackpot." Jackpot. Daozit was a little puzzled. Nieli's gaze fell on the demon beast. He lightly smiled and said, "This demon beast is a celestial qilin." So it's a celestial qilin. Lu Piao's eyes lit up as she looked at the celestial qilin. What's wrong with the celestial qilin? Yiziyun and Xiaoning looked at Nieli, Lu Piao, and Daozit in doubt. Daozit's soul realm is in the form of a celestial qilin thundercloud. This celestial qilin is the most suitable demon spirit for him. Daozit explained from the side. Hearing Daozit's words, everyone understood why Nieli said that Daozit hit the jackpot. Daozit knew that a celestial qilin's demon spirit was the most suitable for him. However, he didn't know what a celestial qilin looked like. Only today did he find out what a celestial qilin looked like. However, this celestial qilin was so powerful. Even if it was chained, no one dared to approach it, not to mention killing it and obtaining its demon spirit. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled from the celestial Cheelant's body. Its body was 5 to 6 meters tall, and its eyes were like copper bells. It gave off a terrifying aura. It angrily paced back and forth as it looked down at Nieli and his group. It constantly pulled on the chains behind it. Lu Piao shrunk her head as she said, "So many people came to the 3rd floor of the Black Infernal Tower. They couldn't have all been eaten, right? The celestial Cheelan is still chained up. How could it eat people?" Dowsett rolled his eyes at Lu Piao and continued, "The others probably couldn't cultivate on this floor, so they went to the higher floors." "Nieli, what rank is the celestial Cheelan?" Lu Piao asked curiously. "This celestial Cheelan should still be underage. That's why the chains were able to bind it. I'm afraid that you guys won't understand what realm an adult celestial Cheelan can reach, even if I tell you now. A spiritual god is considered a heavenly fate realm expert. Above the heavenly fate realm, there's still the heavenly star realm, heavenly axis realm, Tao of dragon realm, and martial ancestor realm. Even the weakest celestial Cheelan can reach the 6th stage of the Tao of dragon realm." Nieli's words stunned everyone. Why were there so many powerful realms above the spiritual god realm? They originally thought that the spiritual god realm was the most powerful existence. The reason why Nieli didn't tell them about the realms above the spiritual god realm was because they hadn't stepped into legend rank. Even if they knew, it would be meaningless. For the experts of the Draconic Ruins realm, legend rank was only the beginning of cultivation. The strength of the celestial Cheelan shocked Dowsett. Although this celestial Cheelan had yet to reach adulthood, it was obvious that it had boundless potential. Nieli went silent for a brief moment. Although the demon beast that Dowsett had integrated with was also a god-level growth rate demon beast, it couldn't be compared to the celestial Cheelan, especially since the celestial Cheelan was extremely compatible with Dowsett's soul realm. Dowsett was Nieli's best brother. Since there was an opportunity for Dowsett to obtain the celestial Cheelan, Nieli would definitely not let it go. However, the celestial Cheelan before them wasn't easy to deal with. There was no need to doubt the strength of the celestial Cheelan. Even if it was still in its infancy, it wasn't something that an ordinary demigod rank expert could deal with. Plume Flame God Knees sat on Nieli's shoulder and asked in a worried tone, "Nieli, are you really going to deal with this celestial Cheelan?" Chapter 245. Nieli's gaze landed on the celestial Cheelan. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Although this celestial Cheelan has only lived for a few thousand years, its intelligence should have already reached a very high level. "Old geezer, after listening for so long, it's time for you to express your intentions." Nieli looked at the celestial Cheelan that was chained up. Hearing Nieli's words, everyone was at a loss. Who was Nieli talking to? At this moment, they heard the celestial Cheelan's deep voice. "Brat, you guys actually want to kill me and seize my demon spirit? Aren't you too naive? With just you guys?" The celestial Cheelan's sudden words shocked everyone as they stared blankly at the celestial Cheelan. This was the first time they'd seen a demon beast that could speak human language. Among everyone, only Plume Flame was relatively calm. She still had some understanding of the celestial Cheelan. However, it wasn't an easy task for Nieli to seize the celestial Cheelan's demon spirit. Even if all of them joined forces, they might not be a match for this celestial Cheelan. Nieli indifferently took a few steps forward and calmly looked at the celestial Cheelan. Being trapped here by the Black Flame prison inscription, Rune shouldn't be feeling good, right? What does it have to do with you whether I'm feeling good or not? The celestial Cheelan snorted. Among the demon beasts, the celestial Cheelan is considered to be the most unusual. They never have a friend. The celestial Cheelan's inner core is a treasure that all demon beasts yearn for even in their dreams. Other demon beasts dream of killing a celestial Cheelan and seizing its inner core. The reason you're trapped here is probably because you haven't matured and the celestial Cheelan's inner core hasn't formed. I wonder who trapped you here to use you to nurture the core? Nieli looked at the celestial Cheelan and lightly smiled. A cold light flashed in the celestial Cheelan's eyes as it looked down at Nieli. "Human, what do you want?" In the celestial Cheelan's heart, It never imagined that Nyeli would be able to see through everything so clearly. He wondered where Nyeli came from. I have a way to help you escape. Nyeli looked up at the celestial Qilin and said patiently, Are you willing to be trapped here forever? Then one day, they would be slaughtered like cattle. Snatch the inner core? Brat, who are you calling livestock? The celestial Qilin roared furiously as lightning crackled around its body. What's the difference between you and an animal waiting to be slaughtered? I'll raise you like this for now. When you reach adulthood, your Niden will have formed. He was killed. Nyeli smirked when he saw the celestial Qilin's enraged expression. He wanted to infuriate the celestial Qilin. Brat, I know what you're thinking. You want to kill me and take my demon spirit. What's the difference between you and those people? Why should I listen to you? The celestial Qilin snorted angrily. It's true that we want your demon spirit, but we don't need to kill you. There's a compromise, as long as you're willing to form a soul seal with my friend. Your body will automatically turn into a demon spirit and enter my friend's soul realm. Nyeli said. Hearing Nyeli's words, the celestial Qilin laughed and said, Automatically turning into a demon spirit? What's the difference between that and being killed? You cunning humans, if you want to use this to fool me, you must be thinking too simply of me. Of course there's a difference. If I kill you, I'll take your demon spirit. If your master dies, you'll naturally die along with him. But if a soul seal was formed, when you turn into a demon spirit, you will still have your own consciousness. After your master dies, you will be free. Our human lifespan, it's only 100 years. Considering the long lifespan of a celestial Qilin like you, it's nothing. Nyeli faintly smiled. Hearing Nyeli's words, the celestial Qilin's figure slightly paused. It rolled its eyes. Nyeli's words were indeed somewhat tempting. For the celestial Qilin, there was indeed some temptation. Dowsett's brows tightly knitted. He felt that there was a problem with this. What if the celestial Qilin schemed against him? He glanced at Nyeli. Nyeli looked extremely confident, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Therefore, Nyeli didn't raise the doubts in his heart. All right, I agree to your conditions. The celestial Qilin readily agreed. Then give me some of your blood first. Nyeli said, What do you want my blood for? The celestial Qilin frowned. Without your blood, how am I going to form the soul seal? Nyeli faintly said. The celestial Qilin paced back and forth as it coldly said, Are you lying to me? I've never heard of such a soul seal that can turn the physical body into a void. Just because you don't know about it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. There are millions of secret techniques in this world, and there are many things that you don't know about. Nyeli shrugged. Don't think that I don't know that you want to plot against me. In any case, I won't give my blood to you. The celestial Qilin snorted. Unless you can think of another way. The celestial Qilin's blood was extremely precious as it contained their secret technique. Under normal circumstances, the celestial Qilin's physical body was extremely powerful, and it was very difficult for them to break through. Therefore, it was very difficult for ordinary people to obtain the celestial Qilin's blood. The celestial Qilin also wouldn't easily hand over its blood to others. The celestial Qilin possessed spiritual wisdom and was extremely cunning. How could Nyeli not know that the celestial Qilin was deliberately being perfunctory? The reason why the celestial Qilin agreed so readily was probably because it wanted to form a soul seal with Dowsett to escape. Then, it would look for an opportunity to harm Dowsett and regain its freedom. Nyeli was already prepared in his heart. Therefore, he wanted to obtain the celestial Qilin's blood to restrain the celestial Qilin. However, the celestial Qilin was extremely cunning. It probably felt that Nyeli had other intentions, so it wasn't willing to hand over its blood. Since that's the case, then we can't come to an agreement, Nyeli said as he looked at the celestial Qilin with interest. So what if we can't come to an agreement? In any case, I won't give my blood to you. The celestial Qilin coldly snorted. What do you do to me? At most, I'll just stay here. You want me to become your demon spirit? Dream on. If I can break free from these chains, none of you will be able to escape. I'll tear all of you to shreds. The celestial Qilin relied on its powerful strength and didn't place Nyeli and company in its eyes at all. It constantly spat out lightning from its nose. If it wasn't for the array on the chains, the lightning alone would be enough to turn Nieli and company into ashes. Nieli, if you really can't do it, then forget it, Dowsett said to Nieli when he felt the terrifying aura from the celestial Qilin. Their current strength was still too weak, so they might not be able to do anything to the celestial Qilin. Nieli shook his head and said, "It wasn't easy to find a celestial Qilin. No matter what, I have to help you obtain its demon spirit." Nieli looked at the celestial Qilin in front of him and slightly narrowed his eyes. "Since that's the case, then don't blame me for using other methods to force you to submit." The celestial Qilin angrily stomped its feet and said, "Humph, ignorant humans. You want to force me to submit? What a joke. This daddy has killed at least hundreds of thousands of humans at your level. Even if this daddy is trapped here, what can you do to me? You're the one who said it." Nieli coldly snorted. Since the celestial Qilin had slaughtered so many humans, he wouldn't be polite anymore. He glanced at Duan Jian and said, "Duan Jian, give me some of your blood." "Yes." Duan Jian didn't have the slightest hesitation. He opened his mouth and bit his arm. Fresh blood immediately dripped down. Although Duan Jian's physical body was very strong, and it was hard for external objects to break through, it was still very simple for him to use his own teeth to bite. He quickly collected a basin of fresh blood. Nieli held the basin of Duan Jian's blood and continuously drew mysterious inscription patterns on the ground. These mysterious inscription patterns surrounded the celestial Qilin in a circle. "What kind of inscription patterns are these?" Liu Piao and the rest asked curiously. Duan Jian's blood contains the powerful power of the black flames. These inscription patterns can gather a portion of the black flames in this pagoda here, Nieli said. When he finished the last stroke, waves of terrifying black flames rapidly gathered in this direction. As the black flames gathered more and more, the celestial Qilin anxiously paced around when it felt this terrifying burning power. It was most afraid of the black flames in this pagoda. This was also the reason why that person had trapped it here. The blazing black flames continuously roasted the celestial Qilin. The temperature grew hotter and hotter. This kid actually managed to gather the black flames. They will be in for a rough time. As the temperature rose, the celestial Qilin breathed out scorching hot air. However, it was impossible for it to surrender to that kid so quickly. At this moment, somewhere in the 9th layer of the 9-layer Deathlands, a group of people were sitting and chatting in an exquisite courtyard. There was a spring in front of the table that reflected the scene inside the Black Infernal Tower. This group of people knew everything that was happening inside the Black Infernal Tower like the back of their hands. Xiao Yu, who was standing behind a black-robed expert, lowered her head and whispered into the black-robed expert's ear, "Father, you didn't believe me when I said that this person's comprehension of the Tao of inscription patterns has already surpassed mine. Do you believe me now? This person's comprehension of the Tao of inscription patterns is indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, his talent is outstanding." The black-robed expert lightly nodded his head. He raised his head and glanced at the 6 people in front of him, only to see that they were also looking down with rapt attention. "Envoys, you guys didn't manage to pick a single person in the previous rounds. I'm sure everyone is satisfied with the geniuses this time, right? However, don't forget our agreement. The first disciple will be chosen by our Hagami, Myunmyun first." The black-robed expert lightly smiled as he continued. "This time, our 6 major sects fought against the Yaoshin sect under the jurisdiction of the ancestral demonic Saintland. Our Hagami Myunmyun suffered the most losses, so I hope everyone can take care of us." The 6 people in front of the black-robed expert exchanged glances. Among them, a beautiful woman wearing a white silk dress smiled and said, "We'll naturally abide by our previous agreement. All of us came from the tiny world. Although we belong to different sects, there's no need to treat each other as outsiders. Outsiders weren't able to enter the tiny world. Only people like them, who had left the tiny world, could enter and exit freely. However, the various sects of the Draconic Ruins realm had never stopped recruiting talents from the tiny world. This group of people were the special envoys responsible for recruiting talents. Chapter 246. Although these people belong to different sects in the Draconic Ruins realm, since they all came from the tiny world, they had formed a small group. A white-bearded old man sighed as he continued. The tiny world's demon beast clan was instigated by the Yaoshun sect to slaughter all the humans and other life forms in the origin world. In the past tens of thousands of years, there were only a few geniuses that appeared in the origin world. Only the dreamy cloud world and a few other dimensional worlds have produced a few geniuses. However, compared to the sects that we're in, it's simply a drop in the bucket. The black-robed expert smiled as he continued. The Draconic Ruins realm is vast and boundless, with countless lesser realms that we can recruit. We don't have to worry too much about it. Even if the Yao Shun sect is powerful for the time being, if our sects work together, they might not be able to take advantage of us. That's right. The white-bearded old man sighed and did not say anything else. I wonder which one the master of the Nether Realm likes more. The beautiful woman smiled as she looked at the black-robed expert. This black-robed expert was the Nether Master who controlled the Nether Realm. Everyone thought that the Nether Realm only had one pinnacle expert, the Nether Master. However, that was not the case. The Nether Master was only in charge of making an appearance. Behind the Nether Realm, including the Nether Master, there were 7 supreme experts. These experts from the 7 clans continuously recruited geniuses from other clans and recommended them to the Hagami Myun and the other divine sects. Hearing the beautiful woman's question, Xiaoyu couldn't help but look at the Nether Master beside him. He was looking forward to the Nether Master's answer. The Nether Master pondered for a moment before saying, "It's that youth called Nyeli, right?" "Oh." A trace of astonishment flashed past the absolutely beautiful woman's eyes as she said, "Although that youth called Nyeli has a deep understanding of inscription patterns, in terms of talent, I'm afraid he's inferior to that white-clothed youth. That white-clothed youth's talent is quite extraordinary. According to my guess, he probably possesses the legendary supreme physique." The other 5 powerhouses were also a little puzzled. Indeed, in their opinion, the white-robed youth was the best choice. If the master of the Nether Realm doesn't want that genius, then it will benefit our Heavenly Notes sect. The absolute beauty charmingly smiled. The master of the Nether Realm's voice was calm, without a trace of emotion. You don't necessarily have to choose the most talented. I feel that this youth isn't bad. She didn't know why the master of the Nether Realm would choose that youth. However, they did not doubt the master of the Nether Realm's judgment. The white-haired elder glanced at the absolute beauty and smiled. Next up is the Heavenly Notes sect's turn. Is Ling Yun going to choose that white-clothed youth? If I don't choose him, can everyone let me choose 2 people first? The beautiful young woman called Ling Yun pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were filled with charm. "Oh, the Heavenly Notes sect is not going to choose that white-clothed youth?" The rest looked at Ling Yun. They all thought that Ling Yun would definitely choose that white-clothed youth. After all, isn't that youth's talent the strongest? I'm already so old. I'm worried that people will gossip if I choose a handsome young man as my disciple. I feel that the 2 little girls by that young man's side are pretty good. Why don't you give those 2 little girls to me?" Ling Yun said with a smile that was like a flower. "With 2 female disciples, I can occasionally say some intimate words. Ling Yun really knows how to plan. 1 for 2, it's not a loss." The white-haired elder smiled. "However, since Ling Yun has this intention, it won't be good for us to refuse. It seems that the white-clothed youth will belong to our Divine Cloud sect. I want the one with the Black Dragon bloodline." Inside the Black Infernal Tower, Nyeli and the rest didn't know that all of their actions had been seen by someone else. Those people had already divided up their group of people. As time passed, the celestial Qilin gradually couldn't endure the roasting of the raging flames any longer. It started to curse, "Little bastards, fight me if you have the guts. See if I don't tear you apart, you sons of ** cheese. You don't dare to fight me head-on and only know how to play dirty." The celestial Qilin constantly cursed. "I've never seen a divine beast with such a foul mouth." Dowsett gloomily said, "Did he really want to subdue this foul-mouthed celestial Qilin?" He really didn't know how this celestial Cheelin grew up. Which human did it learn so many profanities from? However, Nieli didn't care. He wanted to subdue this celestial Cheelin first. After all, it wasn't that easy to find a celestial Cheelin in other places. The celestial Cheelin continued cursing for over an hour before it finally stuck its tongue out in a parched state. The terrifying black flames continued to burn as if they were trying to cook it. Although it possessed an extremely powerful physical body, the black flames in the tower weren't ordinary flames. Let's continue our cultivation. We'll be able to see a roasted celestial Cheelin soon. Nieli appeared to be very calm. The celestial Cheelin finally couldn't endure the terrifying flames any longer. It finally gave in and said, "Brat, how about we discuss the conditions again? Give us a portion of your blood first." Nieli indifferently glanced at the celestial Cheelin. "Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about." The celestial Cheelin angrily snorted and said, "You want me to give you my demon blood? That's impossible. If I'm really burned to death by the black flames, then don't even think about obtaining my demon spirit. I'll definitely explode my demon spirit before I die." "You're most welcome." Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's fine if I don't have your demon spirit. You've killed so many humans. Killing you today can be considered enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Although it's a pity that I won't be able to obtain your demon spirit. I heard that everything on the celestial Cheelin is a treasure. Demon scales, demon palms, demon whiskers, demon penis, and so on. I heard that the celestial Cheelin's demon penis is really nutritious." Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning couldn't help blushing as they secretly spat. Nieli was really too vulgar. Lu Piao's eyes lit up as she hurriedly moved to Nieli's side and said, "Is the demon penis really nutritious? How do you eat it? Stew it? Braise it?" Xiao Shui glanced at Lu Piao and said, "If there's a demon penis, it can indeed nourish Lu Piao." Hearing Xiao Shui's words, Nieli, douse it, and the rest looked at Lu Piao with strange gazes as they held back their laughter. Lu Piao was stunned for a moment before she immediately understood something. Her face flushed red as she said, "Don't misunderstand. I definitely don't have that problem. I'm not going to eat this demon penis. You guys can eat it." Hearing Nieli's words, the celestial Cheelin felt a chill in his crotch. He couldn't help clamping his hind legs together as he cursed. "You bunch of despicable and shameless people. I'm so angry. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way." Lu Piao slightly narrowed her eyes as she looked at the celestial Cheelin and said, "Sure, you can detonate the demon penis and demon spirit before you die." Hearing Lu Piao's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Lu Piao's move was really too ruthless. The celestial Cheelin's face turned black. Why did it have to encounter such a group of hooligans? Thinking about how it would die and its demon penis would be stewed, the celestial Cheelin's mood couldn't even be described as depressed. A divine beast like it had actually fallen to such a state. But it was underage. But it was locked here. Otherwise, how could it have ended up in such a sorry state because of Nieli's group? Back in the day, it had slaughtered countless experts, including many demigod rank experts. As long as it killed 1,000,000, it would be able to use its killing intent to refine its inner core and step into the heavenly fate realm. However, it was beaten up by a hooligan crazy old man and locked in this black infernal tower. Then, it never saw the light of day as it was burned by the black flames. Now, even Nieli's group of brats had started to bully it. It was truly a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog when it fell to the plains. When the celestial Cheelin recalled the pitiful scene of its demon penis being stewed after its death, it finally admitted defeat and lowered its voice. "I admit defeat. Let's renegotiate the conditions. There's nothing to discuss. Hand over your demon blood first. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss." Lu Piao arrogantly pointed at the celestial Cheelin. "All right, I can give you my demon blood, but you have to remove this inscription pattern array first." The celestial Cheelin panted. "Sure." Nieli removed the inscription pattern array and stared at the celestial Cheelin. The celestial Cheelin's eyes turned and asked, "What are you going to use to store it?" Use this. Nieli took out a basin from his interspatial ring and tossed it over. The celestial Qilin knew that Nieli could continue activating the inscription pattern array at any time. After a brief consideration, it bit its left foreleg and dripped a drop of demon blood into the basin. The demon blood is here. How are you going to arrange a soul seal? The celestial Qilin probed. I have to use the demon blood to arrange a soul seal on your body. Nieli replied. Since you want to arrange a soul seal on my body, why don't you come over? The celestial Qilin was ecstatic, but it remained calm and collected. Of course I will come over. However, you have to kick that basin of demon blood over first. The celestial Qilin's demon blood is good stuff. Once your body transforms, there won't be that much demon blood left. Let's collect a few more basins first. Nieli said. How could he not know what the celestial Qilin was planning? The celestial Qilin wanted to wait for him to go over and then seize him. That won't do. Our demon blood is very precious. How can you do this? The celestial Qilin said indignantly. It didn't understand what Nieli was planning, so it didn't dare to hand over the demon blood. Lu Piao glared at it and snorted. Hurry up and kick the demon blood over. Otherwise, you don't want your demon whip anymore. The celestial Qilin was extremely depressed. It hated it the most when people used its demon whip to threaten it. The celestial Qilin swept a glance at Nieli and the others. In the end, the celestial Qilin could only admit defeat and kick the basin of demon blood away. The basin of demon blood landed between Nieli and the celestial Qilin. It was about 3 meters away from the celestial Qilin. The celestial Qilin raised its head and glanced at Nieli and the others. I accidentally kicked it too lightly. I can't reach that place anymore. You guys could take it yourselves. Chapter 247. Nieli raised his head to look at the celestial Qilin and narrowed his eyes. The celestial Qilin was crafty and cunning. With its control over its power, it definitely wouldn't make such a small mistake. The celestial Qilin was only trying to bait them. Isn't this a simple matter? Lu Piao took out a leather whip and lashed it at the pot of demon blood in an attempt to pull it over. At this moment, there was a sudden crackling sound, and the leather whip was instantly shattered into pieces. The celestial Qilin revealed an imperceptible sneer and pretended to be innocent. There's a prison locking array set up within a 3-meter radius around here. I'm not sure about the situation either. Everything within a 5-meter radius was under its control. How could it let Nieli and the others obtain the demon blood so easily? Nieli, the celestial Qilin, is doing this on purpose. Plume Flame reminded Nieli. I know. Nieli nodded. How could he not know the celestial Qilin's little trick? Nieli looked at the celestial Qilin and smiled. Since that's the case, I can only take it myself. Nieli slowly walked in the direction of the celestial Qilin. Nieli, be careful. Yiziyun and Xiaoning couldn't help but remind him. It was extremely dangerous to approach the celestial Qilin. Don't worry. Nieli knows what he's doing. Dowsett smiled. He understood Nieli too well. How could Nieli fall for such a little trick? Nieli slowly walked over. He was 7 meters away from the celestial Qilin. 6 meters. Seeing that Nieli was about to enter its territory, the celestial Qilin couldn't restrain its joy. However, a brief moment later, Nieli stopped 5 meters away from the celestial Qilin. He didn't take another step forward as he raised his head to look at the celestial Qilin. The celestial Qilin's pupils constricted slightly. Nieli's intention was very obvious. He was telling the celestial Qilin not to play any tricks. Nieli had already seen through all of its thoughts. The celestial Qilin snorted coldly. So what if you've seen through me? I don't believe you can get my demon blood. At this moment, Nieli's body rapidly transformed into a fang panda. Then he opened his mouth and spat out an yin-yang blast at the celestial Qilin. A black and a white light sphere flew towards the celestial Qilin. Oof. You finally couldn't help but make a move. You want to snatch my demon blood? But so what? The celestial Qilin snorted coldly. It opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning towards the yin-yang blast. Even if it was trapped here, it wouldn't be able to escape. His strength was not something an ordinary demigod could withstand. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, the lightning struck Nye Li's Inyong blast. However, the Inyong blast instantly exploded and a powerful shockwave swept out. The instant the Inyong blast exploded, Nye Li threw out a draconic bomb. Then, he quickly merged with the shadow devil demon spirit and charged towards the demon blood. You want to snatch my demon blood? Dream on. Since you're here, don't even think of leaving. The celestial Qilin coldly snorted. It opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning. At the sight of this, Yiziyun and the rest couldn't help but feel their hearts in their mouths as they executed their spells. Icicles and wind blades flew towards the celestial Qilin in an attempt to hold it back. Boom, boom, boom. When these attacks landed on the celestial Qilin's body, they only felt like tickles. They didn't cause any damage to the celestial Qilin. The celestial Qilin's physical body was too powerful. Roar! The celestial Qilin madly roared and spat out lightning. However, at this moment, a draconic bomb flew over and landed in the celestial Qilin's mouth. With a boom, the draconic bomb exploded. However, the celestial Qilin's physical body was too powerful. It was only pushed back a few steps by the draconic bomb. Nye Li was as fast as lightning. He scooped up the demon blood with his right hand and threw it towards Dowsett and the rest. At the sight of this, the celestial Qilin furiously roared. Countless lightning bolts bombarded the area where Nye Li was standing. Although Nye Li had thrown the demon blood away, he could only dream of escaping. As for Nye Li himself, he could only dream of escaping. As the incomparably dense lightning bolts were about to land on Nye Li's body, Nye Li could feel the power tearing his body apart. Boom, boom, boom. The devastating lightning bolts swept across, forming a terrifying thunderstorm that engulfed Nye Li's figure. That kid must have fallen for it. The celestial Qilin sensed that it was impossible for Nye Li to escape under such circumstances. Everyone's hearts were in their throats when they saw Nye Li being engulfed by the thunderstorm. This terrifying thunderstorm wasn't something that Nye Li could withstand at his current state. The celestial Qilin didn't intend to kill Nye Li in one blow. The thunderstorm merely knocked him unconscious. Nye Li was clearly the leader of the group. As long as it could control Nye Li, it wouldn't have to worry about the others not obediently submitting to it. The thunderstorm surged violently before finally calming down. However, when the celestial Qilin focused its gaze, it saw that the ground was empty. How could this be? The celestial Qilin furiously raised its front hooves and stomped down heavily. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of thunderstorm energy bombarded indiscriminately. It wanted to search for Nye Li's position, but it discovered that it couldn't sense Nye Li's presence at all. A brief moment later, Nye Li's figure slowly appeared 7 meters away. Earlier, when the celestial Qilin attacked him, Nye Li used the void form combat skill and entered the void form state. Therefore, the celestial Qilin wasn't able to attack him. How did you escape? The celestial Qilin looked at Nye Li, its heart filled with unwillingness. You don't need to know that. Nye Li lightly smiled. The shadow devil demon spirit was a special type of demon spirit. It was extremely rare, and many of its combat skills were unknown. Although this celestial Qilin had lived for a long time, it didn't seem to know much about demon spirits. At the very least, it didn't know about the shadow devil demon spirit. Nye Li, we've obtained this basin of demon blood. What are we going to do with it? Lu Piao asked as she held the basin of demon blood and looked at Nye Li. Give it to me. Nye Li lightly smiled. He took the basin of demon blood from Lu Piao's hands and started drawing inscription patterns on the ground. Mysterious inscription patterns covered the ground. Seeing these inscription patterns, the celestial Qilin angrily paced back and forth. It looked at Nye Li and asked, "You won't go back on your words, right?" Could it be that after Nye Li obtained the demon blood, he still wouldn't let it go and still wanted to kill him? Of course we won't go back on our words like you. We'll use your demon blood to set up an inscription pattern array. We can trap you and prevent you from plotting against us. We'll use your demon blood to write a soul seal on you and Dowsett. From today onwards, your body will void form and merge with Dowsett's soul realm. However, don't even think about plotting against Dowsett. The soul seal on your body must be removed by Dowsett. Only then can you regain your freedom. You'll have to obediently protect him from now on, Nellie said. For Dowsett's safety, Nellie had no choice but to take some precautions. What if he dies an unnatural death? The celestial Chelan grumpily said. I don't know about that. In any case, this is the current situation. Nellie shrugged his shoulders. The celestial Chelan was depressed. However, when a tiger falls to the plains, it would be bullied by a dog. What could it do? It could only obediently accept its fate. Nieli's conditions were quite generous. After all, a human's lifespan wasn't long. When Dowsett dies, he should be able to regain his freedom, right? After all, a person's death was like an extinguished lamp. As long as it didn't offend Dowsett, there was no reason for Dowsett to not release it after his death. All right, it's a deal. I'll do my best to protect him. However, if his lifespan is really about to run out, you must let me go. The celestial Chelan pondered for a moment. If it was trapped here, it would be slaughtered and eaten once it matured. In comparison, lowering its head and following a human for 100 years wasn't something unacceptable. Dowsett stood there proudly and said in a serious tone, I, Dowsett, have always been a man of my words. As long as you follow me for 50 years, I will let you go no matter what I do. All right, the celestial Chelan readily agreed. In comparison, it felt that Dowsett was much easier to deal with than Nieli. It could see that Dowsett was a more honest person. Nieli could finally rest assured when he saw the celestial Chelan lowering its head. Dowsett's future achievements would definitely reach an astonishing level after fusing with the celestial Chelan. Even if it was only 50 years, it would be more than enough for Dowsett. After all, Dowsett was cultivating the supreme cultivation technique that Nieli had taught him, the celestial Chelan technique. In the tiny world, Nieli could control the majority of the situation within the legend rank. However, if he were to head to the Draconic Ruins realm, the situation there would be much more dangerous than the tiny world. Even if he had cultivated to the heavenly fate realm and possessed many fate souls, it would still be easy for him to lose his life. At that time, Nieli might not be able to take care of Dowsett and the rest. Therefore, Nieli hoped that he could help Dowsett and the rest increase their strength in order to deal with the dangers that they might encounter in the future. Nieli's enemy was the Sage Emperor, who wielded overwhelming power. Facing such an enemy, Nieli didn't dare to slack off. He had to start from the beginning and perfect his plan to deal with the Holy Emperor. In this life, Nieli couldn't walk the same path as he did in his previous life. Although his strength was astonishing in his previous life, he was still a loner. In this life, he wanted to let his friends grow up. The inscription patterns on the ground blossomed with dazzling light and formed into inscription pattern chains that bound the celestial Chelan, causing it to be unable to move. Only then did Nieli walk to the celestial Chelan's side. Using the celestial Chelan's demon blood, he continuously drew soul seals on the celestial Chelan's body. Nieli dipped his finger in the demon blood and placed it on Dowsett's forehead. Suddenly, a bright light burst out from Dowsett's forehead. The demon blood on the celestial Chelan's body also burst out with light and covered its entire body. Its body slowly turned illusory and gradually became translucent, then transparent. Finally, with a whoosh, it turned into a stream of light and shot into Dowsett's forehead. In an instant, two divine lights blossomed from Dowsett's eyes. The divine lights contained all kinds of concepts of lightning and flames. It had a kind of breathtaking might. It's done. Nieli lightly smiled. Now that Dowsett has subdued the celestial Chelan, his strength will definitely have a significant increase. Chapter 248. Every increase in strength of their companions would increase their chances of survival when they head to the Draconic Ruins realm in the future. Let's go. Let's try going up another floor, Nieli said after a brief thought. The others should have already headed to the higher floors of the Black Infernal Tower, so they could also go up and take a look. When Yiziun, Xiaoning, and the rest were on the third floor, they were still very relaxed. The only ones who felt a little pressure were Lu Piao and Xiao Shui. However, Lu Piao and Xiao Shui were still able to persevere, so they should be able to go up another floor. Everyone continued to head up the stairs. At this moment, on the ninth floor of the nine-layered Deathlands, when they saw Nyeli subdue the celestial Qilin and integrate it into Dowsit's body, becoming Dowsit's demon spirit, the Nethermaster, Ling Yun, and the other experts all had shocked expressions on their faces. The Nethermaster's eyesight is indeed extraordinary. The inscription pattern he used seems to be some kind of secret soul seal. It should only exist in the Draconic Ruins realm. Even people of our level can't come into contact with it. I wonder where he obtained it from. Ling Yun's eyes were filled with curiosity. Just how many secrets does this brat, Nyeli, have hidden on his body? The other experts also inwardly muttered. Although Nyeli's talent wasn't as good as the white-clothed youth, the methods he had displayed were extremely shocking. The Nethermaster glanced at the gray-clothed, middle-aged man beside him and lightly smiled. I still have to congratulate Brother Tianhan. The youth beside you has integrated with the Celestial Qilin. The Celestial Qilin will definitely transform his bloodline and turn him into a peerless genius. The expert called Tianhan was naturally overjoyed. Although the Celestial Qilin in the Black Infernal Tower had yet to mature and couldn't form an inner core, once it was integrated into Dowsit's body, it would definitely turn Dowsit into a peerless genius. Before, he didn't think highly of Dowsit. But now, Dowsit's position in his heart was a little different. Tianhan cupped his hands and laughed. Haha, it's all thanks to you. In the Draconic Ruins, Realm Master and Disciple were one. Once someone betrayed their master, they would be labeled as a traitor by the various divine sects and be hunted to death. Once the master-disciple relationship was established, if the disciple shined brightly in the future, then the master would also bask in the light and obtain an extremely high position in the divine sect. That was why these super experts were fighting over disciples. Although they were supreme existences in the tiny world, their positions in the Draconic Ruins realm weren't that prominent in the various sections. The master of the Nether Realm looked at Nyeli's back and revealed a faint smile. I wonder what other surprises this youth will bring me. Fourth floor of the Black Flame Tower. Currently, there were only slightly more than 10 people on this floor. Song Ming, Mu Yi, and Hua Hua were all present. However, the pale-faced, white-clothed youth was still present. But it wasn't on this floor. Could it be that the white-clothed youth had already made his way to the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower? When Nyeli and the rest arrived, Song Ming had just retracted his gaze from the staircase. His eyes were still filled with unwillingness. This time, he came to the master of the Nether Realm's disciple selection to be number 1. However, he had personally witnessed someone ascend to the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. He had wanted to go up countless times, but he had always been forced back by the scorching black flames. In other words, his soul's tenacity was far inferior to the other parties. Just when he was about to give up, Nyeli and the rest arrived at this moment. He furrowed his brows for a moment. He couldn't go to the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. The more people on the 4th floor, the more mediocre he would seem. Hua Hua and Mu Yi opened their eyes and glanced at Nyeli and the rest before retracting their gazes. They were also unable to enter the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. Everyone on the 4th floor of the Black Flame Tower was a competitor on the same level. Not to mention that there were so many of them, causing them to be shocked. Just where did this group of people come from? Why haven't I seen them before? After arriving at the 4th floor of the Black Flame Tower, Lu Piao, Xiao Shui, Wei Nan, and the rest could no longer hold on. Dowsit, Yi Ziyun, and Xiao Ning all seemed to have some energy left, but they couldn't go any higher. Only Nyeli, Plume Flame, and Duan Jian were left, and they looked relatively relaxed. The entire 4th floor of the Black Flame Tower was filled with black flames, causing Lu Piao and the rest to feel like their bodies were boiling. You guys stay on this floor for now. I'll go to the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower with Sister Plume Flame. Nyeli looked at Dowsit and the rest, then glanced at Duan Jian. Duan Jian, stay on the 4th floor and protect them. Yes, Duan Jian replied respectfully. Nyeli raised his head and glanced at the spiral staircase. Could there be other things hidden on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower and higher floors? Nyeli, be careful, everyone said with concern. Understand. Nieli nodded and walked toward the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. Seeing Nieli's actions, Song Ming snorted. How can the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower be so easy to reach? Previously, when he was walking up the spiral staircase, every time he went up a step, he felt that the power of the black flame was several times stronger. When he reached the 6th step, he retreated. The others also tried, but none of them could surpass Song Ming. Nieli stepped onto the 1st step and instantly felt a wave of heat assaulting his face. He raised his head to take a look. It seemed that the 5th floor of the Black Infernal Tower wasn't going to be easy to reach. When Nieli was about to head to the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower, almost everyone on the 4th floor of the Black Flame Tower looked over. They all wanted to see what level Nieli could reach. They didn't think that Nieli could reach the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. So far, only that monstrous young man in white could do it. The others were too far behind. Under everyone's gaze, Nieli walked up the stairs step by step. The 2nd step, the 3rd step, with every step he took, Nieli felt a terrifying pressure on his face. The black flames surged. He didn't know how the young man in white managed to get up there. Was the resilience of that person's soul really that strong? What Nieli didn't know was that the demon lord had experienced the pain of his soul being burned every day. The resilience of his soul had already reached an unimaginable level. In addition, the demon lord had a supreme physique in this life, so the black flames were nothing to the demon lord. Nieli slightly furrowed his brows. Since someone could reach the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower, he couldn't be any weaker. When they saw Nieli walk up step by step, Song Ming and the others all stared at him. When Nieli reached the 5th step, they were already extremely shocked. They didn't expect Nieli to continue. The 6th step, the 7th step, Song Ming's eyes flashed with a deep dissatisfaction. To think that there were two people whose souls were far more resilient than his. He had always been regarded as the #1 genius of Nether City, but he couldn't understand why. Where did these two people come from? He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of defeat in his heart. Mu Yi and Hua Hua also revealed curious expressions. They didn't know where Nieli and that young man in white came from, but their talents were actually so shocking. As Nieli walked forward step by step, he constantly tempered his state of mind. With every step he took, he seemed to enter a profound realm that constantly absorbed the power of the black flames. As for Plume Flame Godnese, to Plume Flame Godnese, entering the Black Infernal Tower was simply too happy. She cultivated the law of fire, so the surrounding black flames seemed to be sucked into a bottomless whirlpool. As long as she had enough law of fire, Plume Flame Godnese's divine body would continuously grow stronger. Big Sister Plume Flame, do you know who left this Black Infernal Tower here? Nieli asked as he looked at Plume Flame Godnese. There were still many things he didn't understand about the Black Infernal Tower. Plume Flame Godnese's thoughts were distant as she said, speaking of which, the history of the Black Infernal Tower is even older than the 9-layered Deathlands. In an extremely ancient time, there were two experts who comprehended the legendary Boundless Mysteries. In order to fight for something, they engaged in a great battle that even the spiritual gods didn't dare to participate in. These two peerless experts seemed to have suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was said that one of them died and the other was injured. This Black Infernal Tower was a treasure left behind by them. When this treasure fell, the entire plane turned into a land of raging flames. Boundless Mysteries? Nieli furrowed his brows. Could those two experts be Kong Ming the Great's disciples? In order to fight for Kong Ming the Great's inheritance? No one has been able to move this Black Infernal Tower. Later on, some spiritual gods made use of it and turned it into a training ground. Plume Flame Godnese said, "As for the Celestial Qilin, I have no idea who locked it here." Nieli nodded his head as he understood. To possess strength that even the spiritual gods feared, the strength of Kong Ming the Great's inheritors was indeed extraordinary. There were a total of 5 Kong Ming the Great's inheritors. If one was dead, wouldn't that mean that there were only 4 left? However, there was also a piece of bad news. Although one had died, it meant that the other one had become even more powerful. That's because the 5 inheritors of Kong Ming the Great had been killing each other. If they killed the other inheritors, they would be able to obtain their boundless mysteries. A light flashed through Nie Li's mind as he recalled the crazy old man in the Abyss prison realm. That crazy old man was most likely one of the inheritors. From time to time, he would wander around the ancient tablet and recite that mantra 3 times. He might have already discovered that Nie Li was also one of the inheritors. As for why the other party didn't kill him, Nie Li thought of a possibility. His current comprehension of the boundless mysteries was still too low. Therefore, there was no value in killing him. Take the Celestial Qilin, for example. A young Celestial Qilin simply didn't have any value in killing him. However, once it matured and formed an inner core, it would become a priceless treasure. Thinking about it, Nie Li couldn't help sweating. So he had unknowingly stepped into a trap. I'm still worthless to you right now. However, I'm afraid that you will regret it in the future. A profound light flashed through Nie Li's eyes. It looked like he had to head to the Draconic Ruins realm as soon as possible to increase his strength. 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. When Nie Li stepped onto the 5th floor, his gaze fell onto the white-clothed youth who was cultivating in the middle of the 5th floor. The white-clothed youth seemed to have sensed something as he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Nie Li. Neither of them said a word. Aside from Plume Flame God Knees, who was hiding in Nie Li's sleeve, there were only the 2 of them on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. Chapter 249. Nie Li could sense the terrifying and bizarre aura coming from the other party. A surge of energy surged towards him, even more powerful than before. His opponent's cultivation must have increased after arriving at the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. Just when Nie Li was about to sit down and cultivate, the white-clothed youth suddenly burst forth. Countless black chains shot towards Nie Li from all directions. He's going to attack without saying a word? Feeling the chains descending, Nie Li quickly leaped away. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever Nie Li's feet landed, it was instantly bombarded by the chains. Streams of black flame energy continuously exploded. The Black Infernal Tower was extremely sturdy, so when the chains bombarded its surface, sparks flew in every direction. Nie Li constantly leaped away, dodging the storm-like attacks. While still in the air, his body began to transform. He turned into a Fang Panda and shot out Yin-Yang Blast from his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. The entire 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower was engulfed by the violent energy. I never thought that we would meet here. The bewitching youth coldly smiled, but his attacks did not stop. I'm also a little surprised, Demon Lord. Nie Li coldly snorted as he stared at the Demon Lord. So you've already guessed who I am. The Demon Lord said as his hands rapidly formed seals. His body rapidly transformed into a 5-meter-tall, 8-armed giant demon. He brandished his fist towards Nie Li's direction. His fist energy contained the law of hell. If I can't even guess this, then wouldn't I be an idiot? When Nie Li saw the Demon Lord's demon spirit, he was startled. He never thought that the Demon Lord would actually fuse with an extremely rare 8-armed black hell demon. This kind of creature only appeared in the Abyss prison realm. It's extremely powerful and mysterious, with many terrifying combat techniques. Even Nie Li didn't know much about it. Nie Li could feel the Demon Lord's control over the law of hell. He had already comprehended it to an extremely shocking level, and was only a step away from becoming a spiritual god. Boom, boom, boom. The energy of the law of hell continued to explode, suddenly exploding around Nie Li. That terrifying impact ruthlessly bombarded Nie Li's back, blasting Nie Li away. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Nie Li's mouth. His internal organs felt like they were about to explode. He flew to the wall and roared at the sky. The laws of light and darkness quickly condensed, forming 2 huge balls of light, one black and one white. Tenfold Yin-Yang Blast. So. The black and white spheres intertwined as they flew towards the Demon Lord's 8-armed dark fiend. As the 2 spheres of light collided, a terrifying explosion resounded. The terrifying might instantly engulfed the Demon Lord. Even Nieli was caught in the terrifying might of the yin-yang blast. A tenfold yin-yang blast could even kill a demigod rank expert. Is he dead? Nieli crossed his arms in front of his chest, resisting the incoming impact. Raising his head, he wasn't sure if the demon lord was dead or not. After all, he didn't have a clear understanding of the demon lord's strength. Before the terrifying might of the yin-yang blast could subside, the enormous 8-armed dark fiend suddenly appeared beside Nieli. Its speed was so fast that Nieli couldn't react in time. Two of the 8-armed dark fiend's hands grabbed onto Nieli's right leg and smashed him onto the ground. Boom! 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 The 8-armed dark fiend's strength was boundless as it continuously smashed Nieli onto the ground. This terrifying force was simply unstoppable. Nieli felt as though his internal organs were about to shatter. Nieli's body rapidly shrunk and reverted back to his human form. With 2 puffs, a pair of black and white wings sprouted from his back. He also condensed the law of death into a pair of huge white bone gauntlets that blocked the 8-armed dark fiend's attack. Boom! 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 The two figures turned into afterimages as they continuously exchanged blows on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. The terrifying shockwaves continued to wreak havoc. If it wasn't for the Black Infernal Tower being sufficiently sturdy, it would have long been destroyed by this violent force. I admit that your talent is indeed shocking. Furthermore, you've actually comprehended 3 types of law energy. However, compared to my supreme physique, you're still too lacking. You're destined to not be my opponent. The demon lord furiously roared. In his 8-armed dark fiend form, his entire body turned scarlet, and his strength rose to another level. Nieli felt a terrifying pressure. This demon lord was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever faced. With his current strength, he still wasn't a match for the demon lord. 10,000 soul lock. The demon lord furiously roared as he raised his fist and punched towards Nieli. There seemed to be countless ghosts wailing on the surface of his fist as a terrifying pressure bore down on Nieli, as though it could crush everything into powder. Nieli's heart trembled. This force was simply too powerful. He immediately circulated the law of death and condensed several bone walls in front of him. Boom! 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 The bone walls shattered layer by layer. Nieli tried to find an opening in the demon lord's body, but the demon lord was simply too powerful. His control over his strength had also reached the point of perfection. It wasn't something that Nieli could match up to. Sensing that Nieli wasn't a match for him, Plume Flame Godnese, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally couldn't help but take action. With a wave of her hand, several fire walls were condensed in front of Nieli. In addition to that, countless fire chains coiled towards the demon lord like giant snakes. The demon lord's myriad soul lock shattered Nieli's bone walls and collided with Plume Flame Godnese's firewalls. Only then did the demon lord's figure slow down a little. Sensing the countless fire snakes coiling towards him, the demon lord brandished his 8 arms and grabbed at the fire snakes. Asterisk bang, 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 bang. Asterisk, your helper is finally willing to show himself. The demon lord retreated a few steps as a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Nieli wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although Nieli still had a life-saving method and wouldn't be killed by the demon lord, Nieli didn't have the slightest chance of winning if the battle continued. The demon lord was simply too powerful. Furthermore, Nieli could sense an extremely powerful demonic energy hidden within the demon lord's body. If that energy was unleashed, it would be extremely terrifying. Plume Flame Godnese flew in the sky as she coldly stared at the demon lord. She was prepared to fight with all her might. However, Plume Flame Godnese couldn't help feeling a little solemn in her heart. Even she wasn't sure if she could defeat the demon lord. The demon lord's body constantly shrunk as he returned to his original appearance. He glanced at Nieli and said, "From this battle, I can at least confirm that you're not a spiritual constellation expert. I don't know what methods you use to reach your current cultivation and knowledge, but it has piqued my interest. I'm not in a rush to kill you today. I want to see what level you can reach in the future. From the very beginning, The demon lord had no intention of killing Nieli. He only wanted to probe Nieli's strength. Whether you can kill me or not is still a question. Nieli's brows twitched as he spoke without showing any weakness. Although his current strength was only in the legend realm, he had grasped countless secret techniques that could stimulate his potential to the extreme. He still had some capital to contend with the demon lord. However, Nieli still wasn't sure how many trump cards the demon lord had hidden. Thus, there was no need for him to risk his life at this moment. "Oh, you're pretty confident." The demon lord narrowed his eyes as his gaze swept past Nieli's body. Truth be told, although Nieli's strength was slightly inferior to his, he could sense that Nieli still had many hidden cards up his sleeves. This was also the reason why he gave up on killing Nieli. His cultivation was still at the most crucial point, so there was no need for him to waste his time on some unnecessary people. The demon lord swept a glance at Plume Flame God Knees, who was floating in the air. If he had guessed correctly, this petite woman should be a spiritual god that had reconstructed her divine body. Her strength was also immeasurable. "I'll head to the Draconic Ruins realm first," the demon lord thought inwardly. The situation on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower was in a deadlock. Nieli and the demon lord were cultivating on their own. Although there was a trace of enmity between them, neither of them made a move for the time being. Under such circumstances, it would be even more difficult to comprehend the selfless state. At this moment, on the 9th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands, a Nethermaster and the others were chatting. Tion Hun smiled as he said, "The talents of these two are extraordinary. Even the demon spirits they've integrated with are extremely powerful. It looks like it'll be hard to determine who's stronger." "I'm afraid that's not the case. The white-clothed youth should be a little stronger, but the other one isn't weak either." Ling Yun slightly knitted her brows. She could tell that both Nieli and the demon lord were holding back. Xiao Yu listened from the side. Ever since he had discovered Nieli, he had felt that Nieli wasn't an ordinary person. He felt that if Nieli and the demon lord continued to fight, it would be hard to determine the outcome. Ever since he was young, he had been cultivating with his father in Hagami Myunyan. This was the first time that he was curious about someone from the tiny world. "I never thought that Plume Flame would also appear." Ling Yun smiled. Tion Hun took a sip of tea and lightly said, "Plume Flame is only the lowest grade spiritual god. She probably doesn't know about the Draconic Ruins realm, right?" Among the 7 of them, aside from the Nethermaster, the others had never appeared, not even during the battle of spiritual gods. It was likely that Plume Flame and the other spiritual gods didn't even know of their existence. The Nethermaster pondered a while and said, "Although Plume Flame is the lowest grade spiritual god, during the battle of spiritual gods, even the attacks of so many experts were unable to destroy her soul. In the end, she could only be suppressed in the Black Spring. She's one of the human spiritual gods that the Demon Beast clan is most worried about. I'm thinking if we should let Plume Flame follow us into Hagami Myunyan to take a look." The others lightly smiled as they said, "You can make the decision on this matter." At this moment, the master of the Nether Realm suddenly sensed something. His grayish-black eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. "A guest has arrived in our Nether Realm. I'll go meet him," the Nether Master said as his body turned into black smoke and quickly disappeared. "A guest?" Xiao Yu glanced in the direction where his father disappeared. He was a little puzzled. Just who was the guest that his father was talking about? She glanced at the other 6 experts and saw that they all had a cold expression on their faces. Could it be that they were? Chapter 250. In the 8th layer of the 9-layered Deathlands, a dark cloud shrouded over. The layers of pressure made one feel suffocated, causing the Golden Armor God's servant to take several steps back. Shortly after, a mysterious energy extended towards the Black Infernal Tower. This energy was filled with terrifying killing intent. Just as this energy extended towards the Black Infernal Tower, a formless energy bombarded it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, a terrifying explosion resounded throughout the entire 8th layer of the 9-layered Deathlands. "Zhulong, since you're already here, why didn't you greet me?" The Nether Master appeared out of thin air as he stared ahead. Within the dark cloud, a handsome man slowly appeared. He stood in the air as his body emitted a faint white light, like a red candle in the darkness. Ming, I never thought that we would meet again so soon. The man called Zhu Long by the Nether Master had an expression as cold as an unmelting ice. His brows looked as if they were carved by a knife. I wonder what business you have with me. The Nether Master stood in the air with an indifferent demeanor. Ming, back then, when you sheltered those humans who entered the Nether Realm, our demon race didn't bother with you. It wasn't because we were afraid of you, but because we didn't want to hurt our friendship. I know that Hagami Myun is standing behind you. In the battle of the spiritual city in the Draconic Ruins realm, the Yaoshan sect defeated Hagami Myun. You should know the severity of this matter. Do you still want to continue fighting with our demon race in the tiny world? No matter how intense the battle outside is, what does it have to do with us? This is the tiny world. We don't care how powerful the Yaoshan sect is. In any case, the people from the Yaoshan sect can't enter. At the very least, in the Nether Realm, I have the final say. The 9-layer Deathlands have long been under the jurisdiction of my Nether Realm. No matter how intense the battle between the demon race and human race is in the origin world, it has nothing to do with me. However, in the Nether Realm, no matter how powerful your demon race is, you still have to obediently follow the rules of the Nether Realm. The Nether Master disdainfully glanced at Zhu Long. Zhu Long looked at the Nether Master and coldly snorted, "And if I don't comply, then I can only chase you out." The Nether Master's face was hidden under the black cloak. There was no joy or sorrow to be seen. The boundless power of law in the Nether Realm surged like a storm, giving off a suffocating pressure. The Master of the Nether Realm had been operating in the Nether Realm for tens of thousands of years. The density of the law of Nether here was tens or even hundreds of times that of other places. Here, the Master of the Nether Realm was the absolute ruler. "Ha ha!" Zhu Long laughed wildly. "Ming, you're still as arrogant as before, but things were different now. If you still refuse to come to your senses, then don't blame me for being impolite. As long as you hand over Plume Flame, who's hiding in the Nether Realm, I won't pursue this matter any further. Otherwise, Zhu Long, you dare to spout such arrogant words in my Nether Realm? Just who is the more arrogant one here?" The Nether Master coldly stared at Zhu Long. The law energies of both sides had already begun to clash. The entire 8th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands was filled with two frightening law energies. The collision of the law energies created an explosion that engulfed the entire Nether Realm. "Your cultivation has increased quite a bit since the last time we fought." The corner of Zhu Long's mouth curled into a cold smile. Around him, the boundless law of ice transformed into countless ice dragons. They roared as they charged towards the Nether Master. "You too." The law of Nether around the Nether Master transformed into millions of black spears that shot towards Zhu Long. Boom. Boom. The entire 8th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands was filled with earth-shattering devastation. The ground was engulfed by terrifying explosions. Some of the 8th floor's demonic beasts were unable to dodge in time and were engulfed by the terrifying explosions. In the entire 8th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands, only the Black Infernal Tower remained standing. The golden armored divine, servant responsible for guarding the Black Infernal Tower, had already been suffocated by the aura of the two apex powerhouses the moment they had appeared. When the explosion had engulfed the tower, the golden armored divine servant had already felt suffocated. His entire body was blasted away. The golden armor on his body shattered, and his entire body was covered in wounds. Whether it was Zhu Long or the Nether Master, both stood motionlessly in the air. They had merely used their law energy to resist. The law of ice covered the entire world in a thick layer of frost. In an instant, the 8th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands had turned into a world of ice. The Nether Master continuously pressed down on the Nether Master. The Nether Master slightly knitted his brows. The law of Nether gathered together only took up a third of the space. The speed at which Zhu Long's strength increased had far exceeded his expectations. The current him, He was no longer Zhu Long's opponent. Suddenly thinking of something, the Nethermaster stared at Zhu Long and said in a deep voice, "You've already condensed 7 lotuses?" "That's right. Nether, if you're willing to submit to me, the tiny world will belong to the two of us. However, if you continue to resist pointlessly, then I'll have no choice but to eliminate you." Zhu Long coldly said, "You've condensed 7 lotuses. Within the tiny world, there's indeed no one who can match up to you. However, it won't be that easy for you to control the tiny world." The Nether Master coldly snorted. "Ha! Don't tell me you can still cause any waves?" Zhu Long wildly laughed. He suddenly sensed 2 other auras, and his face slightly changed. He stared at the Nether Master and asked, "You're not the same person?" "Of course." The Master of the Nether Realm lightly said, "Fine. I admit that I've underestimated you. Since there's more than one of you, then I won't be able to do anything to you this time. I'll still say the same thing. As long as you hand over Yu Yin, we'll join hands and thoroughly control the tiny world. All the resources here will belong to us. If you're still stubborn, where can you run to after I subdue the spiritual gods of the other clans?" Zhu Long, you're still thinking too simply. Even if your cultivation is unparalleled within the tiny world, do you really think that you alone can control the tiny world? My Nether Realm naturally has its own means of self-defense. How could the other 2 ominous lands not have theirs? What experts from the Abyss Realm and the Lava Realm? Do you really think that you can control them? You haven't even been able to invade the Dreamcloud realm of the human race, let alone control the entire tiny world. The Nether Master shook his head and smiled. "I can't be bothered to fight with you. There's no benefit to us anyway. As long as you don't step into the Nether Realm, we'll mind our own business. If you do, then my Nether Realm isn't without people." Zhu Long deeply looked at the Nether Master. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to bring Plume Flame back this time. He coldly snorted. "That woman, Plume Flame, will temporarily stay here with you. But sooner or later, I'll capture her and bring her back." After speaking, Zhu Long's figure gradually disappeared without a trace. Feeling Zhu Long's aura disappear, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the Nethermaster's mouth. He had been injured during the confrontation of the law energy earlier. "Are you all right?" Ling Yun appeared by the Nethermaster's side. The Nethermaster shook his head and said, "Zhu Long's strength is getting stronger and stronger. If I had known earlier, I would have gone all out to kill him. He's condensed 7 lotuses. I'm afraid that even if the 6 of us joined hands, we still wouldn't be able to deal with him. He doesn't know our depths and is worried that we're still hiding our trump cards. Therefore, he doesn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he won't let this matter rest." Tian Hun also appeared by the Nethermaster's side. "I never thought that his strength would already be this strong. I'm afraid that there's no one in the tiny world that can stop him." The other 4 didn't follow. Zhu Long might return, so it was best for them to not reveal too much of their strength for the time being. "I died 3 times in the battle between Hagami Myunmyun and the Yaoshan sect. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been suppressed by him to this extent." The Nethermaster said in a deep voice, "We have to recover our strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, the tiny world will be under his control." The 3 figures disappeared into the vast sky. The 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower, the 2 people in confrontation seemed to be unable to enter a state of selflessness. After all, in a state of selflessness, it was very easy to be attacked. The Demon Lord stood up and glanced at Nieli and Plume Flame. At this moment, Nieli also opened his eyes and stared at the Demon Lord in front of him. He was on high alert, ready to fight at any moment. The Demon Lord lightly glanced at Nieli and asked, "Do you want to follow me to the 6th floor of the Black Infernal Tower?" A cold, killing intent emanated from the Demon Lord's body. Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'll go." The Demon Lord calmly stood up and walked towards the 6th floor of the Black Infernal Tower. As the spiral staircase continued to spiral, Nieli could sense that the Demon Lord was having a hard time walking. The terrifying black flames were constantly pouring into the Demon Lord's body. Nevertheless, he moved steadily, step by step, towards the winding staircase. "Be careful," or you'll be roasted," Nieli suddenly said as the demon lord walked up. The demon lord's footsteps paused for a brief moment as he turned his head and coldly glanced at Nieli. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he continued to walk up. I gave him a kind reminder, but he treated it as malicious intent. What a boring person. Nieli closed his eyes and continued to meditate. Now that the demon lord had gone to the 6th floor, he could finally cultivate with peace of mind. Gradually, his mind drifted as he entered a mysterious realm. His soul slowly turned illusory, as if he was riding on the clouds. Vaguely, Nieli could see an egg floating in the air. This egg was covered in cracks and seemed to contain a profound energy that wanted to suck people in. Nieli could sense that this egg was hiding some kind of extremely terrifying and powerful creature. A profound and mysterious energy fluctuation was slowly spreading out. A bloodthirsty and murderous energy assaulted his senses. In his previous life, Nieli could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. He understood that what he sensed at this moment was the hidden power of the creature within the egg's bloodline. Its ancestors had experienced countless massacres, so the aura of slaughter was left behind in this egg. Even Nieli felt fear from this aura of slaughter. He didn't know what kind of terrifying creature it would become if he were to hatch this egg. Chapter 2:51. Nieli retracted his consciousness and consciousness. After this cultivation session, Nieli was prepared to find a way to destroy the mysterious egg. From the bloody and murderous aura, he could feel that this egg was an extremely dangerous existence. Just as this thought emerged in Nieli's mind, he heard a cracking sound. The egg's eggshell cracked open. Nieli suddenly opened his eyes and hurriedly took out the mysterious egg. He saw that the eggshell had already cracked open rapidly, and a terrifying energy wave swept out in all directions. "Is it too late?" Nieli frowned. Plume Flame Godne's gaze also fell on the egg in Nieli's hand with a solemn expression. The eggshell cracked, and the terrifying energy wave subsided. A golden round head popped out from inside. Then, with a thud, a ball-shaped thing rolled out from inside. There was still some sticky liquid left on its body. Nieli stared at this creature without blinking. This thing landed on the ground and stood up shakily. Its entire body was golden, and it had a big belly. As it swayed, it looked like a duck. There was a pair of small wings on its back, and its huge eyes were wide open. Gulp, gulp. This little thing waddled over to Nieli's side and used its round head to rub against Nieli. Then, it looked innocently at Nieli with its round eyes. Nieli had just condensed 3 types of nomological powers and was prepared to kill it completely. However, when he saw this little guy's harmless eyes, he immediately stopped. This little thing doesn't seem to be as dangerous as he imagined it to be. Nieli can still feel that his soul realm has a slight connection with it. When this mysterious egg hatched, Plume Flame Godne's was also shocked because the energy released was too strong. But when she saw this little guy hatching from this egg, Plume Flame Godne's was also stunned. "Nieli, what is this thing?" Plume Flame Godne's could not help but ask. Nieli sensed for a moment. He could not feel any energy wave from this little guy at all. Nieli was a little suspicious. The egg hatched just now. Was it really it? Before the egg hatched, it had already absorbed a lot of Nieli's nomological powers. Now, there was not a trace of energy wave. Gulp, gulp. The little guy called out to Plume Flame Godne's in a childish voice. Plume Flame Godne's sharp gaze finally softened. This little guy doesn't seem to be a threat. Do you want to keep it? Nieli's gaze fell on the little guy. When it hatched, Nieli had indeed felt that terrifying and bloody murderous aura. But now, looking at its blank and confused look, Nieli's heart softened a little. After all, that bloody murderous aura only came from its bloodline. It had just been born into this world, so it was not at fault. Moreover, from Nieli's point of view, this was not something that could not be salvaged. As long as Nieli used his own energy to transform it from the moment it was born and gradually reversed the bloodthirsty power in its bloodline, it should not become like its ancestor when it grew up. Then let's keep it. Nieli had already thought of a transformation plan in his mind. Gulp, gulp. The little guy clearly did not understand what Nyeli and Plume Flame Godnese were talking about, and was in a daze. Looking at the little guy's adorable look, Plume Flame Godnese flew to its side and stroked its round head with a right hand. You will follow us from now on. Be good and listen to us, understand? The little guy seemed to understand and nodded its head. Nyeli, look, this little thing seems to understand me. Plume Flame Godnese said with a little surprise. The little guy suddenly opened its mouth and bit Plume Flame Godnese's dress. With a ripping sound, a large piece of Plume Flame Godnese's dress was torn off. Plume Flame Godnese's dress was condensed from the power of laws. Ordinary people would not be able to tear it, but to this little guy, it was as if it was made of paper. Caught off guard by such an attack, Plume Flame Godnese's lower body was instantly bare. All that was left was a torn, pink skirt, and the plump buttocks could be faintly seen in the torn area. Nyeli could not help but burst out laughing when he saw this. Plume Flame Godnese usually had a high and mighty look on her face, but this little guy had actually torn her dress. Fortunately, there was no one else here. Otherwise, Plume Flame Godnese would not be able to face anyone. Plume Flame Godnese's face immediately darkened. She leaped on Nyeli's shoulder and quickly condensed a new dress. This pervert, let's just kill it. Plume Flame Godnese's voice was as cold as ice, filled with killing intent. Nyeli looked down and saw the little guy happily chewing and swallowing Plume Flame Godnese's dress. He could not help but laugh. Sister Plume Flame, I don't think it did it on purpose. It didn't know that it was your dress and thought it was the power of laws. It seems like it lives by devouring energy. Plume Flame Godnese snorted. Although Nyeli had seen her whole body previously, she had just condensed her divine body, so she could not blame others. But now, her dress had been torn, and Nyeli had seen her in such a sorry state. She had lost all her face. However, after hearing Nyeli's words, Plume Flame Godnese's expression softened a little. According to Nyeli, the power of laws was food to this little guy. To this little thing, it probably didn't know what a dress was. Little guy, you can't tear a girl's dress. Do you understand? Nyeli half squatted down and tapped the little guy's head with his finger. The little guy nodded as if it understood. Its round eyes darted around and landed on Plume Flame Godnese's dress, which had just condensed. Then, its eyes lit up and it squealed happily. Seeing this, Plume Flame Godnese could not help but clamp her slender legs together. Then, she covered her dress as her expression changed. Under normal circumstances, a dress condensed from the power of laws could not be broken by many powerful weapons. Logically speaking, there was no need to worry about it being torn. But under the little guy's sharp teeth, it was as if it was nothing. Plume Flame Godnese was extremely depressed. Nyeli spread his hands. There's nothing I can do now. It can't understand human language at all. Sister Plume Flame, it seems like you'll have to change to a normal dress from now on. Change to a normal dress? Plume Flame Godnese's expression darkened. How would a normal dress be used in a battle between spiritual gods? It was destroyed in just one battle. Why don't you wear a normal dress and get a dress condensed from the power of laws? Nyeli could not help but laugh. Just as Nyeli and Plume Flame Godnese were talking, the little guy's round eyes searched around as if it was looking for food. Its stomach was rumbling. Then, as if it had realized something, it suddenly opened its mouth and sucked. The black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower gathered crazily, forming a huge vortex. The little guy's stomach was originally flat. As it frantically sucked in the power of the black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower, its stomach constantly bulged. After a while, all the power of the black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower was sucked clean. The little guy instantly turned into a round ball. Its short wings patted its stomach, and after a burp, its face showed a hint of satiety. At this moment, it could not move at all and was rolling around like a ball. Seeing this scene, both Nyeli and Plume Flame Godnese were stunned. This was the black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. It was actually swallowed by this little guy. Nyeli couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. This little guy was too frightening. It was simply a monster that devoured all energy. If it was already so terrifying at birth, what would it be like in the future? Nyeli didn't even know if he could control it. The little guy rolled to Nieli's feet and rubbed against Nieli's feet, appearing extremely obedient. Nieli went silent for a moment. He felt a trace of soul force connection, and his heart softened. Forget it, I'll just continue with my modification plan. At this moment, on the 9th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands, the 7 powerhouses looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Just what kind of demon beast is that little guy? How could it be so powerful? It actually absorbed all the black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower. Tian Hun's face revealed deep shock. The master of the Nether Realm slightly frowned and said, "We've never seen this creature before. I'm afraid it's not a demon beast, but a spiritual beast." Spiritual beast? Ancient bloodline? Ling Yun and the rest were slightly startled. However, after thinking about it, only a spiritual beast would have such an ability. Normally, once a spiritual beast is hatched by someone, it will automatically recognize its master. It will have a telepathic connection with its master and will never change its master. That youth's luck is really good. He actually hatched a spiritual beast. Even us old fellows can't even get a low-grade spiritual beast. Tian Hun said enviously. Even in the Draconic Ruins realm, spiritual beasts were extremely rare and precious. At this moment, Nieli slowly squatted down and lowered his head to look at the little guy. In fact, in his previous life, it wasn't that Nieli didn't have any spiritual beasts in the Draconic Ruins realm. He knew what kind of existence a spiritual beast was. Once a spiritual beast hatched, it would form an unbreakable soul connection with the spiritual beast. However, after Nieli hatched this little guy, although there was a faint soul connection, it wasn't unbreakable. Nieli felt that this creature wasn't as simple as a spiritual beast. Looking at the little guy's satisfied expression, Nieli couldn't help finding it a little funny. This little guy had a very high intellect. From now on, I'll call you Golden Egg. Nieli couldn't help laughing. Right now, this guy was as round as an egg. Furthermore, its entire body was golden. This name was quite appropriate. Chapter 252. Golden Egg. Plume Flame Godnese had a strange expression on her face. This name was a little strange. However, no matter what this little fellow's name was, Plume Flame Godnese wouldn't tease it anymore. The black flames on the 5th floor of the Black Flame Tower had all been sucked dry. It looked like they could only proceed to the 6th floor. Although a lot of black flames were surging over from the 4th and 6th floors, the black flames were still too thin. "Big Sister Plume Flame, let's go to the 6th floor," Nieli said as he glanced at Plume Flame. Plume Flame Godnese nodded. Since Golden Egg had absorbed all the black flames on the 5th floor, she was no longer able to cultivate. Thus, she could only proceed to the 6th floor. However, the Demon Lord was also on the 6th floor. Nieli hoped that there wouldn't be another fight. After all, if a fight broke out, their chances of victory would be very low. As Nieli walked towards the staircase leading to the 6th floor, he turned around and saw Golden Egg moving its fat body clumsily, slowly following behind him. It seemed that this little fellow was still somewhat reliant on him. Seeing Golden Egg's clumsy appearance, Nieli moved his right hand and gathered a trace of law energy to lift Golden Egg up and have it follow behind him. Although it was suspended in the air, Jeandon's short legs kept paddling as if it was walking. It had a leisurely and contented look on its face. Does this fellow still think that it's walking by itself? Nieli couldn't help but laugh. Bringing Golden Egg and Plume Flame Godnese with him, Nieli followed the winding staircase and headed towards the 6th floor. The 6th floor of the Black Infernal Tower. When Nieli stepped into the 6th floor, his surroundings suddenly became vast and boundless. It was as if he was standing under a boundless sky. His surroundings were empty, and he couldn't see the Demon Lord's location. What's going on? Nieli furrowed his brows. He never imagined that the 6th floor of the Infernal Tower would be such a vast space. It seems to be an illusion. Plume Flame Godnese frowned. In this vast space, there seemed to be countless powerful auras hidden, as if there were countless pairs of eyes. It was as if he was looking at them, causing their hair to stand on end. I don't care about that anymore. As long as I cultivate this selfless state of mind, I will be able to cultivate it. I'll pass the Nethermaster's test. Nieli said as he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. Yu Yin stood by Nieli's side, ready to fight at any moment. She could vaguely sense that something was wrong. There was definitely something terrifying hidden in this space. As for Golden Egg, he was snoring and sleeping beside Nieli. Previously, Nieli had touched upon a trace of the state of selflessness. However, because he sensed the changes in Golden Egg, he stopped. If an ordinary person were to suddenly be interrupted in this state, it would be very difficult for them to enter the state again. However, Nieli seemed to be very familiar with it and quickly found that familiar feeling. His soul floated and entered into a bizarre state. Nieli seemed to be able to see the vine slowly growing within his soul realm, the flower bud on the branch. It was pure and full, as if it would bloom at any moment. Just by quietly gazing at the flower bud, a beautiful feeling filled his chest, and his state of mind became transparent. Nieli entered a mysterious state. His body was constantly being tempered within the black flames. Traces of black impurities were secreted from his skin, which were quickly burned away by the black flames. Nieli's skin became increasingly fair, and his brows became more heroic. After an unknown period of time, Nieli was still immersed in this mysterious state. Time continued to pass. Suddenly, Nieli heard a vigorous voice. From the vast void, it was transmitted into his mind like a huge bell. Infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. Nieli suddenly felt enlightened. A majestic force poured in from the top of his head. Nieli felt a powerful soul rushing into his soul realm, as if it wanted to completely occupy his soul realm. Nieli, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, frowned in pain. He felt that this soul came with ill intentions and was filled with murderous intent. Nieli felt that every part of his body was in pain, as if it was about to explode. I finally met another inheritor. After staying in this damn place for God knows how many years, I finally have the chance to see the light of day again. The soul laughed wildly and frantically bombarded Nieli's soul realm. One of the inheritors of Kong Ming the Great? This fella wants to seize my body. Nieli coldly snorted. That fella is thinking too simple of him. He will definitely not let anyone bully him. Nieli immediately contracted his soul realm. 3 types of law energies gathered together and bombarded towards that soul force. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 types of law energies frantically collided with that soul force. Feeling Nieli's frantic resistance, that soul force lightly exclaimed, "You actually know how to contract your soul realm and use the law energies to resist. I never thought that you would have some ability at such a young age. However, it's impossible for you to resist me." That soul force suddenly split into several strands, dodging the bombardment of the law energies, and charged towards Nieli's soul realm. This fella is hard to deal with. Nieli frowned his brows for a moment. Without any hesitation, he urged the Fang Panda and Shadow Devil Demon Spirit's powers to besiege that soul force. Kid, where did you come from? Aside from comprehending 3 types of law energies, you've also integrated with 2 demon spirits. That soul force exclaimed. He felt that Nieli is much harder to deal with than an ordinary person. He's never seen anyone that can integrate with 2 demon spirits. In this world, only the heavenly god cultivation technique can integrate with 7 demon spirits at the same time. The number of people that know of this cultivation technique is few and far between. This soul force wants to take over Nieli's body. He can dodge the bombardment of the 3 types of law energies, but he can't avoid the 2 demon spirits. He has to thoroughly defeat the 2 demon spirits in order to truly take over Nieli's soul realm. Boom, boom, boom. That soul force and the 2 demon spirits crazily battled. Nieli felt that his soul realm was about to be shattered. This kind of terrifying collision isn't something that his soul realm can withstand. This soul force is simply too powerful. As time passed, Nieli felt that the 2 demon spirits were being pressured to the point that they couldn't breathe. This body is even better than I imagined. Since that's the case, it belongs to me, Kong Yin, today. The soul madly laughed as it closed in on the 2 demon spirits. It was as if it wanted to drive the two demon spirits out of its soul realm. This soul force's name is Kong Yin. Old fart, get out of my soul realm now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Nieli coldly snorted and began to frantically activate the soul array, absorbing the soul force from Duan Jian and the rest, preparing to counterattack at any time. That soul force can feel Nieli's frantic resistance. However, in his view, this resistance is futile. Impolite to me? You're overestimating yourself. Although this old man is only left with a remnant soul, it's still more than enough to deal with you. That soul force directly charged towards Nieli's soul realm. Nieli circulated all of his soul force, turning it into a sharp spear and shot it towards that soul force. Boom, boom, boom. In Nieli's soul realm, the battle became more and more intense. Although that soul force is powerful, it can't gain any advantage over Nieli. I never thought that your control over soul force would reach such a shocking level. When that soul force spoke, its voice contained traces of shock and anger. Nieli's soul force can be retracted and released at will. Even if that soul force is several times stronger than his, he can still deal with it easily. Seeing Nieli's pained expression, Plume Flame Godnese can't help but frown. She can feel that Nieli's cultivation seems to have some problems. The surrounding power of law is extremely chaotic. She landed on Nieli's shoulder, wanting to see what's wrong with Nieli. How can this be? Plume Flame Godnese frowned. He's in a deadlock with that soul force. Suddenly, Nieli had some ideas. In his soul realm, there's something that even he himself is afraid of. That's the vine in the depths of his soul realm. Nieli immediately mobilized the vine and swept it towards that soul force. What the hell is this? How can there be such a thing in a person's soul realm? That soul force was speechless. Nieli's soul realm is too strange. It's too different from an ordinary person's soul realm. Seeing that the vine was sweeping towards him, that soul force bellowed, "Scram!" Then, he mobilized a force and blasted it towards the vine. Boom! The force bombarded the vine, but the vine only deflected a little. Then, it grew wildly and swept towards that soul force. Then, it frantically absorbed the soul force's energy. Even Nieli doesn't know the origin of this vine, but if he underestimated it, the consequences would definitely be very serious. The vine wrapped around that soul force. That soul force suddenly let out a mournful scream as it was constantly being absorbed by the vine. He struggled nonstop, but the vine was like a maggot attached to a bone. Seeing that he was about to be completely absorbed by the vine, that soul force suddenly broke free and rapidly dissipated. This soul force escaped from Nieli's soul realm and ran wildly. A ray of light shot out from between Nieli's eyebrows. Where do you think you're going? Nieli suddenly opened his eyes. A divine light flashed in his eyes. His soul force condensed into a beam and swept towards that soul force. That soul force was severely injured and was no longer as strong as before. Plume Flame Godnese was observing Nieli's condition. Suddenly, she saw a ray of light shoot out from between Nieli's eyebrows and immediately understood what was going on. Just as she was about to help Nieli capture that soul force shot into her eyebrows with a swift speed. Plume Flame Godnese's pupils immediately became a little slack. Not good. Nieli didn't expect that the soul force would turn to Plume Flame Godnese after failing to deal with him. Although Plume Flame Godnese was a spiritual god at her peak, this soul force's strength when it was alive was much stronger than an ordinary spiritual god. Chapter 253. A pained expression appeared on Plume Flame Godnese's face, as though she was struggling fiercely. Sensing that something was amiss, Nieli immediately held Plume Flame Godnese in his hands. Plume Flame Godnese's body was still the same size as before. Her exquisite body and delicate skin were filled with endless temptation. Her thin silk clothes were like nothing. However, Nieli wasn't in the mood to pay attention to that at this moment. He pressed his thumb on Plume Flame Godnese's chest, and a trace of soul power bombarded Plume Flame Godnese's soul realm. Plume Flame Godnese moaned, and her body squirmed uneasily. Nieli felt a strange sensation on his thumb. He could feel that Plume Flame Godnese was suffering from intense pain. There was probably an intense battle going on in her soul realm. Nieli pressed his thumb harder, and his thoughts directly bombarded Plume Flame Godnese's soul realm. In her soul realm, that soul was engaged in an intense battle with Plume Flame Godnese's soul. I didn't expect this old man to fall to such a state. I'm actually condescending to steal a woman's body. The soul called Kong, Yin said resentfully. If it wasn't for the damned vines in Li's soul realm injuring him, he definitely wouldn't have been interested in Plume Flame's body. After suffering such a heavy injury, he had no choice but to find a new body. Otherwise, his soul might be obliterated. He had no choice but to choose Plume Flame. However, he didn't expect that Plume Flame's resistance would be even stronger than he had imagined. The souls of both sides were engaged in a fierce battle in Plume Flame Godnese's soul realm. However, Plume Flame Godnese's soul was gradually at a disadvantage. After reconstructing Plume Flame Godnese's godhood, her weakest part was her soul, because it was currently incomplete. When the two sides clashed, Plume Flame Godnese's soul suffered a crazy blow. After Li's soul force entered Plume Flame Godnese's soul realm, he immediately launched an intense attack on that soul. However, he could only help Plume Flame Godnese. After all, they were inside Plume Flame Godnese's body. Li's help was limited. Plume Flame Godnese was assisted by Li. He launched a counterattack against the soul. Damn bastard, you've actually been obstructing this old man. If this old man can be revived, I'll tear your body into pieces. That soul simply hated Li to the bone. If not for Li's obstruction, he would have already devoured Plume Flame Godnese's soul. However, it won't be that easy to stop me. The soul suddenly turned into a thin needle and dodged Li's obstruction. It directly blasted into Plume Flame Godnese's soul. Ha ha ha, you won't stop me? That's impossible. The soul let out a savage laugh. Not good. Li's expression changed. Once the soul blasted into Plume Flame Godnese's soul, it would be a battle between their souls. Li would not be able to help at all. The soul's aura suddenly became extremely powerful. It completely devoured Plume Flame Godnese's soul. Seeing this scene, Li's heart was in the air. He could feel it. He could feel that Plume Flame Godnese's soul aura was becoming weaker and weaker. It was about to disappear. Li's heart was filled with deep sorrow. After all, Plume Flame Godnese had been with them for so long. She could be considered a friend of Li and the others. If her soul was taken away, she would be completely obliterated. Plume Flame Godnese frowned. She could feel the deep pain in her soul. Since a long time ago, she had gradually forgotten about human emotions. Those distant memories had already faded from her mind. But now, at this moment, when she was on the verge of death, suddenly, countless human memories surged out from the depths of her mind. She saw herself, who was still a child, running on the empty grassland, playing with her father and mother happily. She saw herself as a young girl, deeply in love with a boy, even though she did not even dare to lift her head to look at his face. All sorts of emotions that only humans should have. They came back to life in her mind. Human emotions are really meaningless things. You're going to die soon. What's the point of reminiscing about these things? Kong Yin laughed maniacally. He frantically devoured Plume Flame Godnese's soul. Just as Plume Flame Godnese's soul was about to be completely devoured, there was a sudden poof. Plume Flame Godnese's soul ignited with a golden flame. The golden flame was tiny at first, but it gradually grew hotter and hotter. Kong Yin let out a shrill scream. The golden flame was not something he could withstand. It continued to burn his soul. The aura of Yu Yan's soul gradually grew from a trace of weakness to a powerful aura. You are. Kong Yan's face was filled with fear. His soul trembled uncontrollably. He turned around and tried to escape, but Plume Flame Godnese's golden flame engulfed him completely. His soul was reduced to nothingness amidst his shrill scream. Nieli hurriedly withdrew his soul power when he sensed the blazing energy in Plume Flame Godne's soul realm. What's going on? Nieli did not understand what was going on either. The aura of Plume Flame Godne's soul finally recovered. She suddenly opened her eyes and gasped for air. Her clothes were already drenched in sweat. Although Plume Flame Godne's body was very small, her translucent clothes could not conceal her impressive figure. The collar of her clothes revealed her long, slender legs, which were as pure as a white jade sculpture. Nieli and Plume Flame Godne's eyes met. When he realized that Plume Flame had awakened, he was slightly stunned. He did not know who had taken over Plume Flame Godne's body. "Hurry up and let go of me." Plume Flame Godne's looked a little embarrassed after a moment. She was currently in Nieli's grasp. Nieli's thumb was pressed against her chest. Her ample breasts were slightly deformed by Nieli's thumb, which made her even more alluring. Nieli was stunned when he saw Plume Flame Godne's expression and posture. His hands loosened, and he did not regain his senses for a long time. Plume Flame Godne's expression and posture were too different from before. However, this should be Plume Flame Godne's. If it were Kong Yin, it would not be like this. Nieli scratched his head, a little confused. Plume Flame Godne's flew up and landed on Nieli's shoulder. The blush on her face had not yet faded. She said, "That soul was burned away by my natal flame." Plume Flame Godne's did not tell Nieli about the changes in her heart. Oh, Nieli could sense that the soul had indeed been burned away. However, Plume Flame Godne's was acting a little strange. After thinking about it, he let it go. Nieli continued to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Plume Flame Godne's sat on Nieli's shoulder, unable to calm her thoughts for a long time. She raised her head and looked at the firm outline of Nieli's face. Her eyes flickered, and she raised her head to look into the distance. She sighed. She could see from the depths of her memories that she did not come from this world. Just what was her background like? Where did she come from? Plume Flame Godne's decided that once she recovered her peak strength, she would head to the distant world to search for her background. If there was anything she was worried about, it would be the youth beside her. She wondered how much this youth would grow one day. Nieli quietly sat cross-legged. For 3 days, he gradually entered the selfless realm from the selfless realm. His cultivation also rose rapidly from 1-star legend rank to 2-star legend rank. 7th floor of the Black Infernal Tower. This was an extremely narrow space. The Demon Lord quietly sat cross-legged by himself. He had already entered the selfless realm a long time ago. Within the 7th floor of the Black Infernal Tower, a mysterious energy entered his body. Gradually, a small clump formed in his soul realm. That was a person's fate soul. Only by cultivating a fate soul could one truly step into the heavenly fate realm. He had already touched the threshold of the heavenly fate realm. He suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing the boundless power of the black flames into his stomach. His abdomen immediately swelled up like a frog, before quickly deflating. He frantically devoured the black flames of the 7th floor at a speed even faster than Nieli's golden egg. After entering the selfless realm, time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On the 10th day, after the test ended, the experts of the various races within the Black Infernal Tower turned into streaks of white light and disappeared. In an exquisite courtyard on the 9th floor of the 9-layer Deathlands, Nieli and the rest appeared in the courtyard out of thin air. What is this place? Nieli looked around. Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning Duan Jian, and the others were also present. As far as his eyes could see, the courtyard was decorated with carvings and painted rafters. The garden was in full bloom, creating a beautiful scene. It made him wonder if he was still in the 9-layer Deathlands. "Brother Nieli, Ninger, we meet again." Xiao Yu smiled as she greeted them from the side. "Xiao Yu, why are you here?" Xiao Ninger was slightly stunned. Nieli's gaze swept past Xiao Yu and landed on the 7 experts behind Xiao Yu. These 7 experts were dressed differently, and each of them exuded a frightening aura. Nieli's heart pounded wildly at this scene. These experts had all reached the heavenly fate realm. He never thought that there would be so many powerful experts in the Nether Realm. Seeing Xiao Yu with this group of people, Nieli's heart trembled. Among this group of experts, one of them should be the master of the Nether Realm. At this moment, Song Ming, Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and the others were still in shock. The Demon Lord, on the other hand, appeared a little indifferent. His gaze swept past the experts as the corner of his mouth revealed an undetectable smile. After waiting for so long, he could finally head to the Draconic Ruins realm. The black-robed expert's gaze swept past Nieli and the others as he slowly said, "Hello, I'm a master of the Nether Realm that you've been talking about." Chapter 254. Hearing the words of the black-robed expert, everyone was slightly shocked in their hearts. This black-robed expert was the legendary master of the Nether Realm. Plume Flame, who was hiding in Nieli's sleeve, also felt the aura of the master of the Nether Realm and his group. Her heart was filled with shock. So there were actually so many experts in the Nether Realm. 7 of them had even reached the spiritual god realm. Xiao Yu, you and the master of the Nether Realm are? Xiao Ning couldn't help asking in a low voice. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Ning, and lightly smiled as she explained, "The master of the Nether Realm is my foster father. He treats me like his own child." So Xiao Yu's origins were so shocking. No wonder Xiao Yu had once said that no one in the Nether Realm could touch him. The master of the Nether Realm looked at everyone and lightly smiled. "You are all geniuses that we have handpicked from the Nether Realm. Perhaps you still don't know anything about the future, but from today onwards, you will come into contact with a whole new realm. The place that we are currently in is called the Tiny World. It is only a small part of the Draconic Ruins realm. The legend rank that you speak of is only the beginning of cultivation. Above it are the heavenly fate, heavenly star, heavenly axis, Tao of the dragon, and martial ancestor realms." Hearing the master of the Nether Realm's words, Song Ming and the rest revealed deep shock in their eyes. So the Tiny World was only a small world. There was an even larger world outside. There were still so many realms above the legend rank realm. The master of the Nether Realm continued. Within the Draconic Ruins realm, there are many divine sections. These are all super forces that have existed for countless years. Any one of these sects could easily annihilate all the experts of the Tiny World. The reason why the Tiny World can maintain its current state is because it was created by a supreme expert. No one from the outside can enter. The passage between the Tiny World and the outside world opens once every 5 years. Only those of us who came from the Tiny World can enter and exit as we please. In his previous life, Nieli had entered that passage and arrived at the Draconic Ruins realm, coming into contact with a whole new world. Hearing the master of the Nether Realm's words, Song Ming, Mu Yi, Hua Hua, and the rest all had strong expectations for the Draconic Ruins realm. What kind of world was that? The 6 experts over here are the same as me, experts born in the Tiny World. You guys have been chosen as disciples by these experts. If you agree to establish a master-disciple relationship with them, they will take you to the Draconic Ruins realm to join the various sects and come in contact with higher-grade cultivation techniques. Become a peerless expert. The master of the Nether Realm swept his gaze across the crowd. This kind of temptation was something that no cultivator could resist. Once the soul seal was placed, the master-disciple relationship would be established and extremely stable. In the Draconic Ruins realm, deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors was the most intolerable matter. Dowsett whispered in Nieli's ear, "Nieli, are we going to the Draconic Ruins realm?" Nieli nodded his head. He swept a glance at the Demon Lord and said, "We definitely have to go to the Draconic Ruins realm. Otherwise, we won't have enough strength to protect Glory City in 5 years." If they didn't go to the Draconic Ruins realm and the Demon Lord went instead, then when the Demon Lord returned 5 years later, destroying Glory City would be as easy as lifting his hand. But are we going to bid farewell to our parents? Lu Piao's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. "The master of the Nether Realm should give us some time, right?" Nieli said after pondering a while. The master of the Nether Realm seemed to have heard the discussion of Nieli and the rest. He lightly smiled and said, "Before heading to the Draconic Ruins realm, I will give you guys a few months to reunite with your families. Furthermore, if you have any unfulfilled wishes in the tiny world, we will do our best to help you fulfill them." At this moment, Songming stepped out from the side, bowed, and asked, "Esteemed sir, I would like to ask, who will be our master? Do you want us to choose a teacher?" The master of the Nether Realm shook his head and said, "Your teacher has already been confirmed. If you don't want to be his disciple, you can return." Hearing the master of the Nether Realm's words, Songming immediately shut his mouth. They didn't have the right to choose. Indeed, for an expert of that level to be willing to accept them as a disciple, it was already a great gift. They all felt a little uneasy, not knowing what their teacher would be like. Yizun, Daozit, Xiaoning, and the rest were a little nervous. With so many of them, they would probably be assigned to different teachers. Wouldn't that mean that they would have to be separated? Yizun and Xiaoning simultaneously raised their heads to look at Nieli. After all, it was the distant Draconic Ruins realm. They didn't know what they would encounter. "Once you become my disciple, your master will explain the situation of the Draconic Ruins realm to you in detail. However, what I want to say here is that no matter which divine sect you go to, you are all people of the tiny world. As humans, you cannot forget your roots, and even more so, you cannot betray your master. Otherwise, we will use all our strength to personally annihilate you." The master of the Nether Realm's gaze swept across everyone. Feeling the frightening chill in his gaze, everyone immediately nodded their heads in agreement. The beautiful woman behind the master of the Nether Realm pointed at Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning and Xiao Shui with a gentle smile on her face. You, and you, come here. From today onwards, you are my disciples." Compared to the other experts, this beautiful woman was much more amiable. Since Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Shui could follow this woman, Nelly felt a lot more at ease. Very quickly, each expert found 3 disciples. Among them, Daozit, Huahua, and Songming were assigned to follow a blue-haired expert. Duan Jian, the Demon Lord, and Mu Yi were assigned to the same group. Nieli, Lu Piao, and a 20-year-old demigod rank expert were assigned to the same group as the master of the Netherrealm's disciples. Although the soul seal had a binding effect on the disciple, it also had an effect on the master. In the Draconic Ruins realm, anyone who had formed a soul seal would have a very stable master-disciple relationship. The master would definitely not harm the disciple. Therefore, Nelly calmly formed a soul seal with the master of the Netherrealm. The Nethermaster looked at everyone and said, "In the next 3 months, you can bid farewell to your families. Once the passage to the Draconic Ruins realm opens, you will head to the various major sections." He gave a deep glance at Nieli's sleeve. Nieli also understood that the Nethermaster would definitely notice Plume Flame, who was hidden in his sleeve. However, the Nethermaster only took a glance and didn't say anything. The Nethermaster glanced at Nieli and the other 2 and said, "From today onwards, the 3 of you will call me Master." Nieli took a step forward and cupped his hands. "Lord Master, before we head to the Draconic Ruins realm, I have a request. I wonder if Lord Master will agree to it." "What request?" the Nethermaster asked. "I come from a place outside the Nether realm called Glory City. During the time that I'm not around, I hope that Lord Master will do his best to protect Glory City." Nieli respectfully said. He decided to be honest with the Nethermaster. Since their master-disciple relationship has already been established, the Nethermaster should be willing to help him. After all, to the Nethermaster, protecting Glory City isn't a difficult matter. "Oh, Glory City?" When the Nethermaster heard Nieli mention Glory City, he wasn't surprised in the slightest. Instead, he gave a profound smile and said, "Of the human cities in the origin world, not a single one survived. Why is Glory City still standing and not destroyed by the demon beast horde? Do you think that just by relying on a few experts, Glory City is able to stand until now? Rest assured, an old friend once entrusted me with this task. As long as I'm here, no ordinary person can touch Glory City. An expert once entrusted the Nethermaster with the protection of Glory City. Nieli was stunned for a moment. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized that it was indeed true. Glory City has experienced so many disasters and yet still managed to survive. This is simply an inconceivable matter. So it turns out that there's someone protecting it from the shadows. What made Nieli curious is, who was the expert that entrusted the Nethermaster with the protection of Glory City? If that's the case, then why was Glory City destroyed in his previous life? Could it be that in his previous life, the Nethermaster, Nieli's heart was filled with doubts? However, the Nethermaster was being secretive and didn't seem to be willing to talk about it. Therefore, Nieli didn't continue asking. It seems that these mysteries can only be solved in the future. At the end of the apprenticeship ceremony, everyone formed a soul seal with their master. Xiao Yu lightly smiled towards Nieli and said, "If you go to the Hagami Munyan of the Draconic Ruins realm, I'll have to ask Brother Nieli to take care of me. It's more like I'm asking you to take care of me." Nieli shrugged his shoulders. Previously, when he didn't know of Xiao Yu's identity, Nieli still had his guard up against Xiao Yu. But now that he knows of the relationship between Xiao Yu and the Nethermaster, the fear he had for Xiao Yu finally disappeared. However, Nieli still disapproved of Xiao Yu's effeminate behavior. "Then we'll meet again in 3 months." Xiao Yu smiled. 3 months from now, everyone will be heading to the Draconic Ruins realm. These 3 months will be the last time they'll be staying in the tiny world. The next time they return to the tiny world will be 5 years later. After the ceremony ended, all the chosen geniuses bid farewell to the 7 experts and returned to their respective families. "Nieli, are we going back to Glory City?" Dowsett asked as he looked at Nieli. The trip to the Draconic Ruins realm would take at least 5 years. Everyone was waiting for Nieli's reply. Nieli pondered for a brief moment, then said, "Of course we'll return to Glory City. However, before that, we have to go to a place first." "What place?" Everyone looked at Nieli in doubt. "The Desert Palace," Nieli said with a distant gaze. Before heading to the Draconic Ruins realm, they had to go to that place first. The Desert Palace? When everyone heard this name, they were stunned for a brief moment. They had no idea where the place that Nieli was talking about was. Why would Nieli go there? Chapter 255. On the east side of the Saint Ancestral Mountains, there was a vast and boundless desert. Nieli and his group entered the boundless desert. When the wind blew, the endless yellow sand covered the sky and covered the earth, shrouding the entire world. The environment here is extremely harsh, with all kinds of demon beasts appearing from time to time. It's extremely dangerous. The origin world is vast. In his previous life, when Glory City was destroyed, the residents of Glory City first escaped to the Heavenly Fate Plateau, then headed east. Under the pursuit of the snow wind demon beasts, they passed through the entire Saint Ancestral Mountains and entered the endless desert. Along the way, countless people fell. Nieli still remembered that after entering the endless desert, Yi Ziyun died under the attack of demon beasts in order to save him. Nieli originally wanted to follow her, but Yi Ziyun's last words were for him to protect the remaining clansmen. But later on, as they headed east into the depths of the desert, people fell one after another. In the end, only Nieli was left, and he stepped into the desert palace. Now that he thought about it, everything in his previous life seemed to be arranged by fate. Standing in the middle of the desert, Nieli's eyes were moist. Countless scenes flooded into his mind. He thought of how he met Yi Ziyun and how they went through life and death together. It was Yi Ziyun who started the transformation of his life. From a timid youth with an inferiority complex, he gradually transformed into a firm and strong youth. "Nieli, you're crying?" Xiao Ninger noticed Nieli's expression and asked in puzzlement. Nieli wiped the tears off his face. Looking at Xiao Ninger's beautiful face, and then at Yi Ziyun, who was quietly staring at the endless desert, Nieli sighed and said, "Ninger, in a person's life, there will always be some things, some people. Although they might only appear in your life for a short period of time, they will become a memory that you can never erase. You will live for that memory for the rest of your life. That memory, No one can replace it. Those who have seen the ocean are not water. Those who have not seen Mount Wu are not clouds. Nieli murmured, deep in thought. Looking at Nieli's absent-minded look, Xiao Ninger didn't know why. A trace of pain flashed through her heart. She vaguely understood what Nieli meant. However, Nieli, do you know that you're also a memory that I can never erase from my life? If they were destined to go to the Draconic Ruins realm, they were destined to be separated. I will live for this memory for the rest of my life. No one can replace this memory. Tears welled up in Xiao Ninger's eyes. Although her heart was aching, a smile blossomed on her face. Nieli, why are you suddenly saying such irrelevant things? How far is the desert palace you mentioned? Let's hurry. When she finished speaking, Xiao Ninger turned around and walked forward. Amidst the yellow sand, Xiao Ninger's pretty figure looked a little lonely. Looking at Xiao Ninger's figure, Nieli couldn't help sighing in his heart. He walked forward. When he reached Yiziyun's side, he realized that Yiziyun was blankly staring at the endless desert with her brows tightly knitted. No one knew what she was thinking. Ziyun, what's wrong? Nieli asked as he looked at Yiziyun in puzzlement. Xiao Ninger was also curiously looking at Yiziyun. Yiziyun had a blank expression on her face. Her brows were tightly knitted, as if she was trying her best to recall something. However, she couldn't remember anything. I feel weird. Why is it that when I entered this desert, my heart would ache? My heart would ache, and some fragments of memories would enter my mind. Among these memories, I would feel a dull pain. Within these memories, there was happiness, sadness, and pain. I don't know what's wrong with me. Yiziyun shook her head. Hearing Yiziyun's words, Nieli felt a rumble in his head, as if he was struck by lightning. This is too weird. Yiziyun clearly stayed in Glory City from the moment she was born. She stayed in Glory City and did not step into the endless desert. But why would she have such a feeling when she stepped into the endless desert? Can you remember anything? Nieli held onto Yiziyun's shoulder and anxiously asked. Yiziyun blankly shook her head and said, I don't know whose memories they are. Why would they appear in my mind? I can't figure it out. These memories seem to be of us being chased by a group of demon beasts. Nieli looked at Yiziyun in shock. Why would Yiziyun have memories of her previous life? What's going on? Could it be that Yiziyun was reborn? No, without the temporal demon spirit book. How could Yiziyun be reborn? Nieli felt more and more that all of this is mysterious. There's definitely a huge secret hidden within. He looked at Yiziyun's beautiful face and anxiously asked, Can you remember anything else? Yiziyun frowned her brows as she tried her best to think. She was completely immersed in her memories. Looking at the fragments of her memories, her body seemed to produce a strange feeling. She could vaguely see her clothes slowly slipping off her body. Under the illumination of the moonlight, her body was like a white jade sculpture. She happily walked towards her lover. The person in front of her is Nieli. Nieli's hands gently caressed her body. A numbing electric current flowed through her body. Nieli carried her up. Under the moonlight, Nieli's firm face made her heart palpitate. She's deeply in love with him. The two of them, who are in love, can't wait to rub each other into their bodies. A strange feeling spread throughout her body. She couldn't help letting out a soft moan. However, at this moment, Yiziyun suddenly remembered that those were just some scenes that she saw. Her face instantly turned red. Nieli anxiously looked at Yiziyun. However, he saw Yiziyun's red cheeks. Her pretty face and rosy lips made people want to take a bite. Yiziyun was still deep in her thoughts. Nieli was worried that something might happen to Yiziyun. He approached Yiziyun, trying to find something from Yiziyun's clear and charming eyes. Yiziyun was deep in her memories. That charming scene made her heart palpitate. When she opened her eyes, she suddenly saw Nieli's face in front of her. She screamed and slapped him. There was a crisp paw sound. Rogue, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Yiziyun hurriedly broke free from Nieli's hand, turned around and left, her head almost touching her chest. Being slapped by Yiziyun, Nieli was stunned for a moment. He didn't do anything. If you're talking about being a hooligan, Yiziyun stripped naked in his room that night. That's the real hooligan. Hearing that sound, Dowsit Lu Piao and the rest turned their heads and looked at Nieli in doubt. Nieli, what did you do to Goddess Ian? Lu Piao looked at Nieli with a weird expression. Although Goddess Ian is already your fiancé, you don't have to be so horny. Nieli was depressed. He obviously didn't do anything. He also didn't know what happened to Yi Ziyan. Yi Ziyan lowered her head. She had already woken up, but her face was still red. Her chest was heaving up and down, and her heart was thumping wildly. She knew that she hit Nieli for no reason. However, she didn't want to go back and apologize to Nieli. Why did those scenes appear in her mind? Why did her body have that strange feeling when those scenes appeared? She didn't want to do those shameful things with Nieli. However, could it be that those were her true thoughts? Thinking about how she had stripped naked in front of Nieli, Yi Ziyun felt that she didn't have the face to see anyone. Looking at Yi Ziyun's back, Nieli's heart moved. Could it be that Yi Ziyun recalled something from her previous life? Although he was a little puzzled as to why such a situation would appear, Nieli was ecstatic in his heart. If Yi Ziyun could really regain those memories of her previous life, she would definitely understand his undying feelings for her. Xiao Ning looked at Nieli in puzzlement, then looked at Yi Ziyun. She still didn't know what happened. Why did Nieli suddenly become so excited? Why did Yi Ziyun suddenly blush and slap Nieli? Furthermore, Nieli and Yi Ziyun were talking about profound things like memories. Nieli, what happened to Yi Ziyun? Xiao Ning looked at Nieli and asked in puzzlement. Nieli looked deeply at Yi Ziyun's back. His gaze was distant. He looked at Xiao Ning and smiled. Ning, do you believe in past life? Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Ning slightly paused. She suddenly nodded seriously and said, I do. Nieli was stunned for a moment. Xiao Ning's answer made him completely stunned. Immediately, Xiao Ning said leisurely, a long time ago, I had this doubt. Occasionally standing under a tree, occasionally sitting by the window, I would have a strange illusion. It was as if the things I experienced had happened countless times, and everything was in an infinite loop. Before I met you, I was trapped in an endless nightmare. I dreamt that I was forced into a marriage by my family. I dreamt that I was about to marry Shan Fei of the sacred family. Therefore, I angrily left and resolutely stepped into a dark forest. From then on, I fell into endless darkness and pain. I also dreamt that in that endless dark forest, I was like a soul wandering around, suffering endless torture and pain, until one day, a youth pulled me out from that endless nightmare. At that moment, my world turned from darkness to light. From that moment on, I decided to use everything in my life to repay his kindness. Hearing Xiao Ning's words, Nieli fell into deep shock. In his previous life, Xiao Ning stepped into the Black Devil Forest without hesitation and never came out again. Did you dream of anything else? Nieli asked Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning shook her head and said, After that, the dream was very vague. I don't know what happened after that. I vaguely felt like it was a little bit, but I don't remember it clearly. To be continued. Chapter 256. When Yi Ziyun came to the endless desert, she found some memories of her previous life. And in Xiao Ning's dreams, there was a scene of her entering the Black Devil Forest in her previous life. This was definitely not a coincidence. Just what was going on here? Nieli could vaguely sense that his rebirth wasn't a simple matter. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he felt. Just who had the power to set up such a trap? Nieli felt that if he wanted to solve all the mysteries, the first step would be to find the Temporal Demon Spirit book and head to the Draconic Ruins realm. He would never be able to find the answer in the tiny world. Looking at Xiao Ning's pained expression, Nieli suddenly understood something. His encounter with Xiao Ning wasn't a coincidence. Xiao Ning's fate was the same as Yi Ziyun's. They were destined to be bound together. No matter what, he would bring Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning together to find the answer. The group of people searched in the endless desert for several days. According to Nieli's memories, the desert palace should be nearby. Nieli, are you sure that the desert palace is nearby? Look, Duan Jian has been flying in the sky for so long, but he still hasn't found the desert palace. Lu Piao said in a depressed tone. The desert palace is nearby. Let's continue searching, Nieli said in a serious tone after a brief silence. All right, let's continue. Lu Piao nodded her head when she saw how confident Nieli was. A group of people kept searching in all directions. Nieli's brows were tightly locked together. The desert palace from his memories should be nearby. But why couldn't they find the shadow of the desert palace after searching for so many days? Logically speaking, there was no reason that such a huge and majestic desert palace could not be found after so long. Walking in the endless yellow sand, Nieli carefully recalled everything from his previous life. Slowly, he seemed to have sunk into a mysterious state. While walking, memories from his previous life flashed through his mind. In his previous life, he was walking alone in the vast desert, and the people around him fell one after another. He also fell into a state of unconsciousness, as if he was sleepwalking. Under the blazing sun in the distance, a majestic divine palace appeared in his line of sight. At that time, he was deeply shocked by this divine palace. He thought that it was the legendary heaven, the place where the gods live. Step by step, he walked toward the desert palace. His entire body was enveloped in golden light as he walked to the front of the desert palace. When he pushed open the golden door, the dazzling white light made him unable to open his eyes. He tried his best to open his eyes and saw the majestic reliefs in the palace. These reliefs had all sorts of expressions. There were giants wearing golden armor, naked girls, and all kinds of demonic creatures. Under these huge reliefs, there was a continuous road that led forward. Following this continuous road, he walked to the shrine platform at the front of the palace. There were all kinds of scrolls on it, and they were densely packed with words. In the center was the temporal demon spirit book. A bizarre energy slowly spread out from the mysterious temporal demon spirit book. Nieli stretched out his right hand and picked up the temporal demon spirit book. From this moment onwards, his fate had completely changed. Nieli had been in this mysterious state. These images kept appearing in his mind as he walked forward in a daze. He sensed that something was wrong with Nieli. Dowsit and the rest quickly followed behind Nieli. They looked at Nieli in doubt, not knowing what was going on. Lu Piao wanted to push Nieli to wake him up, but she was stopped by Dowsit. Nieli seemed to be in a state of cultivation. They walked for a few thousand meters. Nieli suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and looked ahead. His footsteps paused as he was stunned on the spot. Everyone followed Nieli's gaze. It was a vast desert. There was no desert palace. In the middle of the desert, there were broken statues. Many of them were badly damaged and weathered. These statues seemed to have experienced hundreds of millions of years. They could no longer be recognized. As far as the eye could see, it was desolate. The wind howled, stirring up sand. It was as if it was telling them something. It was a scene of ruins. How could this be? Nieli stared blankly at the scene in front of him. In his previous life, he had come to this desert palace. It had been so majestic, as if it had been built by the gods. No one had been able to destroy it. But in this life, when he arrived at the same place, it had been turned into ruins. Nieli, what's going on? Is this the desert palace you were talking about? Didn't you say that the desert palace was a magnificent palace? Why is it in ruins? Lu Piao looked at Nieli in confusion. Dowsit and the others were also puzzled. Before they came, Nieli had said many times that the desert palace was very magnificent. It was like an ancient god's palace. However, when they came here, the scene that they saw was not like that. Nieli must have found out about the desert palace from some treasure map or ancient book. But now that he'd come here, the desert palace had long since been destroyed. Could have been destroyed by demon beasts. However, they couldn't understand Nieli's current mood. Nieli's head was hurting. There were some things that he couldn't understand. He continued to walk forward, following the path in his memory. After a while, he should have reached the location of the altar. However, aside from some broken fragments, there was nothing else. He couldn't even find a scripture, not to mention the temporal demon spirit book. Where did the temporal demon spirit book go? Could it be that the temporal demon spirit book had disappeared? Nieli felt an intense pain in his head, as if it was about to be torn apart. The scenery in front of him was constantly distorting, including Dowsit, Lu Piao, and the others. Everything became unreal. Ark, Nieli let out a mournful shriek. His head felt like it was being torn apart. Nieli, what's wrong? Yiziun, Xiao Ninger, and the rest anxiously called out Nieli's name. Nieli. However, Nieli gradually couldn't hear them. His consciousness slowly blurred, and he collapsed. The desert palace was gone. The temporal demon spirit book was also gone. What's going on? Under the intense pain, Nieli's consciousness fell into darkness. 1 month later, Glory City. This place was still as bustling as before. With the addition of the Heavenly Fate tribe and the various families of the Abyss prison realm, Glory City became even livelier than before. The city walls of Glory City were also several meters higher than before. In the sky, surging energies were like clouds surging in the sky above Glory City. The defense of Glory City was also much tighter than before. There were already 10,000 demonic beast arrays in the city, as well as various other defensive measures. Even if there's a large-scale demon beast horde, it would still be able to withstand it. In the martial field of St. Laurent College, countless youths were currently training. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Every move of these youths was full of vigor and vigor. The trees by the side of the field rustled in the wind. These youths are training in a much higher level cultivation technique than before. Many of them are already silver rank demon spiritualists. They're the future of Glory City. When they grow up one day, they will become the power that protects Glory City. Not far away from the field, a group of 3 to 4-year-old children were happily playing. From time to time, bell-like laughter could be heard. On a big tree beside the martial field, a huge golden bird that was covered in metal couldn't help revealing a smile when it saw this scene. Its expression was no different from a human's. After a brief moment, the huge bird flapped its wings and flew up, turning into a streak of light in the sky. City Lord's mansion in Yiziun's yard. Yiziun was bathing in a wooden tub. Her face was filled with melancholy and sadness. It's been a month, and Nieli still hasn't woken up. During this period of time, she and Xiao Ninger took turns to take care of Nieli. Now that it's Xiao Ninger's turn to take care of Nieli, she came back to take a bath. She quietly sat in the water. The surface of the water reflected her beautiful face. Her perfect figure was faintly discernible in the water. 2 drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. She really wanted to tell that person how much she missed him. However, when she wanted to say those words, it's already too late. Her heart was filled with pain. She prayed to the heavens. As long as Nieli can wake up, even if she had to pay with her life, she'd be willing. Suddenly, knocking sounds came from the outside. Xiao Shue's voice came from outside. Yiziun, Nieli seems to have regained some consciousness. Ninger wants you to go over quickly. Nieli regained consciousness? Yiziun was stunned for a moment. She couldn't care about anything else and quickly stood up from the water. Water droplets rolled down from her white skin. She quickly tidied up, wore her clothes, and walked out of the room. After walking out of the room, Yiziun immediately headed towards another yard in the City Lord's mansion. In another yard in the City Lord's mansion, Nieli was lying on the bed with both of his eyes closed. From time to time, traces of pain could be seen on his face. After Yiziun returned, Xiao Ninger has been guarding Nieli's side. In the past month, she didn't have a good rest. Her beautiful face looked a little haggard. Her eyes were red and swollen. Obviously, she had been crying. Her white hands tightly held onto Nieli's hand. She tried to transfer a trace of her soul force into Nieli's body. She felt Nieli's hand move, so she immediately asked Xiao Shui to call Yiziun. Previously, Nieli's body seemed to have been drained of all his energy. No matter what they did, it was useless. But now, she felt that her energy was slowly returning to Nieli's body. She quickly wiped the tears on her face and tried to transfer more of her soul force into Nieli's body. Chapter 257. Because she had used too much soul force, Xiao Ning's body was weak. Her pretty face was covered in sweat, looking a little pale. At this moment, Nieli felt like he was having a long dream. In this dream, he was in the space of the temporal demon spirit book, cultivating nonstop. Occasionally, he would feel a deep sense of loneliness and solitude. In his previous life, Nieli was very sad and miserable. His family, lover, and friends died one by one, but he was powerless to do anything about it. When he found out how to revive his family, lover, and friends, all his hopes were extinguished by the Holy Emperor. In the end, he died alone in pain. Because of the mysterious temporal demon spirit book, he was reborn and everything started from the beginning. However, the root of everything, the temporal demon spirit book, had disappeared. Nieli's head hurt from thinking about it. He couldn't understand what was going on. He dreamt that he wanted to grab the temporal demon spirit book, but the book turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the endless void. The temporal demon spirit book is the root of everything. Could it be that when he was reborn, he was already in another space and time, a space and time without the temporal demon spirit book? The intense headache caused Nieli to slowly wake up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Ning was sobbing by his bed. At this moment, Xiao Ning was wearing a pink silk dress. Her beautiful face was covered in tears, making people feel pity for her. Looking down from her fair neck, he could see her exquisite collarbone, which was like a beautiful jade. Cough, cough. Nieli awkwardly coughed twice and quickly shifted his gaze. Xiao Ning, who was sobbing with her head lowered, was stunned for a moment. She raised her head and her eyes were filled with ecstasy. She blankly looked at Nieli and immediately pounced towards Nieli. Nieli, you're awake? Xiao Ning hugged Nieli tightly. All of this made her feel surreal, and she was afraid that she was still dreaming. Nieli had been unconscious for a long time. Xiao Ning was very worried. What if Nieli didn't wake up? Nieli was stunned for a moment as the warm and fragrant body entered his arms. A trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. Although he did not know how long he had been unconscious, it should be a very long time. Ning'er must be worried sick. He patted Xiao Ning'er's back tenderly, and a faint fragrance of a young girl wafted into his nose. Ning'er must be very worried during this period of time. Xiao Ning felt the warmth of Nieli's body and knew that she wasn't dreaming. However, she couldn't help hugging him just now. Her face was flushed, but she didn't want to leave. She enjoyed this moment of warmth. Only at this moment, Nieli belonged to her alone. At this moment, two figures rushed into the room. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shui immediately turned her head and said, I didn't see anything. Please continue. Nieli looked up at Yi Ziyun and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He was about to explain to Yi Ziyun, but he saw that Yi Ziyun's face was full of tears. The look in her eyes was not jealousy, but the joy of reunion after a long time. She walked towards Nieli and sat on the chair beside Nieli's bed. As long as Nieli was alive, nothing else mattered. Nothing else mattered. During the time when Nieli was unconscious, Yi Ziyun had already thought about it. If Nieli could come back to life, she wouldn't be willing to fight with Xiao Ninger anymore. Compared to life and death, what does that count for? Seeing Yi Ziyun sitting beside the bed and looking at him with tears in her eyes, Nieli felt that his heart was about to melt from her gentle gaze. Being able to meet her again in this life was definitely a gift from the heavens. Nieli stretched out his hand and pulled Yi Ziyun into his embrace. His eyes were also filled with tears. Previous life, current life, all kinds of entanglements. What Nieli was most afraid of was if this life was just a dream. However, looking at the two girls in front of him, Nieli dared to confirm that he was really alive. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger actually did not fight. Xiao Shui stared blankly at this scene. She was already completely dumbfounded. However, after thinking about it, she felt relieved. Indeed, being alive was more important than anything else. To survive in this post-apocalyptic world, no one knew if they would still be alive in the next moment. Enjoying the present was the most important thing. At this moment, Duan Jian, Lu Piao, Daozit, and the rest also rushed over. Just as they entered the room, they saw Nieli hugging two beautiful girls. All of them widened their eyes. Holy shit, that Nieli guy is simply too unreasonable. Lu Piao scratched his head frantically. Those were the two goddesses that countless people in St. Laurent College had a crush on. However, they were actually taken by Nieli alone. However, seeing that Nieli had woken up, he was also wild with joy. Daozit smiled. As long as Nieli had woken up, they could be at ease. How long have I been unconscious for? Nieli asked as he looked at Dowsett and the rest. You've been unconscious for more than a month. Dowsett replied with a stern expression. More than a month? Nieli was also shocked. He knew that he had been unconscious for a long time. However, he thought that 2 to 3 days was already shocking enough. He never imagined that he would be unconscious for more than a month. Nieli, how's your body? Lu Piao asked, a little worried. Although he was usually a little heartless, he was still very concerned about Nieli. Nieli circulated his law energy and shook his head. My body's fine. His body's condition was exactly the same as before. Aside from a dull pain in his head, he was fine. Nieli couldn't figure out why he had been unconscious for so long. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what he should do next without the temporal demon spirit book. It looked like he could only head to the Draconic Ruins realm first. Nieli touched his chest. The 2 remnant pages of the temporal demon spirit book were still there. He could only slowly unravel the mysteries of the temporal demon spirit book in the future. Very quickly, the news of Nieli's awakening spread throughout the city lord's mansion. Very quickly, after knowing that Nieli had woken up, both Yizong and Yimo felt relieved. They immediately put down the things they were doing and rushed towards Nieli's courtyard. Under the support of Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning, Nieli got off the bed and started to walk around. His strength slowly returned to his body. Nieli and the rest walked into the courtyard. Birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. It was spring. After pondering a while, Nieli said, We'll be heading to the Draconic Ruins realm soon. I have to bid farewell to my clansmen. Your body has yet to recover. Don't be anxious. Why don't I get someone to call Uncle and the rest over to the city lord's mansion? Yi Ziyun said, after pondering a while. In order to prevent Nieli's clansmen from worrying, they had always announced that Nieli was concentrating on his cultivation. Therefore, Nieli's clansmen still didn't know that Nieli was unconscious. Nieli pondered a while and nodded his head. All right. Just as they were chatting, Yizong hastily walked in from the outside. While Nieli was unconscious, Yizong had been worried for Nieli. After understanding Nieli's character, although he often bickered with Nieli, in Yizong's heart, Nieli was already his son-in-law. Seeing that Nieli was alive and kicking, a trace of a smile appeared on Yizong's face. Nieli, you've finally woken up. If you let my daughter become a widow at such a young age, just watch how I'll teach you a lesson, Yizong said with a straight face. Hearing Yizong's words, Yi Ziyun's face blushed as she anxiously stomped her feet. Nieli had just woken up not long ago, so why was her father already talking about such nonsense? Thank you, father-in-law, for your concern. I'm fine. Nieli smiled. After being unconscious for so long, when he saw Yizong again, Nieli couldn't help feeling a sense of familiarity. Therefore, he no longer bickered with Yizong. Since when did this brat suddenly become so well-behaved? Yizong was a little baffled. Could it be that he was enlightened after being unconscious? He took a glance at Yi Ziyun, Dowsett, and the rest. This bunch of children are the hope of Glory City. The only thing that made him sad was that Nieli and the rest were about to head to the Draconic Ruins realm. Although he had no idea what kind of place the Draconic Ruins realm is, it should be very far away. However, if an eagle doesn't spread its wings and fly, it will never be able to grow. Therefore, this bunch of old fellows can only let them fly. The courtyard seemed to be very lively. A group of people were happy and harmonious. Whether it's Nieli or Yi Ziyun, both of them were enjoying their time together. Although Yizong was still imposing, when he looked at Nieli and Yi Ziyun, his eyes flickered with a loving light. Seeing his children enjoying themselves, he couldn't help feeling happy in his heart. The current Glory City is much safer than before. Even if Nieli and the rest leave, with so many 10,000 demonic beast arrays and so many legend rank experts, it's more than enough to protect the safety of Glory City. The sun slowly sank below the mountain and night fell. Why isn't grandfather here? Yi Ziyun curiously asked. Yeah, he should have received the news. Yizong was a little puzzled. Although Yimo is still in the midst of cultivation, he should be able to quickly rush over after receiving the news of Nieli's awakening. Just when they were chatting, intense fighting sounds came from the city lord's mansion. Boom, boom. Several buildings were destroyed. What happened? Yizong frowned his brows for a moment and suddenly stood up. Nieli's gaze also had a trace of doubt. Who dares to behave atrociously in the city lord's mansion? Right now, aside from several legend rank experts, the city lord's mansion is also protected by the 10,000 demonic beast array. Unless it's a demigod rank expert, it's impossible to leave the city lord's mansion alive. Let's go take a look. Yizong leaped and flew over. A pair of black and white wings quickly condensed on Nieli's back. He soared into the sky and flew over. Duan Jian, Daozit, Yiziyun, and Bunch also followed. Boom, boom. An intense battle took place in the center of the city lord's mansion. Countless buildings were destroyed by the terrifying energy. Dust filled the sky like a terrifying storm. Countless experts of Glory City stood on the trees, walls, and roofs, looking at the center of the battle. The level of energy in the center of the battle is simply too frightening. It's not something they can resist. They don't even dare to approach. Just who dares to be so impudent in the city lord's mansion? Chapter 258. As the dust slowly settled, two silhouettes stood in the sky. One of them had white hair and a sage-like demeanor. He's the war god in the hearts of the citizens of Glory City, Yimo. The other person was a white-clothed youth, shrouded in a terrifying storm. He's the demon lord that fought with Nieli before. The demon lord proudly stood in the sky with the boundless law of hell revolving around him. Occasionally, the law of hell would take the form of various monsters. Yimo, it's been a long time since we last met. I never thought that I would be found by you, even though I've hidden myself so deeply. The demon lord coldly smiled. Even though he was facing the entire Glory City, he still maintained his composure. After so many years, I never thought that the demon lord would visit my Glory City once again. I wonder if the demon lord has any advice for me? Yimo's hair fluttered without any wind. The law of wind and snow revolved around him, occasionally forming into ice spears. Glory City doesn't seem to welcome me. I'm someone from Glory City, after all. The demon lord lightly smiled as his boundless aura pressed towards Yimo. You betrayed Glory City and have long been banished. Yimo knitted his brows. He could sense that the demon lord's law of hell was several times stronger than before, completely suppressing him. A suffocating pressure made Yimo feel as though all the bones in his body were about to be crushed. The demon lord wildly laughed as his gaze turned cold. A bunch of self-righteous people. Was it me who betrayed Glory City? Or was it Glory City that betrayed me? You guys should be glad that I'm not going to pursue the past. Since you're not going to pursue the past, why are you here in Glory City? Yimo coldly stared at the demon lord. There's something I want in Glory City. As long as you hand it over, I'll write off the past between us. Otherwise, I'll turn Glory City upside down. A trace of madness appeared on the demon lord's face. What do you want? Yimo asked with his brows furrowed. You already know the answer. As long as you hand over the demon spirit stone with that demon beast sealed inside, I'll give it to you. I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. The demon lord coldly snorted. Nieli frowned for a moment. The demon spirit stone that sealed that demon beast? What was that thing? So the demon lord came for a demon spirit. Just what kind of demon beast was that it could even tempt the demon lord who possessed the 8-armed demon beast? Sensing the demon lord's aura growing stronger and stronger, Yimo was gradually unable to hold on any longer. Nieli soared into the sky and stood beside Yimo, coldly staring at the demon lord. 3 law energies blasted towards the demon lord. You again. When the demon lord saw Nieli, his eyes narrowed as he coldly snorted. If it wasn't for you, Glory City would have already been mine. If you continue to obstruct me, then don't blame me for killing you. Demon Lord, it's not like we haven't fought before. If you can kill me, then bring it on. Nieli's body emitted an imposing aura. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Plume Flame God Knees, Duan Jian, Daozit, Lu Piao, Yizun, Xiaoning, Yizong, and the rest all flew into the sky and surrounded the demon lord. Over 10 law energies flew towards the demon lord. Boom, boom, boom. The law energies violently exploded in the sky. Although the demon lord's law of hell was extremely powerful, it couldn't withstand the joint attack of so many people. The demon lord let out a furious roar and quickly merged with the 8-armed demon beast. The 8-armed demon beast's entire body was blood red as it furiously roared and threw punches towards them. Nieli coldly snorted. Circulating his soul realm, he merged with the Fang Panda demon spirit and unleashed a yin-yang blast towards the 8-armed demon beast. An intense battle broke out in the sky as a group of people surrounded and attacked the demon lord. The 8-armed demon beast wielded a sharp weapon in each of its hands as it fought with everyone in the sky. Nieli furrowed his brows for a brief moment. The supreme physique was indeed powerful. In this exchange, the demon lord's strength had risen to another level. He was afraid that the first fate soul in the demon lord's body would soon be formed. In the tiny world, any expert that had formed a fate soul was extremely powerful. No matter how many demigod rank experts there were, they wouldn't be a match for them. Although the demon lord was in a disadvantageous position against so many people, his physique was extremely powerful and he didn't show any signs of being defeated. It looked like he would have to use some ultimate moves. Nieli abruptly unsheathed the thunder god's meteorite sword as bolts of lightning converged towards Nieli's thunder god's meteorite sword. Noticing the weapon in Nieli's hand, the demon lord's eyes narrowed. Indeed, Nieli still had some trump cards hidden up his sleeves. The demon lord could sense a destructive aura from the thunder god's meteorite sword. The thunder god's meteorite sword was an extremely terrifying weapon. When Nieli was still a gold rank, he could already display a terrifying might. Now that he had reached legend rank, the might of the thunder god's meteorite sword was even more frightening. Endless lightning gathered on the thunder god's meteorite sword. Nieli furiously roared as he slashed towards the demon lord. A massive bolt of lightning that was a few hundred meters long descended towards the demon lord. That terrifying bolt of lightning caused the surrounding people to uncontrollably retreat. This was definitely a power that could annihilate everything. Sensing the terrifying bolt of lightning slashing towards him, even the demon lord's face couldn't help changing. He furiously roared as a pair of huge hammers appeared in his arms. When the hammers smashed together, a majestic force was sent towards Nieli's Leiju. Asterisk boom. Asterisk when the two powerful forces clashed, it seemed as though they wanted to tear the sky apart. As the dissipating force descended, countless buildings were instantly destroyed. Nieli's Leiju slowly sliced apart that force and continued to slash towards the demon lord. He never expected that the might of the thunder god's meteorite sword would be so terrifying. Just as the thunder god's meteorite sword's Leiju was about to slash his body, the corner of the demon lord's lips curled into a cold smile. His figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared 100 meters away in the sky before charging towards the rest. Leiju landed, but missed. Seeing the demon lord charging towards the rest, Nieli knew that the situation wasn't looking good. He immediately brandished the thunder god's meteorite sword and charged towards the demon lord. Yimo and the rest also charged towards the demon lord. Boom, boom, boom. The demon lord charged into the crowd and sent Dowsett flying with a single punch. The terrifying force caused Dowsett to retreat dozens of meters as he violently vomited a mouthful of blood. The demon lord was invincible. Even Nieli wasn't able to completely suppress the demon lord, not to mention the rest. Yiziyun and Xiaoning were also sent flying. Even Duan Jian and Plume Flame Godnese were forced back. At this moment, the demon lord's entire body was emitting a terrifying aura, as though he was a ferocious demon. Seeing the demon lord charging towards him, Yizong coldly snorted and merged with the snow wind spiritual ape. Golden light blossomed from his body as he brandished his heavy sword towards the demon lord. At this moment, Nieli also brandished his thunder god's meteorite sword and slashed towards the demon lord. The demon lord coldly snorted and suddenly disappeared, reappearing behind Yizong once again. With a bang, the heavy sword in Yizong's hand was sent flying. At the same time, a huge hand grabbed onto Yizong's neck. A surge of the law of hell bound Yizong and shattered Yizong's armor. Under the effect of the law of hell, Yizong's demon spirit characteristics rapidly disappeared, and he returned to his human form. Under the pressure of this terrifying force, Yizong painfully groaned. Just as Nieli's thunder god's meteorite sword was about to descend, it stopped in the air. Yimo was about to charge towards the demon lord, but stopped in the air for fear of harming the demon lord. Father! Seeing this scene, Yizion's brows were filled with anxiety. The demon lord looked at Nieli and sneered. Although the sword in your hand is indeed powerful, and I can't do anything to you, you have too many weaknesses. Everyone here is your weakness. Aside from you, I can kill anyone here. As Nieli held onto the thunder god's meteorite sword, the veins on his arm popped out. The demon lord was right. Everyone here was Nieli's weakness. That's because they were the most important people in his life. Nieli stared at the demon lord, and his voice was like an unmelting ice. Let him go, and I can let you leave. From now on, we won't interfere with each other's business. If you dare to harm anyone here, even if I have to chase you all the way to the Draconic Ruins realm, I will annihilate you. Hearing Nieli's words, the demon lord wildly laughed. Are you threatening me? I've been unhindered for hundreds of years, and I've always been the one threatening others. No one has ever threatened me. With Yizong in the demon lord's hands, Nieli didn't dare to make a move for a moment. Yizong's neck was clutched by a huge hand as surges of law of hell poured into his body, causing his law energy to completely collapse. He couldn't even speak a single word, since the difference in strength between him and the demon lord was too great. Don't worry about me. Kill him. Yizong painfully roared as he gathered all the law energy in his right hand and threw it towards the demon lord. You're just an ant, yet you're struggling. The demon lord sneered as one of his huge hands grabbed onto Yizong's right hand. With a sudden twist, Yizong's entire arm was torn off and fresh blood splattered. Yizong let out a painful groan, but after a brief moment, he forcefully endured the pain and didn't make another sound. His face was distorted from the intense pain. Father! At the sight of Yizong's miserable state, Yiziun cried out. She condensed an ice sword and wanted to charge forward, but was stopped by Yimo. At this moment, not only would she not be able to save Yizong, she might even be in danger. Yimo took a step forward as surges of law of snow wind blasted towards the demon lord and coldly said, Demon lord, let Yizong go. Otherwise, don't even think of stepping out of Glory City. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will kill you. Yimo, do you think your threats are effective against me? It's really funny to keep me here. I'm about to condense my life soul. All of you are just ants in my eyes. The demon lord's body emitted a terrifying killing intent as the law of hell violently surged. Do you think you can do anything to me now? Chapter 259. Nieli tightly held onto the thunder god's meteorite sword. Looking at Yizong's painful expression, his heart couldn't help feeling pain. With his current strength, although he can confront the demon lord, it's still extremely difficult for him to kill the demon lord. After interacting with him for so long, in Nieli's heart, Yizong is like a father to him. Yizong endured the pain. Even if one of his arms was broken and his neck was being strangled, his body still emitted an unyielding aura. Nieli, don't worry about me. Even if you have to use all your strength, you have to kill him. At that time, even if I die in the underworld, I will be able to rest in peace. Yizong said in a solemn voice. His gaze swept across Yizion's body. He has been protecting Glory City his entire life, and the only person he feels indebted to is Yiziun. Seeing Yizong's painful expression, tears rolled down Yizion's face. She recalled the time when she was young, when her father held her hand and looked at the sunset. Yin, Do you know that Glory City is our only home? Countless of your ancestors died to protect this home. Their blood created the glory of the Snow Wind family. You should be proud of your ancestors. If there's a day when Glory City is in danger, I won't hesitate to sacrifice my life. At that time, Yixian still didn't understand the meaning behind Yizong's words. It wasn't until she grew up that she gradually understood. Therefore, she worked hard to become stronger and become Yizong's right-hand man. Finally, one day, she stepped in a legend rank. However, at this moment, she could only watch as Yizong was tortured. The demon lord wildly laughed and said, "Yizong, do you think that you can kill the current me even if you use all your strength? Hand over the demon spirit stone. Otherwise, not only you, but everyone else will die." After speaking, one of the demon lord's arms grabbed onto Yizong's left arm and tore it apart. Yizong's arms were broken, his face contorted with pain. Yizong's pain made the demon lord even more excited as he grabbed onto Yizong's neck. As long as he used a little bit of strength, Yizong could be killed at any time. Seeing Yizong's life hanging by a thread, Yi Mo hastily yelled, "Wait! As long as you let Yizong go, I'll give you the demon spirit stone." Yi Mo took out a demon spirit stone. The demon lord coldly smiled and said, "Throw the demon spirit stone over. Release him first," Yi Mo said in a deep voice. The demon lord smiled sinisterly. "Yi Mo, you still don't understand the situation. You have no other choice. If you don't throw the demon spirit stone over, I'll kill Yizong first, then snatch it from your hands. What can you do to me then?" The demon lord continued to exert force, causing blood to flow from Yizong's arms. If he didn't save him now, it would be too late. Yi Mo's eyes widened. Although he was usually very strict with Yizong, in his heart, Yizong had always been his pride. Yizong had always been the pride of him. Seeing his own son being abused like this, he wished that he was the one who did it. "This is the demon spirit stone that you wanted." Yi Mo threw the demon spirit stone over. Asterisk Pa. Asterisk the demon lord caught the demon spirit stone in his hand, confirming that there was no doubt about it. "You can release Yizong now." Yi Mo clenched his fist, preparing for battle. "Of course, I'll return him to you." The demon lord's face revealed a cruel and sinister smile. One of his huge arms smashed into Yizong's chest, causing blood to splatter. The demon lord licked the blood on his cheek. "TSK, TSK. This smell is really nice. Yi Mo, you and I have fought for dozens of years. Today, your son will die in my hands. However, he won't be lonely. In a moment, I'll take your life and let you two meet in the Yellow Springs." Just when the demon lord's huge arm smashed into Yizong's chest, Yizong's face revealed a trace of unswerving determination. His bloodline was instantly stimulated. With his body as the center, a violent force spread out in all directions. It was a bone-chilling cold. In an instant, the surrounding air froze. "Nyeli, take good care of Yin for me." A relieved smile appeared on Yizong's face. In his heart, he's extremely satisfied with Nyeli. To be able to entrust his daughter to someone reliable while he's still alive, he's already satisfied. With a bang, Yizong's body turned into ice, and a terrifying icicle instantly spread to the demon lord's body. Asterisk boom. Asterisk 2 of the demon lord's huge arms exploded as he let out a mournful shriek. "Damned ant, you still dare to injure me when you're on the verge of death." The demon lord raged. Yizong's secret technique had severely injured him. "Father!" Yixian cried out in a heart-wrenching manner. "Yizong!" Yi Mo was stunned for a moment. He couldn't bear such a blow in such a short amount of time. He never imagined that Yizong would die. At this moment, everyone else was dumbfounded. They never thought that after obtaining the demon spirit stone, the demon lord would still make a move against Yizong. The demon lord had already decided that regardless of whether Yi Mo handed over the demon spirit stone, he would still kill Yizong. Yizong executed the Snow Wind family's self-destruction secret technique. Once this secret technique is executed, even one's soul will be annihilated. Seeing Yizong's body turn into ice, Li's eyes turned red, and his chest was filled with rage. He never thought that the Demon Lord would still kill Yi Zong in this kind of situation. Li's face was covered in frost, as a terrifying killing intent spread out with him as the center. The Thunder God's meteorite sword in his hand emitted a blazing radiance as Lei Zhu gathered towards the Thunder God's meteorite sword. The radiance reflected off Li's cheeks as tears welled up in Li's eyes. Countless scenes of him interacting with Yi Zong flashed through his mind, from the first time they met, to the change in Yi Zong's attitude as he gradually admitted his relationship with Yi Ziyun. In Li's heart, although Yi Zong always had a stern face, he was actually a kind and amiable father. Yi Zong's voice and smile still remained in his mind. In the instant when Yi Zong died, everyone's eyes turned red as they prepared to make a move against the Demon Lord. However, all of a sudden, they felt a terrifying killing intent blowing towards them, causing the blood in their bodies to freeze. Turning around to look at Li's robes were fluttering in the wind. His entire body was enveloped in 3 terrifying law energies, and the Thunder God's meteorite sword in his hand was emitting an unimaginable might. Boom, boom, boom. The aura emanating from Li's body rose with each passing moment. At this moment, Li was like a demonic god that came from hell. The reason why he returned to this time-space was to change everyone's fate, including Yi Zong. That included Yi Zong. However, Li realized that he still couldn't control everyone's fate. Back then, Li still held a trace of sympathy for the Demon Lord. After all, the Demon Lord betrayed Glory City because his foster father was killed. However, Li never imagined that the Demon Lord would become so deranged. Thinking about Yi Zong's death, Li's heart was filled with boundless rage. Killing intent soared into the sky. Li looked as though he was possessed as a terrifying killing intent locked onto the Demon Lord. Thousands of terrifying auras were aimed at the Demon Lord. The entire sky seemed as though it was about to be torn apart by this terrifying intent. The Demon Lord had been injured by Yi Zong and lost 2 of his arms. Before he could recover, he felt the boundless killing intent blasting towards him. This terrifying aura made him feel a suffocating pressure. He never expected this. Li was actually able to burst forth with such powerful strength. Li must have used some sort of secret technique to increase Li's strength by several folds. For the first time, the Demon Lord felt an extreme sense of danger. This energy was more than enough to annihilate him. Before this, he didn't even place Li in his eyes. In his view, even if he couldn't kill Li, it was more than enough to kill the others. Only Li alone could threaten him. However, he was wrong. He never expected that Li would be able to burst forth with such a powerful aura in an instant. Li furiously roared as he brandished the Thunder God's meteorite sword in his hand towards the Demon Lord. The massive Lei Zhu streaked across the sky as a suffocating pressure pressed down on the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord immediately brandished his pair of hammers. Activating all the power of the Law of Hell, a violent force blasted towards the lightning. Boom! Space seemed as though it was about to shatter as the sweeping energy instantly sent Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest flying. Even as legend rank experts, they couldn't resist that energy. They were like leaves in a tsunami. What a powerful energy! Daozit and the rest were incomparably shocked. The massive Lei Zhu seemed as though it wanted to destroy everything. It slashed downwards. The Demon Lord's hammers couldn't withstand it and were knocked out of his hands by Lei Zhu. As the lightning descended, he was engulfed by it, and several of his arms were instantly annihilated by the Lei Zhu. The Demon Lord let out a mournful scream. When Lei Zhu chopped off all of the Demon Lord's arms and landed on the Demon Lord's chest, the Demon Lord's chest suddenly emitted a dazzling light. With a huge explosion, the Demon Lord was sent flying. The Demon Lord vomited a mouthful of blood with deep shock in his eyes. The power of the lightning was too terrifying, and it wasn't something that he could withstand. If it wasn't for the armor that he was wearing, he would have been annihilated by Lei Zhu. Nieli was like a demon god descending upon the world, making it impossible for anyone to resist him. Seeing that the demon lord wasn't dead yet, Nieli brandished the thunder god's meteorite sword once again and slashed it towards the demon lord. Boom! The demon lord flew out with both his legs destroyed by the pillar of lightning. Even his head was completely obliterated. However, the artifact armor managed to preserve what was left of his body. He turned into a streak of light and shot into the distance. Kill! Nieli was still in a berserk state as he waved the Lei Zhu to chase after the streak of light. Countless Lei Zhu slashed down. Boom! 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 Countless lightning bolts bombarded the streak of light. However, the streak of light still streaked across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Demon Lord, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will definitely capture you and annihilate you, never to reincarnate. Nieli's enraged voice resounded across the horizon. The Demon Lord's armor was at least a Grade 3 artifact in the Draconic Ruins realm. In the tiny world, aside from supreme experts like the Master of the Nether Realm, no one else could kill the Demon Lord. The current Nieli couldn't do anything to the Demon Lord. Would the Master of the Nether Realm help Nieli kill the Demon Lord? That's impossible. In the eyes of experts like the Master of the Nether Realm, no matter if it was Nieli or the Demon Lord, they were all equal. Both of them only had decent talent. Only by reaching the Draconic Ruins realm and possessing sufficient strength would they be able to attract their attention. Nieli blankly stared at the sky as the aura around his body slowly weakened. Yizong was dead? Just a moment ago, Yizong was still talking and laughing with him. In the blink of an eye, he was no longer here. Nieli was still unable to accept this fact. Chapter 260. Nieli took out the soul mirror and searched for Yizong's remnant soul. Strands of light flew into the soul mirror. However, these were only traces of soul intent. Just this soul intent alone was insufficient to revive Yizong. A deep pain made Nieli's heart feel like it was cut by a knife. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Demon Lord, if I don't tear you into pieces, then I, Nieli, am not a human. Nieli tightly grasped the soul mirror in his hand. Veins popped out on his arm as he thought of Ziyun. From today onwards, she will lose her father. Nieli was filled with guilt towards Yi Ziyun. Even after his rebirth, he still couldn't protect her father. The dust slowly drifted down. This horrifying battle had destroyed more than half of the City Lord's mansion. Even the 10,000 demonic beast array was completely destroyed. In a battle of this level, even the 10,000 demonic beast array was useless. Yi Ziyun held onto Yizong's belongings as she wept in grief. She recalled the time she spent with her father and felt pain in her heart. Yimo seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. His son was killed in front of him, but he was powerless to do anything. He was filled with hatred towards the Demon Lord. However, with their strength, it's impossible for them to kill the Demon Lord. Nieli's attack destroyed the Demon Lord's limbs and head, but the Demon Lord still managed to escape. Looking at Yi Ziyun's heartbroken expression, Nieli tightly hugged Yi Ziyun and painfully said, "Ziyun, I'm sorry." Earlier, when he executed the Heavenly God cultivation technique, Nieli's soul realm nearly exploded. However, he still couldn't stop the Demon Lord. With Nieli's current strength, although he can fight against the Demon Lord, he can't stop the Demon Lord from killing. Thinking about Yizong's death, Nieli clenched his fists. Father-in-law used a secret technique of the Snow Wind family. Even his soul was destroyed. However, as long as there's a way to revive father-in-law, I will not give up. Aside from that, Nieli's gaze turned cold as he continued. I swear that when we reach the Draconic Ruins realm, I will personally capture the Demon Lord and destroy him, never to be reincarnated. Resurrection? Nieli, is there any way to revive my father? Yi Ziyun's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Although Nieli couldn't do anything about it, when he saw Yi Ziyun's hopeful eyes, Nieli couldn't bear to hurt her. Nodding his head, he continued, as long as we head to the Draconic Ruins realm and our cultivation reaches a certain level, we will be able to find a way to revive Lord Yizong. Nieli thought of the temporal demon spirit book. If the temporal demon spirit book could bring him back to life, then it should be able to revive Yizong as well, right? However, he had no idea where the temporal demon spirit book was. Yiziyun wiped her tears. Although her heart was in pain, she still firmly said, Nieli, I will head to the Draconic Ruins realm. I will become stronger and revive my father. As far as the eye could see, the entire city lord's mansion was desolate. Everyone's faces were filled with deep sorrow and grief. To the others, Yizong was definitely a person worthy of respect, the city lord that everyone revered. Yizong's death caused the entire Glory City to sink into sorrow. For Glory City, Yizong would definitely give his all until his death. Every evening, when everyone looked at the figure standing on the city wall, looking into the distance, they would feel a strong sense of security. However, this war god that everyone revered had left them forever. Therefore, everyone was filled with hatred for the demon lord. The scars of war had tormented Glory City over and over again. The sky gradually darkened. Rain started to fall from the sky. The rain was mixed with ice shards. When the rain fell on people's faces, they would feel a bone-piercing chill. Nieli looked at the sky, letting the rain fall on his face. He allowed the raindrops to fall on his face. After his rebirth, many things had developed as Nieli had expected. However, many things still exceeded his expectations. The disappearance of the temporal demon spirit book, Yizong's death. Although he had the soul mirror. However, Yizong had died because he had used a secret technique. Even his soul had been destroyed, leaving behind only a trace of his soul's aura. I thought that I could control fate, so it turns out that I'm only trapped in fate. Thinking of Yizong, Nieli felt pain in his heart. City Lord's mansion, Yizong's study room Yi, Mo, quietly sat on the table. On the table were the documents that Yizong had gone through. The room seemed to still have traces of Yizong's aura. Emo's eyes were blurred by tears. As the guardian of Glory City, even when his wife passed away, he didn't cry. But now, he couldn't help tearing up when he had to send off his son. The sound of footsteps was heard. Emo immediately wiped his tears. Yi Ziyun appeared at the door of the room. She raised her head and saw Emo. She paused for a moment, then lowered her head and walked in. Her father had stayed in this room for countless days and nights. She could still vaguely feel her father's warmth. The two of them didn't speak for a long time. Yin-er, your father has passed away. Grandfather is also getting old. From now on, you have to take good care of yourself. Yimo sighed, appearing lonely and desolate. Hearing Yimo's words, Yi Ziyun's tears couldn't help falling again. Grandfather, father. Yi Ziyun spoke halfway and choked again. Your father died in battle to protect Glory City. He didn't disgrace the ancestors. I'm proud of him. Yimo solemnly said. His aged hand slowly swept across the table. Everything here was used by his son. In the future, he can only reminisce about Yizong. He raised his head and looked at Yi Ziyun. Yin, are you guys going to leave Glory City soon? Yi Ziyun went silent for a brief moment, then nodded her head and said, Yeah, grandfather. I'm going to the Draconic Ruins realm to kill the demon lord and take revenge for my father. I want to become stronger and find a way to revive my father. Yimo let out a long sigh and said, In my entire life, I've always been on the move. I've been separated from you guys more often than not. Now that Yizong has passed away, I'll be the guardian of Glory City for the time being. If there's a day that grandfather can no longer walk, then Glory City will be handed over to you guys. Yes. Looking at Yimo's aged face, Yi Ziyun's tears blurred her vision. In the past, she felt that her grandfather's back was so imposing. But now, she realized that her grandfather had already aged. This trip to the Draconic Ruins realm would take at least 5 years before he could return. However, Yi Ziyun had no other choice. Only by heading to the Draconic Ruins realm would she have the opportunity to revive her father and take revenge for him. Even if the demon lord escaped to the ends of the earth, she would still find him. The pitter-patter of rain continued to fall. Nieli stood in the rain, feeling the chill. In a short period of time, he would be heading to the Draconic Ruins realm. He had no idea what his future would be like. However, Nieli's conviction grew firmer. He had to become stronger as soon as possible. He couldn't let his family, friends, and lover leave him one by one like in his previous life. Even if I don't have the Temporal Demon Spirit book, so what? I have to control my own fate. Xiao Ning'er held onto an umbrella and walked to Nieli's side, shielding Nieli from the rain. Xiao Ning'er quietly looked ahead and said with sadness, "In the past, I was very envious. Yi Ziyun's father was the city lord. As long as Yi Ziyun wants something, her father would be able to do it for her. No one would force Yi Ziyun to do anything. I felt that Yi Ziyun was a very blessed person, unable to understand my pain. Only later did I understand that the Snow Wind family has shouldered too much for Glory City." Xiao Ning'er let out a long sigh. She was filled with pity for Yi Ziyun. My mother passed away early. Although my father was by her side, he was always alone. However, she has always been strong and kept on cultivating, wanting to share her father's burden. When I was young, I was very competitive. No matter what, I wanted to compete with Yi Ziyun. However, I couldn't win against her. Xiao Ning'er sincerely said, "She is someone that I admire." Looking at Xiao Ning'er beside him, Nieli understood Ning'er's feelings. Ning'er and Yi Ziyun are both very kind people. After going to the Draconic Ruins realm, Ziyun can be together with Ning'er, which made Nieli feel a lot more at ease. Nieli looked ahead. From today onwards, they will leave their hometown and embark on an unknown journey. No matter how uncertain the road ahead is, no matter how thorny it is, they will still rely on each other and walk forward hand in hand. The night gradually deepened. Glory City fell into the deep night. There were only a few lights that were constantly flickering like stars in the darkness. For Glory City, this is a rare moment of peace. No one knows when the dark clouds of war will shroud over again. However, the only thing that can be confirmed is that everyone here will do their best to resist the demon beasts and protect Glory City, because this is their last city. Chapter 261. Another month quickly passed by. After bidding farewell to their families, Nieli and the rest set off for the Netherrealm. Everyone's heart was still aching from Yi Zong's death. Although death was a common occurrence in this chaotic world, humans weren't grass or trees. How could they be emotionless? A thought suddenly appeared in Nieli's mind. Within the tiny world, the most mysterious thing was the law of time and space. The mysterious time and space spiritual god could change the trajectory of time and change a person's fate. If he could find the time and space spiritual god, he might be able to save Yi Zong. In his previous life, Nieli had also heard of the Temporal Demon Spirit. It was an extremely mysterious existence. However, the Temporal Demon Spirit's battle prowess wasn't that strong. Every time it plucked the strings of time and space, it had to pay a huge price. In the courtyard on the 9th floor of the 9-layered Deathlands, Nieli and the rest were gathered here. The Nether Master and the other 6 supreme experts were also present. Nieli's cold gaze searched for traces of the Demon Lord. If he were to encounter the Demon Lord again, Nieli wouldn't hesitate to find an opportunity to kill him. However, the Demon Lord didn't show himself. The Nether Master's gaze fell onto Nieli. As if he knew Nieli's intention, he warned Nieli, "Nieli, I know that you want to kill someone. However, I have to warn you. Although you are my disciple, I cannot be biased towards you. If you guys kill each other, the other party's master has the authority to kill you. If someone wants to kill you, I will also take action." Nieli clenched his fists at the master of the Netherrealm's words. He looked at the master of the Netherrealm and said, "May I ask, Lord Master, even if the other party killed our parents, are we still not allowed to act?" The Nether Master looked straight into Nieli's eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, "For the time being, we can't take action. If you really have an irreconcilable hatred, I suggest that you don't take action for the time being. Once you've cultivated to a certain level, you can settle your grudges. By then, we won't be able to stop you." Nieli understood the meaning behind the master of the Netherrealm's words. For the time being, they were unable to resolve their grievances. Unless his cultivation reached a higher level than the Demon Lord's master, then even the Demon Lord's master wouldn't be able to stop him. Nieli suppressed his hatred for the demon lord and nodded. I will follow master's instructions. Hearing Nieli's words, the nether master nodded his head and praised, a little impatience will spoil great plans. If you can temporarily put up with your grudges, you will definitely have greater achievements in the future. Seeing Nieli's resentful expression, Xiaoyu walked over and comforted him. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too long. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Nieli nodded his head and didn't say anything else. Regarding Yizong's death, Nieli definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. Nieli whispered into Duan Jian's ear, Duan Jian, you and the demon lord have the same master. You have to be careful of the demon lord plotting against you. Duan Jian nodded his head as a cold light flashed across his eyes. Master, don't worry. I will definitely not let him have it easy. As soon as I get the chance, I will kill him. With your strength alone, I'm afraid that you won't be able to deal with him. You have to be careful and protect yourself. Nieli warned Duan Jian with concern. Fortunately, Duan Jian was a steady person. In addition to Duan Jian's powerful physique, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Yes, I understand. Duan Jian nodded his head. Nieli glanced at Yi Ziyun. Nieli could feel the sorrow in Yi Ziyun's heart. After heading to the Draconic Ruins realm, Nieli wouldn't be able to take care of Yi Ziyun. However, Nieli understood Yi Ziyun. Yi Ziyun was a strong person, so she should be able to walk out of her sorrow. Furthermore, Nieli had told Yi Ziyun that there was still hope for Yi Zong's resurrection. He believed that Yi Ziyun would definitely work hard for her father. In his previous life, although her father and grandfather had died in battle, Yi Ziyun still managed to lead her clansmen through the Saint Ancestral Mountain Range. She didn't give up the slightest hope of survival. At that time, her unwavering gaze made Nieli feel admiration for her. This was also the reason why Nieli had persevered through the endless desert and stepped into the desert palace. It was Yi Ziyun's conviction that had infected him. It was Yi Ziyun who had taught him to never give up. Nieli looked at Yi Ziyun and said with concern, Ziyun, after you guys reach the Draconic Ruins realm, you have to take good care of yourselves. Okay. Yi Ziyun nodded her head. Nieli gave Yi Ziyun a gentle hug. After a short reunion, they would have to part again. However, for everyone's future, they had to work even harder. Feeling Nieli's warm embrace, Yi Ziyun tightly hugged Nieli. She was in a distant state of mind. If it wasn't for Nieli, she really wouldn't know what to do. Nieli had given her support, made her feel that she wasn't that lonely, and also gave her hope. She gradually realized that Nieli had already become an irreplaceable person in her life. Right now, she's already Nieli's fiancée. Thinking up to here, she felt a sense of security in her heart. When she grows up a little more, she'll wear a wedding dress for him and stay by his side forever. The closer it was to the time of separation, the more reluctant she felt in her heart. At this moment, a huge vortex appeared in the sky above the 9-layered Deathlands. This vortex was dark and deep, and no one knew where it led to. At the sight of this, the Nethermaster, Ling Yun, Tian Hun, and the other experts all raised their heads to look at the vortex. Divine light blossomed from their eyes, as if they could see through the void. Suddenly, a silver-robed expert spoke from the side. All right, the exit of the tiny world has already reached the vicinity of the phaseless sect. We should set off now. This silver-robed expert was the master of Wei Nan and Zhu Xiangjuan. Wei Nan and Zhu Xiangjuan looked at Nieli and the rest and bid their farewells. Nieli, Dowsit, we'll be leaving first. All right, take care of yourselves over there. Nieli nodded his head. Dowsit, Lu Piao, and the rest also bid their farewells. The silver-robed expert waved his right hand and brought Wei Nan, Zhu Xiangjuan, and another demigod rank expert into the sky and into the vortex. A brief moment later, the exit of the tiny world has reached the vicinity of the Heavenly Notes sect. We should be leaving. A trace of a smile appeared on Ling Yun's face as she looked at Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and Xiao Shui. Seeing Yi Ziyun and Nieli's reluctant expressions, she couldn't help sighing. It was truly good to be young. After living for so long, she had already forgotten what love was. Xiao Ninger quietly stood by the side. She only looked at Nieli as her vision was blurred by her tears. Vaguely, she seemed to see the youth with a brilliant smile as he buried himself in treating her injuries, freeing her from the endless pain. Yiziyun nudged Xiao Ninger. Xiao Ninger glanced at Yiziyun and saw Yiziyun's gentle and encouraging gaze. Ninger, you have to take good care of yourself when you go there. Nieli lowered his head to look at Xiao Ninger's pretty face. This pure girl would one day blossom with incomparably dazzling brilliance. Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Ninger suddenly took a step forward and hugged Nieli, burying her head deep into Nieli's embrace. Although Yiziyun and Nieli were engaged, her feelings for Nieli weren't any less than Yiziyun's. At this moment of departure, she could no longer suppress the feelings in her heart. Ninger! Nieli looked at Ninger, who was in his embrace, and was slightly stunned. Shortly after, a trace of gentleness appeared in his eyes. How could he not know Ninger's feelings? Xiao Ninger buried herself in Nieli's embrace. After a brief moment, she muttered, Nieli, you don't have to say anything. I already know. Some time ago, I had a very long dream. I dreamt that I had turned into an ugly monster. I constantly struggled and fell into endless battles every day, until I met you one day. When I saw you, it was as if I had found the meaning of life. I gave my everything to you, fought for you, and died on the barren battlefield. Although I know that it was only a dream, I feel that it's my destiny. Nieli, goodbye. After going to the Draconic Ruins realm, I will become even stronger. After finishing her words, Xiao Ninger turned her head, wiped the tears on her cheeks, and walked towards Yiziyun. Hearing Xiao Ninger's words, Nieli was still stunned. He didn't speak for a long time. His mind was buzzing, and he had no idea what was going on. Countless memories flooded his mind. In fact, in his previous life, there was another woman after Yiziyun. At that time, he was already a top-notch expert in the Draconic Ruins realm. He met a woman who wore a mask. Although he had never seen her before, she was able to recognize him with a single glance. At that time, Nieli was wary of that masked woman and didn't dare to approach her. However, that woman had saved him time and time again. Because of Yiziyun's death, Nieli was no longer able to have feelings for any other woman. Although Nieli still accepted her in the end, the two of them lived together for a long time. In the end, she died in battle for him. Nieli had always felt that he owed her. After all, when the two of them were together, Nieli had never truly loved her. After a period of time, Nieli would often think about her. However, due to the fact that she was always wearing a mask, Nieli had no memory of her appearance. He only knew that her name was Xiao Ning. In this life, Nieli also had some thoughts. After going to the Draconic Ruins realm, he wanted to find Xiao Ning. At the very least, he wanted to make up for what he owed her in his previous life. Just what was going on with Xiao Ninger's dream? Could it be that in his previous life, Xiao Ninger did not die in the Black Devil Forest and went to the Draconic Ruins realm? Or could it be that Xiao Ning's memories had entered Xiao Ninger's mind? Xiao Ning, Xiao Ning. Nieli muttered to himself as the two figures slowly merged together. No wonder she was able to recognize him the first time they met. No wonder no matter what position he stood on, Xiao Ning would always help him without any hesitation. However, at that time, Nieli had never imagined that Xiao Ning was Xiao Ninger. Due to the long period of time, Nieli had already forgotten about it. Xiao Ning had once said that her face was destroyed in a dark forest. Her soul had also been incinerated and fell into an endless curse. In that dark forest, there was an extremely terrifying thing hidden. The power of that thing had surpassed the limits of all the experts in the Draconic Ruins realm. Just what kind of secret was hidden in the Black Devil Forest? Just how did Xiao Ninger survive? And why did she go to the Draconic Ruins realm? Just what kind of curse did Xiao Ninger suffer in her previous life? Chapter 262. Nieli fell into deep thought. If he returned from the Draconic Ruins realm, he definitely had to go to the Black Devil Forest and see what was hidden there. He had to unravel the mysteries of Xiao Ninger's previous life. At this moment, Xiao Shui and Lu Piao were also bidding their farewells. Xiao Shui, wait until I reach the martial ancestor realm. I'll go to the Heavenly Note sect and marry you. Lu Piao looked at Xiao Shui with teary eyes. Get lost. By the time you reach the martial ancestor realm, I'll be an old hag. Xiao Shui pinched Lu Piao's ear as she snorted. Lu Piao, are you not going to marry me? Oh ho ho, Xiao Shui, let go of me. How would I dare? Lu Piao hastily said. Lu Piao, what do you mean by this? Could it be that I'm forcing you to marry me? Speak clearly. Xiao Shui placed one of her hands on her waist as she pinched Lu Piao's ear. Lu Piao could only stand on her tiptoes as she hastily said, I did it on purpose. No, I was the one who initiated it. Xiao Shui, I will definitely marry you. Xiao Shui coldly glanced at Lu Piao's crotch as she snorted and walked towards Ling Yun. Lu Piao, listen up. If you find other women when I'm not around, I'll cripple you when I return. After Xiao Shui left, Lu Piao still felt a chill in her crotch as she bitterly looked at Nieli. They were both men, but why was there such a huge gap between them? Nieli hugged Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger, but the two goddesses did not have any objections. Just as she was bidding farewell, she was taught a lesson. How bitter! Nieli raised his head, wanting to ask Xiao Ning some questions. However, he saw that Ling Yun had already brought Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning and Xiao Shui over. Nieli could still see the reluctant expressions on the faces of the two girls and their teary eyes. Goodbye. When we reach the Draconic Ruins realm, I will look for you guys. Nieli waved his hand as he watched Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Shui enter the vortex. Nieli couldn't help but feel a sense of loss as the two girls, whose fate was bound to his, disappeared at the end of the whirlpool. It turned out that these two girls already held such an important position in his heart. A group of people left. Dowsett walked to Nieli's side and said to Nieli, I'll be leaving soon. Okay. Nieli patted Dowsett's shoulder as he lightly smiled. Good brother. We'll meet again in the Draconic Ruins realm. Okay. Dowsett nodded his head as he solemnly replied. In his heart, Nieli was his most important brother. This was something that would never change. Just as Dowsett and Nieli were chatting, Hua Hua walked over. She was wearing a red tight-fitting gown with a high lapel. Vaguely, one could see her slender and fair legs, which were filled with a sense of power. That tall figure of hers made it hard for anyone to shift their gaze away from her. Her appearance was undoubtedly extremely beautiful. Her purplish-red ears drooped down, giving her a unique charm of a girl from a different tribe. She walked to Dowsett's side and extended her right hand. Nice to meet you. My name is Hua Hua. In the future, we'll be in the same sect. Please take care of me. Taking a glance at Hua Hua, Dowsett was slightly stunned. Although the two of them were strangers, seeing Hua Hua's sincerity, Dowsett shook her hand and said, Please take care of me in the future as well. Let's go. Hua Hua revealed a brilliant smile as she turned around and walked away. Dowsett was stunned. He was also at a loss. When Lu Piao saw this, she came up and kicked Dowsett's, but as she scolded, Idiot! Why aren't you following me? Lu Piao was simply exasperated that Dowsett didn't live up to her expectations. With such a beautiful girl taking the initiative to greet him, Dowsett was actually in a daze. Dowsett hesitated for a brief moment before he waved his hand at Nieli and said, Nieli, I'll be leaving first. Thereafter, he quickened his footsteps to catch up. Following that, Dowsett also left. Zhang Ming also said his goodbyes to Nieli and left with another expert. With Dowsett and the rest gone, only Nieli, Lu Piao, Plume Flame Godnese, and Duan Jian were left. At this moment, a youth in white slowly walked over. This youth was the Demon Lord, who was injured by Nieli and escaped. The Demon Lord's gaze fell onto Nieli's group with a cold light flashing through his eyes. Ever since he entered the Abyss prison realm in his youth, this was the first time he was injured. If it wasn't for that armor protecting him and using a special method to hide his body, he would have died in Nieli's hands. Those that hurt him, he would definitely dismember them into 1,000 pieces. Seeing the Demon Lord, Nieli's heart was ignited with rage. The veins on his body popped out with an uncontrollable rage. Facing the murderer of the Demon Lord, Nieli couldn't wait to personally kill him. However, Nieli recalled the words of the master of the Nether Realm. If he made a move against the Demon Lord, he would only be helping the Demon Lord. With Nieli's strength, it was impossible for him to go against the Demon Lord's master. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. The Demon Lord coldly said as he looked at Nieli with boundless killing intent and a bloodthirsty madness. I never thought that you would still be able to escape after I beheaded you. What? You still want to fight? Nieli coldly stared at the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord faintly smiled and said, You took advantage of me last time. Do you think you can kill me? What a joke. You think too highly of yourself. If I hadn't held back last time, do you think you would be able to take advantage of me? I admit that you have some tricks up your sleeve. But so what? You're the only one that has piqued my interest so far. I will kill everyone around you one by one before it's your turn. It's more interesting to watch ants struggle in the water and drown. The Demon Lord's words were exactly the same as what the Holy Emperor had said in his previous life. Nieli still remembered what the Holy Emperor had told him, that he would kill everyone around him one by one. Nieli clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on his arms popped out. Although the Demon Lord's talent was powerful, Yizun, Xiaoning, Daozit, and the rest had joined the various sects of the Draconic Ruins realm. They would receive the protection of those sects and would be safe for at least the next few years. In the next few years, Nieli had to frantically cultivate in order to kill the Demon Lord. Only then would he be able to eliminate this threat. His rage would only make the Demon Lord happier. Nieli suppressed his anger as he looked at the Demon Lord and coldly said, The reason why you're so confident is because of your supreme physique, right? How pitiful and laughable. Did all your confidence come from your physique? Indeed, the supreme physique is extremely powerful. But so what? Without a powerful soul, it's nothing but trash. The higher you cultivate, the more powerless you will realize that your soul will be unable to keep up with the speed of your physique. I want to see if your supreme physique is stronger or if I'm stronger. Nieli's heavenly god cultivation technique was still in its initial stages. Only when he reached the heavenly fate realm would he be able to unleash the might of the heavenly god cultivation technique. How could a supreme physique compare to the might of the heavenly god cultivation technique? The Demon Lord's expression turned cold as he sneered. Do you think that I'll be bothered by your words? How can a mere mortal like you imagine the might of the supreme physique? Although that's what the Demon Lord said, he still felt uneasy in his heart. Nieli's words had hit his sore spot. As he continued to cultivate, he gradually felt that his soul wasn't as strong as he wished and couldn't match this supreme physique. But so what? No one could stop him from becoming stronger. Nieli sneered as he looked at the Demon Lord. However, he did not speak. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't make a move right now, he would have made a move long ago. It wouldn't be long before he personally annihilated the Demon Lord. The Draconic Ruins realm would be the Demon Lord's final destination. The Demon Lord coldly snorted as he turned around and left. Nieli looked at Duan Jian and said, Don't fight with him outside the sect. He won't be able to do anything to you inside the sect. Duan Jian was unwilling in his heart. Although he knew that the Demon Lord was powerful, he still felt that he could put up a fight. Even if you want to fight, you have to fight in the Two-Fate realm. Nieli reminded Duan Jian and solemnly said, This is an order. Yes. Duan Jian lowered his head and solemnly said, Go. Nieli said to Duan Jian as he looked at the Demon Lord's back. His eyes were filled with ice-cold, killing intent. Duan Jian walked towards the Demon Lord. Under the guidance of a supreme expert, the two of them soared into the sky and entered the vortex. Nieli looked at the Nethermaster. The Nethermaster said to Nieli, Lu Piao, and another demigod rank expert, This time you guys will be going to the Hagamim Union. I will continue to oversee the Nether Realm. You guys will be led by Xiaoyu. There will also be specialized people there to guide you guys. However, when you go to the Hagamim Union, I hope that you guys won't embarrass me. The Nethermaster isn't going to the Draconic Ruins realm? Nieli pondered for a moment. Fortunately, the Nethermaster isn't going. If you're to go to the Draconic Ruins realm, then there would be no one to protect Glory City. However, Nieli was still worried about one thing. Would Glory City still encounter that calamity 2 years from now. If the Nether Master was still around, then Glory City would be safe. However, if the Nether Master was dead, just who was it that had the strength to kill the Nether Master? If the opponent's strength was that strong, then even if Nieli stayed behind, it would be completely useless. After pondering for a moment, Nieli took out an item from his interspatial ring, handed it over to the Nether Master, and said, "Master, before we head to the Draconic Ruins realm, please accept this gift from me." The Nether Master's gaze fell onto Nieli. After a brief moment, he took the item from Nieli's hand and lightly said, "I accept your gift. You guys should leave now." Xiaoyu was a little puzzled. Just what did Nieli give to her foster father? However, she didn't ask any further. Seeing that the Nether Master had accepted the gift, Nieli slightly bowed and followed behind Xiaoyu. He soared into the sky, followed by Lu Piao and the other demigod rank expert. The 4 figures entered the whirlpool and disappeared. Seeing that Nieli and the others had left, the Nether Master retracted his gaze and looked at the item in his palm. It was a brocade pouch. Any gift from the tiny world was meaningless to the Nether Master. Naturally, he wouldn't care about the gift from Nieli. He casually opened the brocade pouch and glanced at the item inside. Immediately after, the Nether Master's pupils slightly contracted. His eyes were filled with deep shock as he raised his head to look at the sky. Nieli had already disappeared. Chapter 263. Draconic Ruins Realm. This was a vast world with many powerful forces. The Righteous Path's Hagami Myunmyun, Heavenly Notes Sect, Phaseless Sect, 100 Flowers Sect, Sky Origin Sect, and Sky Blaze Sect. The Wicked Path's Yao Shun Sect, Pinna Thunder Demon Sect, Scarlet Moon Demonic Sect, and other extremely mysterious forces like the Ancestral Godland and Ancestral Demonic Saintland. These forces have been passed down for countless years and had countless experts. No one could shake them. East of the Draconic Ruins realm, this large territory belonged to one of the 6 righteous sects, the Hagami Myunmyun. No one knew how long the Hagami Myunmyun had been passed down. The Hagami Myunmyun managed hundreds of cities and hundreds of millions of people. Just the outer court disciples alone numbered in the millions. No one knew how many experts the Hagami Myunmyun had. The Hagami Myunmyun was divided into the Lesser Heaven realm, the inner court, and the outer court. The outer court was already out of reach for ordinary people. The inner court was even more mysterious. As for the Lesser Heaven realm, it was a legendary existence. Aside from that, the Hagami Myunmyun also had a place called the Sky Soul Institute. Geniuses from various cities and other realms would all enter the Sky Soul Institute to cultivate. The Sky Soul Institute was extremely huge. Just the number of students alone numbered in the millions. It was like an independent small kingdom. The Sky Soul Institute was located deep within the mountains. Within the lush forest, one could vaguely see a group of buildings that were endless and majestic. On a small path in the forest, Xiaoyu, Nieli, Lu Piao, and Guan Yu were walking. Guan Yu was a demigod rank expert in his 20s. He came from the Nether Realm and was a member of the Shiyu clan. His appearance was extremely similar to a human's, except that his skin was slightly red. The trace of arrogance between Guan Yi's brows made Nieli very unhappy. Even though they were both disciples of the master of the Nether Realm, the two of them practically didn't speak to each other. Students of the Sky Soul Institute were coming and going. It was the once-in-a-decade recruitment period for the Sky Soul Institute. Therefore, the surrounding area was basically filled with new students of the Sky Soul Institute. As Xiaoyu walked in front, she said the Sky Soul Institute is divided into 5 sections. The hierarchy was very strict. The central courtyard was the strongest, followed by the east courtyard and the west courtyard. The southern and northern courtyards are at the end of the list. You'll have to take the test first before you can decide which courtyard you'll be assigned to. Xiaoyu glanced at Guan Yu and said, "There's one more thing I want to make clear to you. It doesn't matter if you're legendary or demigod. Put away your arrogance. In the Draconic Ruins realm, you guys haven't even crossed the threshold of cultivation." The realms of the Draconic Ruins realm were divided into 5 major realms: Heavenly Fate, Heavenly Star, Heavenly Axis, Tao of Dragon, and Martial Ancestor. Each realm was further divided into 9 minor realms. All cultivators below the heavenly fate realm were known as the earthly fate realm. He hasn't even condensed a life soul, so he doesn't have the right to call himself a cultivator. Guan Yi's expression turned cold when he heard Xiao Yu's words. In the nether realm, demigod rank experts were considered experts, but in the draconic ruins realm, he's only a lowly earth fate realm. But so what? With my cultivation talent, I will definitely be able to stand out. Guan Yi glanced at Nieli. He was a little dissatisfied with Nieli. Although they were both disciples of the Nether Master, Nieli was clearly more valued by the Nether Master. Furthermore, Nieli was also closer to the Nether Master's godson, Xiao Yu. On the other hand, Guan Yi was the one being ostracized. Nieli could vaguely sense Guan Yi's hostility. However, he didn't care about it. His true enemies were the Demon Lord and the powerful Holy Emperor. Guan Yi wasn't qualified to be his opponent. Under Xiao Yu's guidance, the 3 of them entered a courtyard. Together, they entered a courtyard. In the courtyard, there were some strong mentors checking the names of the students. These mentors wore long robes and emitted a dignified aura. Their bodies emitted a powerful aura. At the very least, they were heavenly fate realm experts. Xiao Yu walked in front of one of the mentors and said, "These are the letters of recommendation for the 3 new students." That mentor was a youth in his 30s. He wore a long silver robe. When he raised his head and saw Xiao Yu, a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes as he said, "So it's Xiao Yu." Hearing the young mentor's words, the other mentors also directed their gazes over. The young mentor glanced at Nia Li's group of 3, then turned his head to another mentor and said, "I've received the letters of recommendation. You can lead them in." Xiao Yu nodded her head and said to Nia Li's group of 3, "Follow me." Nia Li swept a glance at the other mentors. When the mentors heard Xiao Yu's name, they all looked a little surprised. It seemed like Xiao Yu had some fame in the Sky Soul Institute. Although Xiao Yu's cultivation didn't seem to have condensed her fate soul yet. After passing through several corridors, they walked into a large hall. There were thousands of students gathered in the hall, and they seemed to be doing something. Xiao Yu turned her head to Nia Li's group of 3 and said, "Before the geniuses of the various cities and realms join the Sky Soul Institute, they will first undergo a test to test the grade of their spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are divided into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and man. The higher the grade of a person's spiritual root, the stronger their talent will be, and the faster they will be able to cultivate heavenly energy." "Then what grade of spiritual root do you have?" Lu Piao couldn't help curiously asking from the side. "I'm a 7th-grade heaven spiritual root," Xiao Yu said in a low voice. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Nieli looked at Xiao Yu in astonishment. He never imagined that Xiao Yu's talent would be so strong. He didn't know why she hadn't condensed her fate soul yet. A 7th-grade heaven spiritual root was already quite extraordinary. For an ordinary person, a 7th-grade heaven spiritual root or above was already sufficient. A 5th-grade earth spiritual root or above could be considered a genius. As for heaven spiritual roots, they were extremely rare and hard to find. In the entire Hagami Myunyan, there probably weren't more than 1,000 of them. Is a 7th-grade heaven spiritual root very strong? Lu Piao turned her head to look at Nieli in doubt. Hearing Lu Piao's words, the surrounding people all looked at Lu Piao with strange gazes. Is this person an idiot to actually ask such a question? Heaven's spiritual roots were already extremely rare. Those with 3th-grade or above were absolute geniuses. 7th-grade was simply heaven-defying. Feeling the surrounding gazes, Lu Piao scratched his head. He also knew that his question was a little unnecessary. Nieli took a glance at Xiao Yu. Logically speaking, if Xiao Yu had a 7th-grade heaven spiritual root, she should have condensed her fate soul long ago at her age. So why hadn't she condensed her fate soul yet? This caused Nieli to be a little puzzled. As for the spiritual root test, Nieli had also participated in it in his previous life. At that time, he was only a 7th-grade earth spiritual root, an ordinary talent. However, due to the temporal demon spirit book, Nieli still managed to rush to the pinnacle of martial Dao. In this life, he didn't have the temporal demon spirit book, but he had the knowledge of his previous life. Lu Piao gloomily said, "This spiritual root test is pretty scary. I'm afraid of these tests the most. Aside from a soul force test, my results have always been the worst." Nieli patted Lu Piao's shoulder and lightly smiled. "This spiritual root test isn't the same as the soul force test. You could be a little more casual with your cultivation technique. Even if your spiritual roots grade isn't high, you can still cultivate it to a very high level. Therefore, you don't have to feel too much pressure." Guani glanced at Lu Piao and sneered. Lu Piao was actually afraid of the test. Only a mediocre person would be afraid of the test. As the number of people participating in the test increased, the 3 teachers at the front were recording. 3 grade man spiritual root, send back. 2 grade man spiritual root, send back. The voices of the teachers resounded. "What do you mean by send back?" Lu Piao couldn't help looking at Xiao Yu and asked. Xiao Yu said, "It means that the Sky Soul Institute won't accept them. The Sky Soul Institute only accepts those with 5 grade man spiritual roots and above. Those with poor aptitudes won't be accepted." Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Lu Piao couldn't help shrinking his head. Sending back this was too scary. They wouldn't be able to return to the tiny world for the next 5 years. If the Sky Soul Institute didn't accept them, where would they go? Lu Piao was on the verge of crying. He felt that he would definitely be sent back. Guani glanced at Lu Piao, who had a bitter expression on his face, and coldly snorted, "Trash." Hearing Guan Yi's words, Nieli's expression turned cold. He swept a glance at Guan Yi and said, "Who are you calling trash?" Nieli wouldn't allow anyone to insult his friends. Glancing at Nieli, Guan Yi shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's whoever you think it is." Xiao Yu furrowed her brows for a moment. She was also a little dissatisfied with Guan Yi. However, when she saw Nieli's expression, she was afraid that Nieli would make a move. She immediately stopped Nieli and said, "Fighting within the Sky Soul Institute isn't allowed, unless it's a challenge in the arena. Once you start a fight, the punishment is extremely severe. You might even be locked in the Arctic chamber for a few months." Although he was dissatisfied with Guan, Nieli understood the rules and didn't make any preparations. Xiao Yu glanced at Guan Yi and coldly said, "You're all my godfather's disciples. I don't wish for any conflicts to arise between the two of you. If anyone takes the initiative to start a fight, then don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. Those who take the initiative to start a fight, don't come and ask me for help if anything happens." Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Guani immediately apologized. "Young Master Xiao Yu, I was just speaking out of turn. Please don't take it to heart." Xiao Yu coldly snorted and didn't say anything else. Guan Yi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He never thought that Xiao Yu would be so biased towards Nieli and Xiao Yu. He understood that offending Xiao Yu here would definitely not end well for him. Although he felt disdain towards Nieli and Lu Piao, it was better to restrain himself a little, lest he angered Xiao Yu. Just as the 4 of them were talking, a group of people walked over from the side. The one leading the group was a handsome youth with a trace of evil in his eyes. He looked to be 17 or 18 years old and had a frivolous smile on his face. "Isn't this our West District's super genius, Xiao Yu? I never thought that I'd meet young Master Xiao here. What a coincidence." The youth clicked his tongue and said in a strange tone, "Hualing, if you have something to say, then say it. If not, then scram. I don't have the time to chat with you." Xiao Yu's face was covered in frost as she said coldly. Sensing the hostility between the two of them, Nieli glanced at the youth called Hualing. This youth called Hualing should be a heavenly fate realm expert who had already condensed his fate soul. There were more than 10 people following behind him. Hualing laughed and reached out to hook his arm around Xiao Yu's shoulder. However, he was slapped away by Xiao Yu. Hualing retracted his hand and chuckled. "Young Master Xiao is still the same. You're not polite at all." Chapter 264. Hualing, am I that familiar with you? Xiao Yu coldly glanced at Hualing and snorted. "Young Master Xiao, you're treating me like an outsider." Hualing smiled. "Your father and my father are both deacons of the Hagami Munyan. There's no need to treat me like an enemy." After he finished speaking, Hualing's gaze swept across Nieli and the other two standing behind Xiaoyu. He laughed and said, "The tiny world is truly lacking in talent. Only 3 people have been chosen. Furthermore, their cultivations don't seem to be much. It seems that the tiny world still can't compare to our little heaven realm." Hualing's words were filled with sarcasm as he looked at Nieli and the other two with contempt. Behind Hualing were over 20 experts. Every single one of them was at the demigod realm and was only a step away from the heavenly fate realm. Their gazes towards Nieli and the other two contained traces of provocation. They could clearly sense that Hualing and Xiaoyu weren't on good terms. Since they would have to rely on Hualing in the future, they would naturally follow his lead. Nieli focused his voice and asked Xiaoyu, "Is this Hualing?" Xiaoyu transmitted her voice to Nieli. "His father is the same as my foster father. They're both deacons of the outer court of the Hagamim Union. He's fighting with my father for the position of chief deacon. You don't have to pay attention to them. They can't do anything to you here." Nieli understood a little. No wonder Hualing and Xiaoyu weren't on good terms. So that was the reason. Nieli wasn't interested in these disputes. Hualing's cold gaze swept towards Nieli. He didn't know what Nieli and Xiaoyu were talking about, but he knew that it wasn't anything good. The spirit root test is about to begin. I wonder what grade of spirit root these 3 geniuses from the tiny world have. A somewhat provocative smile appeared at the corners of Hualing's mouth as he swept his gaze over Xiaoyu's group of 4. Since young Master Xiao possesses a 7-grade heaven spiritual root, these few from the little heaven realm shouldn't be too bad, right? You don't have to worry about that. Xiaoyu appeared to be very cold. She seemed to be very annoyed with Hualing. She didn't even want to say a single word to him. Seeing Xiaoyu acting as if there was no one else around, Hualing coldly snorted and turned around. He had a 7th-grade heaven spiritual root and had yet to condense a life spirit. What was there to be proud of? Although Hualing had already reached 3 fate and Xiaoyu still hadn't formed a fate soul in Hualing's heart, he was still very nervous and regarded Xiaoyu as a formidable opponent. Firstly, the existence of a 7-grade heaven spiritual root was simply a legend. In the entire Sky Soul Institute, there were only 100 people who had reached the 7-grade heaven spiritual root. Among these 100 people, their cultivation had reached an extremely shocking level, and they were all tyrants. Logically speaking, a 7-grade heaven spiritual root's cultivation speed should be extremely fast. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to catch up. However, Xiaoyu still hadn't formed a fate soul. Logically speaking, such a person shouldn't be a threat to Hualing. However, there was a legend in the Sky Soul Institute. The longer an expert with a heaven spiritual root remained in the Earth Fate realm, the faster their cultivation speed would increase once they condensed a fate soul. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to catch up to them. The strength of a heaven spiritual root had always made Hualing anxious and fearful. The results of the test were out. She only possessed a 7-grade Earth spiritual root. Although her talent could be considered outstanding, she definitely wasn't a super genius. More and more people participated in the test. 9-grade man, spiritual root. Send her to the Southern District. 7-grade man, spiritual root. Send her to the Southern District. The results of the test showed that there weren't many people with Earth spiritual roots. The instructors in charge of the Hagamim Union's test swept their gazes over the participating disciples. Clearly, their interest had waned. In the past few years, the number of geniuses had been decreasing. This was also related to the decline of the Hagamim Union. Many of the super geniuses had gone to other divine sects. Among the instructors in charge of the test, the one leading them was a blue-robed, middle-aged man. He had a dignified bearing as he paid attention to the results of the test. Beside him, 2 other instructors were quickly recording the results. 6th grade, Earth spiritual root. Another result came out. Not bad. Send her to the Western District. The blue-robed, middle-aged man lightly nodded. Hualing furrowed his brows. There were thousands of people here waiting to be tested. He didn't know how long it would take for it to be his turn. Hualing walked towards the blue-robed, middle-aged man and greeted him with a smile. Enforcer Gu, long time no see. Young Master Hualing, why have you come? The blue-robed, middle-aged man's expression softened when he saw Hualing. I've brought the disciples of my little heaven realm to participate in the test. I hope that Enforcer Gu will take care of us. Hualing had a smile on his face. With a wave of his right hand, something appeared in his hand, and he stuffed it into the blue-robed, middle-aged man's hand. The blue-robed, middle-aged man lowered his head and glanced at it before keeping it without batting an eyelid. He smiled and said, "It's nothing. Young Master Hualing is too courteous." He was only an enforcer in charge of external affairs. He couldn't be compared to Hualing's father, who held true authority. Since Hualing was so courteous, he could not give him face. Since that's the case, young Master Hualing's disciples will be tested first. The blue-robed, middle-aged man smiled and said, "The little heaven realm is filled with geniuses. The students that come will definitely be geniuses with outstanding talent. Then I'll have to thank Enforcer Gu." Young Master Hualing laughed. He turned around and said to his subordinates, "All of you, come over." The group of disciples from the little heaven realm all walked towards Hualing. Seeing this scene, the geniuses who were still waiting revealed unhappy expressions. They had been waiting for thousands of people to take the test for a long time. Hualing and his group had clearly arrived later than them, but they were already in front of them. Who is this group of people? Don't talk so much. Be careful of causing trouble. This Hualing is the son of an outer core enforcer. If they want to take the test first, then let them. In the end, many people restrained themselves. After all, Hagami Mumyan had arrived, and they were nothing. There were some people that they couldn't afford to offend. Xiaoyu walked out from the side and said to Hualing and the blue-robed middle-aged man in a deep voice, "Enforcer Gu, isn't this a little inappropriate? We arrived before Hualing and his group, but they are already in front of us. If word of this spreads, I'm afraid it won't be good." The blue-robed middle-aged man glanced at Xiaoyu and immediately felt awkward. If it was an ordinary person who raised such an opinion, he would definitely suppress it. He still had some authority in the disciple selection test, but Xiaoyu's father was the same as Hualing's father. They were both enforcers with real power, so he couldn't offend them. Furthermore, it was a fact that he was biased. If Xiaoyu spoke of it, he would more or less receive some punishment. "Young Master Xiaoyu, I'll let you see a joke. It's like this. Young Master Hualing has already handed over his nameplate to me and made an appointment. It's just that he's a little late. This isn't against the rules, right?" Enforcer Gu suddenly had an idea and said. He was also a shrewd person, so he naturally wouldn't be so easily manipulated. Xiaoyu was speechless for a moment. Although she knew that Enforcer Gu was lying through his teeth, and she was furious, there was nothing she could do. "Young Master Xiao, I forgot to tell you. I just helped you hand over your nameplate and made an appointment for you. If you want to take the test first, we can line up behind you," Hualing said with a smile. Enforcer Gu couldn't help but glance at Hualing with gratitude. They were both sons of enforcers with real power, but Hualing clearly knew how to conduct himself better than Xiaoyu. He was simply smooth and slick. "No need, it's our turn soon." Xiaoyu slightly frowned. If she lined up in front of Hualing, wouldn't she become the same person as Hualing? "Oh, it's almost young Master Zhao's turn. Since it's like this, Enforcer Gu can put us together for the test. It just so happens that young Master Xiao and I can discuss it," Hualing said with a smile. "Since young Master Hualing has such an idea, then let's wait for the students in front to finish their test first." Enforcer Gu faintly smiled, but his eyes revealed a trace of profound light. It was said that young Master Hualing and young Master Zhao's father had always been on bad terms. It seemed like the two of them had the intention to compete. Since this matter had nothing to do with him, Enforcer Gu was more than happy to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Xiaoyu frowned. She was clearly dissatisfied with Hualing's provocation. Hualing glanced at Nieli and the other two and smiled. "I wonder what grade of spiritual roots these three geniuses from the tiny world have. You must know that young Master Xiao has an extremely rare 7th-grade heaven spiritual root. These geniuses from the tiny world shouldn't be too bad, right?" Xiaoyu also didn't know the talent of Nieli and the other two. Seeing Hua Ling's overbearing attitude, she only coldly swept a glance at him and didn't say anything. The students in front continued their tests and revealed a few Earth spiritual roots. One of them even had a 3-grade heaven spiritual root, which caused waves of exclamations. It's actually a heaven spiritual root. The crowd looked at that genius enviously. That genius was clearly at a loss. He was originally just a study companion for the young master and had accompanied the young master to take the test. He never expected that he would be found to have a heaven spiritual root. Chapter 265. Enforcer Gu hastily tried to smooth things over. Young Master Hualing, although he tested to be an 8-grade man's spiritual root and can't be compared to the other disciples in the Little Heaven realm, it's still acceptable. Why is young Master Hualing so angry? Our Little Heaven realm doesn't accept trash with man spiritual roots. Do you want to scram? Or do you want me to throw you back? Trash with a man's spiritual root doesn't have the face to stay in the Sky Soul Institute. Hualing coldly looked at the youth with an 8-grade man's spiritual root. Hearing Hualing berating the youth with an 8-grade man spiritual root, Guan Yi tightly clenched his fists. Hualing's words were no different from humiliating him. In the past, he was the only one humiliating others. No one had ever humiliated him before. This made him feel so ashamed that he wanted to commit suicide. Apart from Guan Yu, the rest of the people who had been tested to have man's spiritual roots also felt ashamed to face anyone. Nieli patted Guan Yi's shoulder and said, "Don't take his words to heart. As cultivators, we must do heaven-defying things. If you don't have the heart to defy the heavens, then you might as well give up on cultivation." Guan Yi's eyes slowly turned clear and resolute. He gratefully looked at Nieli and said, "Thank you, Nieli. Previously, when I said those things to you guys encouraged me. I won't give up." Hualing glanced at Nieli and Guan Yi and sneered. Only trash would sympathize with each other. The strong don't need the pity of others. After being berated by Hualing, the youth with an 8-grade man's spiritual root silently left. Enforcer Gu pointed at Lu Piao and said, "You come and take your test." Since it was her turn to take the test, Lu Piao's face instantly turned bitter as she helplessly walked towards the crystal ball. If it was a blessing, then it wouldn't be a curse. If it was a curse, then she couldn't avoid it. She would have to take the test sooner or later. Just when Lu Piao was about to take the test, a commotion suddenly broke out outside. Someone committed suicide. It's the one who tested to be an 8-grade man spiritual root. It said that he tested to be an 8-grade man spiritual root. He was humiliated and committed suicide. Students waiting for the test. They shook their heads and sighed. Although an 8-grade man's spiritual root wasn't outstanding, it was still acceptable. He wasn't suicidal at all. Hearing the discussions outside, Nieli frowned his brows. The reason why that youth committed suicide wasn't because he had an 8-grade man's spiritual root, but because he couldn't accept the humiliation of being sent back. He would rather die here than go back. This was his dignity. Hualing coldly snorted and said, "You'd rather die than go back. You have a bit of backbone. However, since you're trash, there's no pity in dying." The people from the Little Heaven realm beside Hualing all appeared a little cold. This sort of thing was far too common for them. Anger flashed across Xiao Yu's face when she heard Hualing's words. Lu Piao and the others were also glaring at Hualing. Some people in the surroundings were furious at Hualing, but this was a matter of the Little Heaven world. It was none of their business. Everyone retracted their gazes and looked at Lu Piao, who was about to take the test. Hualing looked down at Lu Piao with a disdainful smile. Seeing how timid Lu Piao was, Hualing guessed that her talent wasn't that great. The gazes of these people made Lu Piao feel a suffocating pressure. He silently prayed in his heart that he mustn't be sent back. He slowly placed his hand on the crystal ball. Since someone had just committed suicide, everyone was paying close attention to Lu Piao's test result. Lu Piao poured a strand of her energy into the crystal ball. The crystal ball grew brighter and brighter, releasing traces of red. Lu Piao immediately closed her eyes. "It's over, it's over. It's red. It's a man's spiritual root. It can't be a 5-grade man's spiritual root." Everyone focused their attention on the crystal ball. The light within the crystal ball grew brighter and brighter. It was so dazzling that people couldn't help but cover their eyes with their hands. The color within the crystal ball slowly changed from pink to dark red, then to dark purple. Thereafter, it split into 2, 3, 4, 5 streaks. Lu Piao opened one of her eyes and immediately wanted to cry. 5 streaks. There's actually only 5 streaks. It's over, it's over. I'm going to be sent back. Why is my life so miserable? She immediately closed her eyes again. Enforcer Gu's gaze gradually changed from calm to shock. Purple. That was clearly the color of a heaven's spiritual root. Furthermore, this was the first time he'd seen such a deep purple. Furthermore, it was split into 5 streaks. It was actually a 5-grade heaven spiritual root. He'd tested so many people, but he'd only tested 3 heaven spiritual roots. One of them was a 3-grade heaven spiritual root, while the other was a 2-grade heaven spiritual root. They were already considered super geniuses. However, compared to Lu Piao, they were far inferior. Hualing's gaze changed from disdain to dumbfounded. This was impossible. This brat had actually reached a 5-grade heaven spiritual root. He never imagined that such a mediocre and incompetent brat would actually be tested as a 5-grade heaven spiritual root. Compared to a heaven spiritual root, those with earth spiritual roots were just a bunch of mediocre people. Hualing flew into a rage out of humiliation. Were these people from the tiny world cheating? There were countless cities and realms in the Draconic Ruins realm, but how many geniuses with heaven spiritual roots had appeared? The tiny world actually tested someone with a heaven spiritual root, and a 5-grade one at that. Is the test over? After a long time, Lu Piao couldn't help opening her eyes. She was still waiting for Enforcer Gu to say the word send back. In the end, no one made a move. When she opened her eyes, she realized that everyone was looking at her. That strange atmosphere caused Lu Piao to shrink her head. Just what was going on? Did this group of people eat dead fish? Why were their eyes so wide open? Seeing Lu Piao looking at him, Enforcer Gu coughed and awkwardly said, 5-grade heaven spiritual root. Send him to the West District. 5-grade heaven spiritual root? Who? Lu Piao looked around. After a long time, Lu Piao recovered and pointed at herself in shock. Me? 5-grade heaven spiritual root? Lu Piao lowered her head to look at the crystal ball and saw 5 rays of purple light. So I'm a heaven spiritual root, not a man's spiritual root. That scared me to death. So I never realized that I'm a genius. In the past, I was too low-key. Lu Piao's steps became light as she walked to Nieli's side and excitedly said, Nieli, so I'm a 5-grade heaven spiritual root. You actually never told me. You even made my legs go soft during the test. Nieli rolled his eyes and said, I don't even have a heaven spiritual crystal. How would I know that you're a 5-grade heaven spiritual root? So that's the case. Hee. Lu Piao scratched her head. Finally, she didn't have to be sent back. Hualing tightly clenched his fists as he furiously swept a glance at Lu Piao. He was a narrow-minded person, to begin with, and couldn't tolerate a single grain of sand in his eyes. When he saw Lu Piao's proud appearance after testing a 5-grade heaven spiritual root, he naturally felt extremely unhappy in his heart. Hualing glanced at Enforcer Gu and said, Enforcer Gu, let's continue the test. Enforcer Gu bitterly smiled. It was extremely difficult for the geniuses of the Little Heaven realm to test for a heaven spiritual root. After all, heaven spiritual roots were too rare. The test continued. The geniuses of the Little Heaven realm finished their tests one after another. The majority of them had earth spiritual roots, with one being a 1-grade heaven spiritual root. Although it was also a heaven spiritual root, it couldn't be compared to Lu Piao's. Hualing was extremely resentful. Although he had so many people on his side, there was nothing worth showing off. No matter how many mediocre people there were, they couldn't compare to a single genius. This was the reality of the world. Even 1,000 heavenly fate realm experts couldn't compare to a single heavenly star. It's your turn. Please come up and take the test. Enforcer Gu looked at Nieli and spoke in an extremely gentle tone. Lu Piao and Nieli seemed to be good friends. Lu Piao was a 5-grade heaven spiritual root. As long as she wasn't like Xiao Yu, who was stuck in the earth fate realm, her cultivation would definitely reach unimaginable heights in the future. Enforcer Gu didn't dare to provoke a future expert. Nieli walked towards the heaven spiritual crystal ball. He already knew that he had a 7-grade earth spiritual root, so there was no need for him to take the test. However, he still had to take the test before he had the qualifications to enter the West District. Nieli placed his right hand on the crystal ball and injected a strand of his energy into it. A few traces of red appeared on the crystal ball before it gradually darkened into a deep purple. At the same time, 2 streaks appeared, 3 streaks, for streaks didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Only when it reached the 7th, then the 8th, did it finally stop. Nieli sensed that the streaks of light within the crystal ball were still going to turn from purple to black. He immediately retracted his hand. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the crystal ball before them, not to mention the fact that a 5-grade heaven spiritual root had appeared. Now, another 8-grade heaven spiritual root had appeared. This matter was simply too shocking. Aside from mysterious Central District, there weren't more than 5 8-grade heaven spiritual roots in the entire Sky Soul Institute. Experts with 8-grade heaven spiritual roots were basically all sent to the Central District. Enforcer Gu felt his entire body breaking out in cold sweat. He never imagined that he'd actually get another 8-grade heaven spiritual root. A 5-grade heaven spiritual root and an 8-grade heaven spiritual root. The tiny world was truly a mystical place. In the other worlds, outsiders could freely enter and leave. Only the tiny world was a sealed place that outsiders couldn't enter. Hualing's eyes were glued to the crystal ball. He really wanted to know if there was a problem with the crystal ball or not. Another person with a heaven spiritual root had appeared in the tiny world. Furthermore, it was an 8-grade heaven spiritual root that caused others to fear. A genius of this level would definitely cause others to feel fear. Xiao Yu had been stuck in the earth fate realm, unable to step into the heavenly fate realm. However, that was already enough to make Hualing restless. Now, another 8-grade heaven spiritual root had appeared. If Nieli's cultivation hadn't stagnated like Xiao Yu's, then his cultivation speed would definitely be unimaginable. In contrast to the shock of the others, Nieli's brows were tightly knitted together. Just what was going on? In his previous life, he'd clearly tested as a 7-grade earth spiritual root. In this life, he'd actually tested as an 8-grade heaven spiritual root. Could it be that his talent had changed in this life? As he thought about his soul realm, could it be because of that vine? Chapter 266. Enforcer Gu hastily tried to smooth things over. Young Master Hualing, although he tested to be an 8-grade man's spiritual root and can't be compared to the other disciples in the Little Heaven realm, it's still acceptable. Why is young Master Hualing so angry? Our Little Heaven realm doesn't accept trash with man's spiritual roots. Do you want to scram? Or do you want me to throw you back? Trash with a man's spiritual root doesn't have the face to stay in the Sky Soul Institute. Hualing coldly looked at the youth with an 8-grade man's spiritual root. Hearing Hualing berating the youth with an 8-grade man's spiritual root, Guan Yi tightly clenched his fists. Hualing's words were no different from humiliating him. In the past, he was the only one humiliating others. No one had ever humiliated him before. This made him feel so ashamed that he wanted to commit suicide. Apart from Guan Yu, the rest of the people who had been tested to have man's spiritual roots also felt ashamed to face anyone. Nieli patted Guan Yi's shoulder and said, "Don't take his words to heart. As cultivators, we must do heaven-defying things. If you don't have the heart to defy the heavens, then you might as well give up on cultivation." Guan Yi's eyes slowly turned clear and resolute. He gratefully looked at Nieli and said, "Thank you, Nieli. Previously, when I said those things to you guys encouraged me. I won't give up." Hualing glanced at Nieli and Guan Yi and sneered. Only trash would sympathize with each other. The strong don't need the pity of others. After being berated by Hualing, the youth with an 8-grade man's spiritual root silently left. Enforcer Gu pointed at Lu Piao and said, "You, come and take your test." It was her turn to take the test. Lu Piao's face instantly turned bitter as she helplessly walked towards the crystal ball. If it was a blessing, then it wouldn't be a curse. If it was a curse, then she couldn't avoid it. She would have to take the test sooner or later. Just when Lu Piao was about to take the test, a commotion suddenly broke out outside. Someone committed suicide. It's the one who tested to be an 8th-grade man, spiritual root. It said that he was humiliated after being tested to be an 8th-grade man, spiritual root, and committed suicide. Students waiting for the test. They shook their heads and sighed. Although an 8th-grade man, spiritual root wasn't outstanding, it was still acceptable. He wasn't suicidal at all. Hearing the discussions outside, Nieli frowned his brows. The reason why that youth committed suicide wasn't because he had an 8th-grade man, spiritual root, but because he couldn't accept the humiliation of being sent back. He would rather die here than go back. This was his dignity. Hualing coldly snorted and said, "You'd rather die than go back. You have a bit of backbone. However, since you're trash, there's no pity in dying." The people from the little heaven realm beside Hualing all appeared a little cold. This sort of thing was far too common for them. Anger flashed across Xiao Yu's face when she heard Hualing's words. Lu Piao and the others were also glaring at Hualing. Some people in the surroundings were furious at Hualing, but this was a matter of the little heaven world. It was none of their business. Everyone retracted their gazes and looked at Lu Piao, who was about to take the test. Hualing looked down at Lu Piao with a disdainful smile. Seeing how timid Lu Piao was, Hualing guessed that her talent wasn't that great. The gazes of these people made Lu Piao feel a suffocating pressure. He silently prayed in his heart that he mustn't be sent back. He slowly placed his hand on the crystal ball. Since someone had just committed suicide, everyone was paying close attention to Lu Piao's test result. Lu Piao poured a strand of her energy into the crystal ball. The crystal ball grew brighter and brighter, releasing traces of red. Lu Piao immediately closed her eyes. It's over, it's over. It's red. It's a man's spiritual root. It can't be a 5th-grade man's spiritual root. Everyone focused their attention on the crystal ball. The light within the crystal ball grew brighter and brighter. It was so dazzling that people couldn't help but cover their eyes with their hands. The color within the crystal ball slowly changed from pink to dark red, then to dark purple. Thereafter, it split into 2, 3, 4, 5 streaks. Lu Piao opened one of her eyes and immediately wanted to cry. 5 streaks. There's actually only 5 streaks. It's over, it's over. I'm going to be sent back. Why is my life so miserable? She immediately closed her eyes again. Enforcer Gu's gaze gradually changed from calm to astonishment. Purple. That was clearly the color of a heaven's spiritual root. Furthermore, this was the first time he'd seen such a deep purple. Furthermore, it was split into 5 streaks. It was actually a 5th-grade heaven spiritual root. He'd tested so many people, but he'd only tested 3 heaven spiritual roots. One of them was a 3-grade heaven spiritual root, while the other was a 2-grade heaven spiritual root. They were already considered super geniuses. However, compared to Lu Piao, they were far inferior. Hualing's gaze changed from disdain to dumbfounded. This was impossible. This kid had actually reached a 5-grade heaven spiritual root. He never imagined that such a mediocre and incompetent kid would actually be tested to have a 5-grade heaven spiritual root. Compared to a heaven spiritual root, those with earth spiritual roots were just a bunch of mediocre people. Hualing flew into a rage out of humiliation. Were these people from the tiny world cheating? There were countless cities and realms in the Draconic Ruins realm. But how many geniuses with heaven's spiritual roots had appeared? The tiny world actually tested someone with a heaven spiritual root, and a 5-grade one at that. Is the test over? After a long time, Lu Piao couldn't help opening her eyes. She was still waiting for Enforcer Gu to say the word, "send back." However, no one made a move. When she opened her eyes, she realized that everyone was looking at her. That strange atmosphere caused Lu Piao to shrink her head. Just what was going on? Did this group of people eat dead fish? Why were their eyes so wide open? Seeing Lu Piao looking at him, Enforcer Gu coughed and awkwardly said, 5 grade heaven spiritual root. Send him to the West District. 5 grade heaven spiritual root? Who? Lu Piao looked around. After a long time, Lu Piao recovered and pointed at herself in shock. Me? 5 grade heaven spiritual root? Lu Piao lowered her head to look at the crystal ball and saw 5 rays of purple light. So I'm a heaven spiritual root, not a man's spiritual root. That scared me to death. So I never realized that I'm a genius. In the past, I was too low-key. Lu Piao's steps became light as she walked to Nieli's side and excitedly said, Nieli, so I'm a 5 grade heaven spiritual root. You actually never told me. You even made my legs go soft during the test. Nieli rolled his eyes and said, I don't even have a heaven spiritual crystal. How would I know that you're a 5 grade heaven spiritual root? So that's the case. Hee. Lu Piao scratched her head. Finally, she didn't have to be sent back. Hualing tightly clenched his fists as he furiously swept a glance at Lu Piao. He was a narrow-minded person, to begin with, and couldn't tolerate a single grain of sand in his eyes. When he saw Lu Piao's proud appearance after testing a 5 grade heaven spiritual root, he naturally felt extremely unhappy in his heart. Hualing glanced at Enforcer Gu and said, Enforcer Gu, let's continue the test. Enforcer Gu bitterly smiled. It was extremely difficult for the geniuses of the Little Heaven realm to test for a heaven spiritual root. After all, heaven spiritual roots were too rare. The test continued. The geniuses of the Little Heaven realm finished their tests one after another. The majority of them had earth spiritual roots, with one being a 1 grade heaven spiritual root. Although it was also a heaven spiritual root, it couldn't be compared to Lu Piao's. Hualing was extremely resentful. Although he had so many people on his side, there was nothing worth showing off. No matter how many mediocre people there were, they couldn't compare to a single genius. This was the reality of the world. Even 1,000 heavenly fate realm experts couldn't compare to a single heavenly star. It's your turn. Please come up and take the test. Enforcer Gu looked at Nieli and spoke in an extremely gentle tone. Lu Piao and Nieli seemed to be good friends. Lu Piao was a 5 grade heaven spiritual root. As long as she wasn't like Xiao Yu, who was stuck in the earth fate realm, her cultivation would definitely reach unimaginable heights in the future. Enforcer Gu didn't dare to provoke a future expert. Nieli walked towards the heaven spiritual crystal ball. He already knew that he had a 7 grade earth spiritual root, so there was no need for him to take the test. However, he still had to take the test before he would have the qualifications to enter the West District. Nieli placed his right hand on the crystal ball and injected a strand of his energy into it. A few traces of red appeared on the crystal ball before it gradually darkened into a deep purple. At the same time, 2 streaks appeared, 3 streaks. For streaks, it didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Only when it reached the 7th, then the 8th, did it finally stop. Nieli sensed that the streaks of light within the crystal ball were still going to turn from purple to black. He immediately retracted his hand. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the crystal ball before them, not to mention the fact that a 5 grade heaven spiritual root had appeared. Now, another 8 grade heaven spiritual root had appeared. This matter was simply too shocking. Aside from the mysterious Central District, there weren't more than 5 8-grade heaven spiritual roots in the entire Sky Soul Institute. Experts with 8-grade heaven spiritual roots had basically all entered the Central District. Enforcer Gu felt his entire body breaking out in cold sweat. He never imagined that he'd actually get another 8-grade heaven spiritual root. A 5-grade heaven spiritual root and an 8-grade heaven spiritual root. The tiny world was truly a mystical place. In the other worlds, outsiders could enter and leave as they pleased. Only the tiny world was a sealed place that outsiders couldn't enter. Hualing's eyes were fixed on the crystal ball. He really wanted to know if there was a problem with the crystal ball. Someone with a heaven spiritual root had actually appeared in the tiny world. Furthermore, it was an 8-grade heaven spiritual root that caused others to fear. A genius of this level would definitely cause others to feel fear. Xiaoyu had been stuck in the Earth Fate realm, unable to step into the Heavenly Fate realm. However, it was already enough to cause Hua Ling to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. Now, another 8th-grade heaven spiritual root had appeared. If Nieli's cultivation hadn't stagnated like Xiaoyu's, then his cultivation speed would definitely be unimaginable. Unlike the others, Nieli's brows were tightly knitted together. Just what was going on? In his previous life, he'd clearly tested as a 7th-grade Earth spiritual root. But in this life, he'd actually tested as an 8th-grade heaven spiritual root. Could it be that his talent had changed in this life? As he thought about his soul realm, could it be because of that vine? Chapter 267. Going from a 7th-grade Earth spiritual root to an 8th-grade heaven spiritual root was indeed a huge change. However, although Nieli was shocked, he wasn't overjoyed. Regardless of the grade of his spiritual root, Nieli had absolute confidence in himself. His strength would definitely reach a level that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. 8th-grade heaven spiritual root. Send him to the West District. Enforcer Gu's voice was slightly trembling. He'd tested so many students, but the only 8th-grade heaven spiritual root he'd encountered was Nieli. The surrounding students were in an uproar. That was an 8th-grade heaven spiritual root. Their gazes towards Nieli were filled with shock and fear. This kind of talent was simply something that others could only look up to. Xiaoyu lightly glanced at Hua Ling and said, "It doesn't matter how many people there are in the Little Heaven realm." Hua Ling snorted and said, "I don't know what methods you guys use to get so many people with heaven spiritual roots. But don't be like you, an embroidered pillow." Hua Ling turned around and left with his group. His face had lost all face, and there was no point in staying here any longer. After watching Hua Ling's group leave, Xiaoyu retracted her gaze and looked towards Nia Li's group of 3. Hua Ling is a narrow-minded person. Be careful in the future and don't let him plot against you. No one will do anything to you in the Sky Soul Institute, but that might not be the case once you leave. Understood. Nieli nodded his head. He didn't place Hua Ling in his eyes, but he still had to be on guard against this kind of vile person. Xiaoyu glanced at Niao Li's group of 3 and said, "Let's go." The 4 of them walked out together. As Enforcer Gu watched Xiaoyu's group of 4 leave, the corner of his mouth couldn't help revealing a bitter smile. Niao Li and Lu Piao had an 8th-grade heaven spiritual root and a 5th-grade heaven spiritual root respectively. He'd really been blinded by greed to actually help Hua Ling. If he provoked 2 future geniuses, it'd be troublesome. He had to think of a way to repair his relationship with Niao Li and Lu Piao. Enforcer Gu was a tactful and cautious person, which was why his cultivation was not high. But the reason why they could still stand tall. "Guani, the South Campus is just ahead. This is as far as we can take you. Go and report to the 2 tutors in front. The 2 instructors will arrange a place for you to stay, and you will be able to cultivate in the South Courtyard from now on," Xiaoyu said to Guani. Guani was silent for a moment. He bowed slightly to Xiaoyu and the other 2, then turned around and left. He knew that his talent was far from that of the 3 before him. Xiaoyu and the other 2 were already generous enough. If he continued to pester Xiaoyu and the others, he would be shameless. He still had his dignity. As she watched Guan, he entered the southern courtyard. Xiaoyu withdrew her gaze and said, "Let's go to the western courtyard." There were 2 residences in the West District. One was arranged by the Sky Soul Institution, and anyone could live there. The other one is a private residence. You need to pay for it. I've rented a courtyard. You can stay there temporarily. I have a private residence. That's great, Lu Piao said excitedly. When Nieli heard Xiaoyu's words, he did not express his opinion. Instead, he looked into the distance. Lu Piao followed Nieli's gaze and asked in puzzlement, "What's that?" Xiaoyu looked into the distance and saw a plaza in the distance filled with students from various academies. They were in groups of 3 to 5 and seemed to be discussing something. They were all holding various items in their hands. "Oh, that's the place where the students of the Sky Soul Institution trade." The cultivation hall of the Sky Soul Institution would often issue missions. Completing these missions would allow you to obtain spiritual stones. Spiritual stones are an extremely important cultivation resource, Xiaoyu said. Furthermore, students would also trade various demon spirits and artifacts. In the Draconic Ruins realm, the growth rates of demon spirits are divided into 5 levels: ordinary, good, excellent, extraordinary, and God level. Excellent demon spirits are extremely rare, and extraordinary ones are even rarer. God level growth rates are practically non-existent. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Lu Piao's eyes widened. The demon spirits that she and Ye Li had integrated with were God-level growth rates. She never imagined that God-level growth rates would be so precious. They were extremely rare even in the Draconic Ruins realm. As if he knew about Lu Piao's doubts, Nelly shook his head and said, aside from growth rates, the demon spirit's bloodline is also extremely important. Take Dowsett, for example. Although they both have God-level growth rates, the Abyss Tiger is incomparable to the Celestial Qilin. How do we differentiate the demon spirit's bloodline? Nelly explained, there are 3 types of demon spirit bloodlines. The first is the ordinary demon beast bloodline. The second is the ancient bloodline, which is extremely rare. Take the Celestial Qilin, for example. It belongs to the ancient bloodline. The third is the primordial bloodline, which is basically unobtainable. No wonder Dowsett abandoned the Abyss Tiger after integrating with the Celestial Qilin. Although the Abyss Tiger also has a God-level growth rate, it's only a demon beast bloodline. There's still a huge gap between it and an ancient bloodline. Lu Piao nodded her head in understanding. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible for us to find a demon spirit with an ancient bloodline. Therefore, the demon spirits that students trade are only ordinary demon beast bloodlines, said Xiaoyu. Lu Piao finally understood. For Nieli to obtain a God-level growth rate demon spirit for them was already a huge advantage. Those ordinary students wouldn't even be able to obtain an extraordinary growth rate demon spirit. What about artifacts? Asked Lu Piao. Artifacts are similar to the weapons in our tiny world. However, artifacts contain heavenly energy, so they're much stronger than ordinary weapons. Artifacts are divided into 9 grades. Above them are extraordinary artifacts and God-slaying artifacts. Generally, it's already amazing for a Sky Soul Institute student to obtain a grade 3 artifact. Under normal circumstances, they can only trade for grade 1 artifacts, explained Xiaoyu. Oh, so that's how it is. Anticipation rose in Lu Piao's heart. She wondered how powerful an artifact that contained heavenly energy would be. Let's go take a look. Nelly took the lead and walked in that direction. Xiaoyu hesitated for a brief moment, then followed after him. Lu Piao also quickened her pace. There were thousands of students trading all sorts of items in this area, and they were all discussing among themselves. Does anyone have an excellent demon spirit? I'm willing to exchange 2 spiritual stones for it. Grade 2 artifact for 9 spiritual stones. Who's willing? All sorts of voices rose and fell. So, spiritual stones are actually so precious. I wonder how useful they are for cultivation, asked Lu Piao curiously. Spiritual stones are a great aid to cultivation. The higher your cultivation, the greater the need for spiritual stones. Xiaoyu solemnly said, the heavenly energy in the Draconic Ruins realm is extremely thin. It's simply not enough to support our cultivation. However, spiritual stones contain pure heavenly energy, which can greatly aid cultivation. Explained Xiaoyu. Lu Piao nodded her head. She now had a general understanding of spiritual stones. How many spiritual stones can I exchange these elixirs for? Asked Lu Piao as she took out a bottle of elixirs. Xiaoyu smiled as she shook her head. These elixirs are useless here. Lu Piao gloomily said. If I'd known this earlier, I would have brought more demon spirits. Xiaoyu shook her head. It's useless for you to bring ordinary demon spirits. This is the Draconic Ruins realm. Although demon spirits with ancient bloodlines are rare, the majority of students prefer demon spirits with the Dragon Clan's bloodline. They wouldn't want ordinary demon spirits unless they have a God-level growth rate. However, how can a God-level growth rate demon spirit be so easy to find? Oh, Lu Piao was depressed. His dream of getting rich had been shattered. The demon spirits in Glory City were no longer sufficient. Therefore, Nelly did not bring any demon spirits with him when he came to the Draconic Ruins realm. The majority of the items in his interspatial ring weren't worth much, aside from a few items, such as the Thunder God's meteorite sword and the green poison pearl. Nelly would definitely not exchange these items. Therefore, it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain some spiritual stones for his cultivation. However, Nelly still had a treasure in his bosom, the Nightmare Demon Pot. In the Draconic Ruins realm, demon spirits are extremely important. Therefore, the Nightmare Demon Pot, which could fuse with demon spirits, would naturally be extremely useful. However, Nelly still didn't want to reveal the Nightmare Demon Pot for the time being. Aside from exchanging items for spiritual stones, students with Heaven spiritual roots can also receive 5 spiritual stones every month, said Xiaoyu with a light smile. Only 5? Lu Piao's face was bitter. It's already a lot. Xiaoyu smiled. Lu Piao was truly greedy. An ordinary earth spiritual root could only receive 1 spiritual stone every month. As for those with man's spiritual roots, they could only fend for themselves. Nelly strolled around for a while. These students were exchanging various artifacts, demon spirits, and various other items. Occasionally, he would see some rare items, such as the scarlet flower seed, the mysterious purple metal, etc., which attracted Nelly's attention. However, Nelly's pocket was completely empty. He didn't even have a single spiritual stone. Therefore, he couldn't exchange anything. When can I go to the cultivation hall and see if I can accept some missions to obtain spiritual stones? Nelly pondered for a brief moment. Spiritual stones are extremely important for cultivation in the Draconic Ruins realm. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the demand for them. Spiritual stones can only be produced by the legendary deity's lake. A single deity's lake can only produce tens of thousands of spiritual stones a year. In the entire Draconic Ruins realm, the number of deities' lakes is limited. Furthermore, the number of deities' lakes is decreasing every year. Therefore, the supply of spiritual stones cannot meet the demand. As a large sect like the Hagami Myunmyun, they controlled a large number of deities' lakes in order to support the consumption of the entire sect. Every year, the various large sects would compete for the deities' lakes, resulting in intense battles. Nieli's group of 3 walked through the bustling crowd. Under Xiao Yu's lead, they slowly entered the West District's region. Majestic towers were erected everywhere. Every single one of these towers was dozens of meters tall, with all sorts of plants planted beneath them. There were tree-lined paths that led to different locations, with many students walking back and forth. When they saw Xiao Yu's group of 3, they all looked at them with astonished gazes and whispered to each other. Did you guys know? I heard that 2 people from the tiny world were tested to have 8 grade heaven spiritual roots and 5 grade heaven spiritual roots. Our West District has 2 more geniuses with heaven spiritual roots. Come on, Xiaoyu has a 7 grade heaven spiritual root, and she still hasn't reached the heavenly fate realm. Who knows what's going on with those 2 from the tiny world? The students hurriedly walked past. Chapter 268. Xiaoyu didn't care about what these students were saying. She led Nieli and Lu Piao through a tree-lined path and into a densely built area. There were many courtyards here, and Xiaoyu entered one of the quiet courtyards. The people living here are all geniuses of the West Courtyard. It's best that you don't provoke them. Those who can live here all have a background. Xiaoyu warned them worriedly. You guys can cultivate here in peace. Nieli looked up. There were 2 buildings in Xiaoyu's courtyard. Nieli and Lu Piao lived in one of them, which happened to be next to Xiaoyu's room. Without my guidance, you guys can't go out and walk around. Also, you're not allowed to go to my room. Xiaoyu looked at Nieli and said. In comparison, Xiaoyu was more worried about Nieli. All right. Nieli shrugged. He didn't take Xiaoyu's words to heart at all. Nieli and Lu Piao walked around. The environment of the courtyard was quite good. There were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. There was also a small bridge, a flowing stream, and a rock garden. Xiaoyu was really comfortable living here. She must have spent a lot of money. These 2 spirit stones are for you guys. You guys can cultivate first. Xiaoyu said and gave the 2 spirit stones to Nieli and Lu Piao. I'll go out first. I'll help you guys register. After saying goodbye to Nieli and Lu Piao, Xiaoyu walked out. Nieli took a spirit stone and sat cross-legged. Just as he was about to use the spirit stone to cultivate, Plume Flame God Knees came out from Nieli's sleeve with a whoosh. I'm suffocating. Plume Flame God Knees said gloomily. Ever since she arrived in the Draconic Ruins realm, she had been hiding in Nieli's sleeves. Although she knew that she couldn't hide it from him, she didn't attract too much attention. Many students of the Sky Soul Institution had brought along various kinds of demon pets and spiritual pets. Therefore, the people of the Draconic Ruins realm probably thought that Plume Flame God Knees was Nieli's demon pet. As for the golden egg, before entering, Nieli put it into a cloth bag. This little guy seemed to have entered a dormant state. It became smaller and smaller until it was only the size of a fist. It was not conspicuous when worn. Nieli couldn't think of a good way to deal with this little thing for the time being. Now that it was in hibernation, Nieli naturally had less to worry about. There are so many experts in the Draconic Ruins realm. Plume Flame God Knees sighed. Along the way, she had sensed countless powerful auras that shocked her. Practically everyone in the Draconic Ruins realm was a super expert. That's for sure. The tiny world is just a small world in the Draconic Ruins realm. Nieli smiled. Plume Flame God Knees had lived her entire life in the tiny world, so naturally, she knew nothing about the Draconic Ruins realm. Plume Flame God Knees felt a strong sense of urgency. Although she wasn't as powerful as the spiritual god at her peak in the tiny world, she was still at the pinnacle of legend rank. Therefore, she could deal with ordinary opponents. But in the Draconic Ruins realm, she was nothing. Although Nieli wanted to teach Plume Flame God Knees some cultivation techniques, Plume Flame God Knees had a different life form. However, because Yu Yan's life form wasn't the same as his, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only let Yu Yan comprehend it herself. However, Nieli could sense that Plume Flame God Knees' natal flame was extremely powerful. There was a high possibility that there was some sort of secret hidden in her body. Therefore, Plume Flame God Knees' cultivation method was destined to be different. Nieli, I have to make full use of this time to cultivate. The aura in the Draconic Ruins realm is completely different from the tiny world. I don't even know if I can absorb and refine it. Plume Flame God Knees floated in the air and quietly cultivated. She cultivated quietly, with flames circling around her body. Her eyes were tightly shut, as if she had sunk into a certain state. Nieli took out the spiritual stone. He had to hurry up and cultivate. It was time to break through to the heavenly fate realm. Circulating his soul realm, Nieli slowly extracted the energy within the spiritual stone and absorbed it into his body before refining it. A majestic energy surged within his body. Previously, he had been trapped in the tiny world. Now, he could finally absorb and refine the heavenly energy. Nieli circulated the heavenly god cultivation technique. He felt the strands of heavenly energy slowly flowing through his meridians and nourishing his entire body. All the pores on his body felt incomparably comfortable. Just as Nieli was about to have some effect, the heavenly energy contained in the spiritual stone was completely absorbed by Nieli. Feeling the empty spiritual stone, Nieli bitterly smiled. After cultivating the heavenly god cultivation technique, the capacity of his soul realm was astonishing. A single spiritual stone was simply not enough for him. It was like when he was eating, but before he could fill his stomach, he had to stop. I have to get more spiritual stones. Nieli inwardly thought to himself. As long as he had enough spiritual stones, with his talent as an 8th-grade heaven spiritual root, coupled with sufficient spiritual stones, and his own understanding of cultivation, he would definitely be able to reach the heavenly fate realm at an extremely fast speed. After coming to the Draconic Ruins realm, he definitely had to leave the Demon Lord far behind in terms of cultivation. Just when Nieli and Lu Piao were cultivating, a knocking sound came from the door. "Big Brother Xiaoyu, are you there?" It was a melodious and sweet voice of a girl. Just his voice alone could make one's bones go soft. Hearing the voice outside, Lu Piao suddenly opened her eyes. A trace of a mischievous smile hung on the corner of her mouth as she looked at Nieli and asked, Nieli, could it be that Xiao Yu's lover is here? Xiao Yu isn't here. Nieli yelled towards the outside as he bitterly smiled in his heart. Lu Piao was really gossipy. Eh. A soft sound came from outside as the door was pushed open. They saw a pretty young girl standing at the entrance. This young girl looked to be around 16 or 17 years of age. She wore a light yellow silk dress, and her skin was as fair as snow. Her eyes were like a clear spring as they glanced at the two people's faces. This young girl's appearance was extremely beautiful. She was like a bright pearl, sparkling like jade, and there was a hint of playfulness between her brows. Big brother Xiao Yu isn't here? Who are you? The girl looked curiously at Nieli and Lu Piao. We are Xiao Yu's friends. He just went out. Why are you looking for him? Nieli looked at the girl and asked. Lu Piao's gaze fell on the girl's face, and she was stunned. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Xiao Yu's little lover was really beautiful. Among all the girls she had seen, she was only slightly inferior to Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning. Oh, it's nothing. I just found out that big brother Xiao Yu had returned, so I came over to greet him. I didn't expect to bump into you guys here. Are you guys new students this year? Asked the girl as she blinked. Yes. Lu Piao hurriedly nodded. Oh, my name is Huang Ying. I am big brother Xiao Yu's friend. Huang Ying's face blushed a little. When he saw this scene, Nieli immediately understood that Huang Ying liked Xiao Yu. Do you want to wait for Xiao Yu to come back, or? Nieli asked. Huang Ying thought for a moment and said, I'll stay here and wait for a while. Huang Ying had only waited for a while when a young man in a white robe walked in. When he saw Huang Ying, his face sank, and he said, Inger, you really are here? When I heard that Xiao Yu was back, I guessed that you would come. Yinhao, why do you care? Huang Ying pouted her lips and said unhappily, Huang Ying, what's so good about Xiao Yu that you can't forget her? Yinhao angrily said, in terms of family background, he was many times better than Xiao Yu. In terms of looks, he admitted that he wasn't as good as Xiao Yu. However, he wasn't bad either. I'm happy, I like it. Why do you care? Huang Ying snorted. She clearly didn't like Yinhao. Yinhao's gaze swept past Nieli and Lu Piao as he coldly said, The two of you are the two geniuses from the tiny world, an 8th-grade heaven spiritual root and a 5th-grade heaven spiritual root. Nieli lightly glanced at Yinhao, but didn't reply. Lu Piao also didn't seem to be bothered to reply. Yinhao coldly knitted his brows and said in a deep voice, I'm asking you. There's no need for us to answer you. Nieli said as he coldly swept a glance at Yinhao. Yinhao had an overbearing attitude the moment he entered, which made Nieli unhappy. Brat, do you know who you're talking to? Although you have a heaven spiritual root, don't think that you can be arrogant in the Sky Soul Institute. First, ask yourself who's in charge of the Sky Soul Institute. I've seen many geniuses with heaven spiritual roots. Before reaching the heavenly fate realm, you guys are nothing. A majestic aura surged from Yinhao's body as waves of aura pressured towards Nieli and Lu Piao. This Yinhao is already a heavenly fate realm expert. Nieli and Lu Piao instantly felt a suffocating pressure. However, Yinhao was clearly restraining himself. Even he didn't dare to cause trouble in the Sky Soul Institute. If he really killed someone in the Sky Soul Institute, even his family wouldn't be able to protect him. Nieli coldly stared at Yinhao. In his previous life, he'd met many experts, many of whom had stronger backgrounds than Yinhao. However, he'd never retreated. Although his opponent was a heavenly fate realm expert, Nieli's heart actually had a faint fighting intent and desire. It had been a long time since he'd fought with a heavenly fate realm expert. Yinhao, what are you doing? I won't allow you to treat big brother Xiao Yu's friend like this. Huang Ying suddenly stood between Nieli and Yinhao as she coldly stared at Yinhao. Yinhao's aura slightly stagnated as he retracted it. He took a deep look at Nieli, who was standing behind Huang Ying. Nieli was clearly only an earth fate realm. So why did he feel a trace of fighting intent from Nieli just now? Could it be that Nieli wasn't the slightest bit afraid of being suppressed by the aura of a heavenly fate realm expert? The blazing fighting intent only flashed through Nieli's eyes for a moment before he regained his calm. If it wasn't necessary, it'd be best not to clash with Yinhao. Yinhao coldly snorted and said, You guys are only fit to hide behind a woman. I'll let you off today, but I advise the two of you not to follow Xiao Yu. Following a trash like Xiao Yu will definitely not have a good ending. If you guys come and join this young master can consider taking you in. Chapter 269. Lu Piao whispered in Nye Li's ear. Nye Li, why is Xiao Yu causing trouble everywhere he goes? He has so many enemies, one after the other. Why don't we just rely on this kid? Our families are still in the hands of the master of the Nether Realm. Have you thought it through? Nye Li rolled his eyes at Lu Piao. All right, I was just joking. Lu Piao gloomily said. This Xiao Yu fellow was too troublesome. It was one thing for him to pick up girls, but why did he have to pick up someone who was already taken? Furthermore, this love rival of his seemed to have quite the background. Nye Li looked at Yin Hao and shrugged. No matter how you threaten us, you can't do anything to us in the Sky Soul Institute. Save it. Can't do anything to you? Yin Hao coldly laughed. Then you're looking down on me too much. Huang Ying angrily looked at Yin Hao and shouted. Yin Hao, if you dare make a move against Big Brother Xiao Yu's friends, I won't let you off. Yin Hao coldly glanced at Huang Ying. This stinking woman. If it wasn't for the fact that her father was an elder, who would care about her? I can have as many beauties as you as I want. However, he didn't dare to say it out loud. That Xiao Yu brat wouldn't be hiding and not dare to come out, right? Sending the two of you here to support him? Yin Hao coldly laughed. Who said that I'm hiding? Just as Yin Hao's voice fell, Xiao Yu's voice came from outside. Xiao Yu was dressed in white, looking like a jade tree in the wind. His cheeks were white, his brows were sharp like swords, and his eyes were like stars. In an instant, Yin Hao couldn't be compared to him. Although Yin Hao could be considered handsome, compared to Xiao Yu, he was too inferior. It was truly infuriating to compare with others. Huang Ying blushed when she saw Xiao Yu appear. She looked at Xiao Yu with stars in her eyes and said shyly, Big Brother Xiao Yu, you're back. Xiao Yu looked at Huang Ying and responded calmly. She didn't seem to care much about Huang Ying. He walked towards Nye Li and Lu Piao. After so many years, you still haven't improved. You're actually still in the Earth Fate realm. How laughable. Yin Hao sneered. This is a private residence. Can you leave now? Xiao Yu glanced at Yin Hao and Huang Ying. Yin Hao glanced at Huang Ying and said, Inger, do you still not understand? Even Xiao Yu doesn't welcome you. However, Huang Ying's eyes were fixed on Xiao Yu's face. She seemed to be infatuated with her. She liked Xiao Yu's current appearance. Although she was cold, she had a unique charm. Yin Hao was furious. He really couldn't understand how Xiao Yu could compare to him, apart from being a little more handsome. Could it be that all women like pretty boys? At this moment, two girls walked in. One was wearing a white dress and had an elegant figure, while the other was tall and hot. Big Brother Xiao Yu, you're back. The girl in the white dress looked at Xiao Yu with a blush on her face. The tall and voluptuous girl threw a flirtatious glance at Xiao Yu, looking extremely flirtatious. The elegant girl in the white dress pursed her lips and said with a smile, Big Brother Xiao Yu, I've brought some herbs. They have a very strong effect and can greatly increase your cultivation. Huang Ying's face darkened when she saw the two girls appear. These two stinky women, why are they everywhere? As for Yin Hao, he was about to explode. He was on the verge of exploding from anger. Xiao Yu, that pretty boy, was simply too popular. The two girls and Huang Ying that had just arrived were all people with extraordinary backgrounds. He could only forcefully swallow his anger back into his stomach. Xiao Yu looked like she was having a headache. Seeing this scene, Nye Li patted Lu Piao's shoulder and laughed. Lu Piao, let's go back to our rooms. There's nothing for us to do here. Lu Piao looked at the scene with interest and then looked at Xiao Yu. She couldn't help but praise in her heart. Xiao Yu was indeed very good-looking, but she didn't expect her to be so popular with girls. Yin Hao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He didn't have a place to vent his anger, so it was better for them not to join in the fun. Seeing that Nye Li and Lu Piao were about to leave, Xiao Yu hurriedly said, Wait, is there anything else? Nye Li looked at Xiao Yu and asked. Xiao Yu was depressed. Nye Li and Lu Piao were too disloyal. She said, I've already helped you register. You can go and visit your tutor tomorrow. This is your identity nameplate. Xiao Yu threw 2 silver nameplates to Nieli. Okay. Nieli caught it and waved his hand. Thank you. The two of them turned and went back to their rooms. Xiao Yu was left alone to face 3 women and a man burning with jealousy. Xiao Yu was extremely depressed. He'd only just returned, and trouble had already arrived. Nieli returned to his room and was about to start cultivating. Golden Egg, who was sleeping, woke up and found a piece of spirit stone waste on the table. It kept flapping its wings, trying to jump up, but it couldn't. Its body was too fat. Do you want to eat this? Seeing Golden Egg's desire, Nieli pointed at the spirit stone waste on the table and asked. Golden Egg immediately nodded, and his face showed an excited expression. The heavenly energy contained in the spirit stone had already been absorbed by Nieli, so it was no longer of any use. It was no different from an ordinary stone. Nieli picked up the spirit stone waste and threw it to Golden Egg. Golden Egg immediately bit on it and started to chew on it. The sound of crunching could make anyone's hair stand on end. Although the power of heavenly Tao contained within the spirit stone had been completely absorbed, the spirit stone itself was still very fine and hard. Even an ordinary prized artifact would find it difficult to cut it open. However, for Jinan, it was like eating fried beans. It chewed and then swallowed it down with a gulp. After Golden Egg finished eating, it looked at Nieli. I don't have any left. Nieli spread his hands. Golden Egg actually ate stones. Spiritual stones were too important to cultivate in the Draconic Ruins realm. He had to get more spirit stones, otherwise it wouldn't be enough. However, for the time being, Nieli didn't have any good ideas. Although he had some treasures, he couldn't use them. As the sky gradually darkened, a strand of moonlight shone down, illuminating the floor of Nieli's room with a layer of silver radiance. Knock, knock. Knocking sounds came from the door. Come in, Nieli said as he glanced at the door. Xiao Yu, dressed in a long, white robe, walked in from the outside. Under the moonlight, he looked like an elegant young master. Nieli's gaze couldn't help pausing for a moment. No wonder those 3 girls are throwing themselves at him like crazy. Xiao Yu was simply too beautiful. Even women would be jealous of him. Nieli looked at Xiao Yu and asked, What's the matter? Xiao Yu sat down on the seat beside him and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I brought you guys some trouble today. It's just a small matter. Nieli smiled. After the spiritual root test, I've always wanted to ask you a question. Do you know why my cultivation has always been stuck at the Earth Fate realm? Xiao Yu finally couldn't help but ask. Of course. Nieli nodded his head. You really know? Xiao Yu's eyes lit up as she looked at Nieli with a hint of hope. You're cultivating the myriad dragon roars technique, Nieli said as he looked at Xiao Yu. That's right. You can even tell? Xiao Yu's heart trembled. This myriad dragon roars technique was passed down to him by his foster father. It was an extremely mysterious cultivation technique. He never thought that Nieli would know the origin of this cultivation technique. Your myriad dragon roars technique should be incomplete. That's why you'll encounter a bottleneck when you try to break through from the Earth Fate realm to the Heavenly Fate realm. Nieli said, The amethyst bamboo you mentioned before. Of course it's to deceive that Hualing. It's a completely false story, Nieli said with a laugh. Xiao Yu couldn't help smiling. Nieli was really too evil. He played Hualing for a fool. He reckoned that Hualing wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well after he returned. When Xiao Yu smiled, he seemed very reserved. His round, thin lips had an indescribable taste. Nieli was slightly stunned. If Xiao Yu was a woman, who knew how many people would be mesmerized by him, Xiao Yu seemed to have discovered something. Her ears turned slightly hot as she awkwardly said, Then, will I never be able to break through? Of course not. There is a way to help you break through, but I have to perform acupuncture on you. I have to use needles to open up your Jianjing, Feng Min, and other acupoints. It can help you break through. Nieli said, acupuncture was also a part of the Daoyin technique. It was used to help the patient guide their soul force or heavenly energy to treat their internal injuries. Will it really work? Xiao Yu appeared to be a little hesitant. Of course, with my acupuncture technique, I'm very good at puncturing. I guarantee that you will break through to the Heavenly Fate realm with just a few needles. Nieli confidently said, Naturally, The most important reason was that Xiaoyu was about to break through. Nieli was only giving Xiaoyu a helping hand. Xiaoyu went silent for a long time. He was struggling in his heart. After thinking about it, he nodded his head and said, "All right, help me with a few needles." Up until now, he was still unable to break through to the heavenly fate realm. He was already at his wit's end, so he naturally wouldn't let go of this one and only opportunity. Xiaoyu slowly removed her clothes to her arms, revealing her shoulders. The way her shoulders were half exposed made her look like a shy girl, looking extremely awkward. Nieli looked at Xiaoyu's feminine actions and couldn't help ridiculing. "Just take off your shirt. What's there to be embarrassed about?" "No need." Xiaoyu's face turned red. Nieli shrugged. It was fine if Xiaoyu wasn't willing. He lowered his head and looked at Xiaoyu's shoulders. Xiaoyu's shoulders were smooth and supple. Her exquisite collarbone was like a white jade sculpture. Even a woman would be inferior to her. Nieli looked at Xiaoyu with a strange gaze. Xiaoyu's skin was a little too well-maintained. It was even smoother than a woman's. He couldn't help but want to touch it. However, when he remembered that the other party was a man, Nieli immediately retracted his thoughts. Nieli picked up a thin needle and pierced it into Xiaoyu's clavicle acupoint. Xiaoyu groaned. He didn't know why, but when Nieli pierced the needle, he felt an unbearable itch all over his body. Waves of numbness drilled into his meridians. However, he also felt a slight chill in his heart. This was because he could feel the energy in his soul becoming restless. It was completely different from his usual cultivation. It's effective. Xiaoyu's heart was filled with excitement. After Nieli pierced the first needle, he picked up the second one and pierced it into Xiaoyu's Fengmen. Near the Fengmen's white jade skin, there was a trace of rosy color. "How do you feel?" Nieli looked at Xiaoyu and asked. "I feel it," Xiaoyu said with a little excitement. The heavenly energy in his soul rapidly expanded and began to crazily rush into his meridians. Chapter 270. He didn't expect it to be so fast. Nieli was also a little surprised in his heart. However, after thinking about it for a while, he understood. Xiaoyu hadn't broken through for many years. Originally, with Xiaoyu's 7th-grade heaven spiritual root talent, he should have reached the heavenly fate realm long ago. However, due to some reasons, he wasn't able to do so. However, the results of his years of cultivation were still there. Under the stimulation of Nieli's silver needles, it suddenly exploded. Xiaoyu's body glowed with a faint red light. Even his delicate skin was suffused with traces of red. Violent energy surged violently, forming a storm around his body. What a powerful force! Nieli was forced to take several steps back. Looking at the violent aura emitting from Xiaoyu, he muttered, "The myriad dragon's roar technique is also an extremely profound cultivation technique. I wonder where the Nethermaster obtained it from." Once Xiaoyu broke through to the heavenly fate realm and condensed his fate soul, his cultivation would definitely be shocking. At this moment, Xiaoyu was immersed in cultivation. His soul realm began to condense his first fate soul. Shortly after, the second and third fate souls condensed. Only after a total of 3 fate souls did he stop. With 3 fate souls condensing at the same time, Xiaoyu's heart was filled with shock. He never imagined that his cultivation would break through so quickly. After the violent aura surged, it quickly calmed down and became as still as water. Xiaoyu slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with splendor. The myriad dragon's roar technique could conceal one's cultivation extremely well, making it impossible for others to detect it. Xiaoyu's body could no longer feel the slightest fluctuation of aura. He lowered his head and saw that his clothes were in a mess. His clothes had fallen to his chest, revealing half of his shoulders. He couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. He put his clothes back on, then raised his head to look at Nieli and sincerely said, "Nieli, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to break through to the heavenly fate realm. If you have any requests, just say it. I will definitely do my best." Xiaoyu was serious, because he couldn't break through to the heaven's mandate realm. Even his master was losing patience with him. If it wasn't for Nieli's help, He really didn't know how long his cultivation would have been stuck at the heavenly fate realm. Nieli extended his right hand and said, "Since you've been cured, then give me the money to help you break through to the heaven's mandate realm. You should at least give me a few spirit stones. Otherwise, all my efforts tonight would have been in vain." Hearing Nieli's words, Xiaoyu raised her head to look at Nieli and said, "I have a total of 10 spiritual stones left. I'll give them all to you." "Damn, you're the deacon's son. Why are you so poor?" "Forget it. I'll feel bad if I take all your remaining spirit stones. I'll take 5, and we'll call it even. Take me to Hagami Myunyan. I'll help you treat your injuries, so we don't owe each other anything." Nieli waved his hand and took the 5 spirit stones. He smiled and said, "2 needles, and I earned 5 spirit stones for free. My efforts tonight weren't in vain." Xiaoyu looked at Nieli with a complicated gaze. Nieli didn't just give him 2 needles. He helped him break through to the heaven's mandate realm. Xiaoyu didn't know how to repay him. Did Nieli say that just to let her forget about his favor? So, what Nieli wanted was only for the 2 of them to be even. Xiaoyu sighed in her heart. "Hey, Xiaoyu, why are you looking at me so meaningfully? You're giving me goosebumps." Nieli waved his hand as if he couldn't take it anymore. "I'm not interested in men." Hearing Nieli's words, Xiaoyu's face darkened. Why was it that after Nieli had helped him earlier, he still had the urge to beat Nieli up? Xiaoyu angrily stood up and walked outside. When he reached the door, he paused for a moment and couldn't help but whisper, "No matter what, thank you." With that, Xiaoyu walked out and closed the door. Nieli watched as Xiaoyu closed the door. Then, he laid down on the bed and looked at the ceiling as he murmured, "You still have to thank me? Why do I feel that only taking 5 spirit stones is a waste? I should have taken all 10. The night passed without any words. The next morning, the crisp chirping of birds came from the forest like a beautiful melody. The morning mist filled the air, and the forest was filled with fresh air. Many students of the Sky Soul Institute woke up early to cultivate. Nieli and Lu Piao walked along the winding path. Today was the day they would report to their new mentor. They didn't know what kind of person their mentor would be. Nieli and Lu Piao followed the map that Xiaoyu gave them in the morning and found a courtyard. An expert wearing a gray robe stood at the entrance of the courtyard. He stopped Nieli and Lu Piao and said, "Your nameplates." Nieli and Lu Piao took out their nameplates. The expert nodded and said, "Go in." Nieli and Lu Piao walked in. Lu Piao looked around curiously and said, "This place is really different from our St. Laurent College." "Yeah." Nieli nodded and looked inside. There were dozens of students gathered in the courtyard. One of them looked a little familiar. It was Hualing's subordinate who had tested to be a 1-grade heaven spiritual root. That person looked at Nieli and Lu Piao with hostility. It looked like this class was filled with students with heaven spiritual roots. When Nieli and Lu Piao walked in, many people's gazes were focused on them. One of them, a youth around 16 or 17 years old, walked towards Nieli and Lu Piao and asked, "Where are the 2 of you from?" Nieli raised his head and glanced at the youth. He had a prideful expression as he looked at Nieli and Lu Piao. "The tiny world," Nieli calmly replied. "Oh, the 2 of you must be the geniuses from the tiny world. One is a 5-grade heaven spiritual root, while the other is an 8-grade heaven spiritual root." A peculiar light flashed in the youth's eyes as he continued. "I'm Jin Yin, a disciple of the Jin clan of Hagami Myunyan. Our clan values geniuses very much. If there's time, we can sit down and have a chat." Although Jin Yan's words contained a slight invitation, as a member of the Jin clan, he naturally wouldn't lower himself too much. "We'll talk about it later," Nieli said as he walked to the side with Lu Piao. At Nieli's words, Jin Yan's face slowly turned dark. 2 people from the tiny world actually didn't want the face he was giving them. Jin Yan walked to the side with a solemn expression. "Nieli, isn't it a bad idea to offend them like this?" Lu Piao worriedly asked. "It's fine. We're safe in the Sky Soul Institute. Even if someone comes looking for trouble with us, they won't dare to go too far. Since we're not relying on anyone, we're actually the safest. That's because no faction would casually offend a genius that's considered neutral. But if we really rely on one of the factions, then we'll be in trouble," Nieli said. Although the Sky Soul Institute was only one of the institutes under the Hagami Myunmyun, the struggle between the factions was already extremely intense. Otherwise, the Hagami Myunmyun wouldn't have fallen apart in his previous life. Everything had its consequences. Just as they were speaking, an old man with white hair and a beard walked in from outside. His gaze swept across all the students as he said to them, "Hello, I am your teacher, Venerable Red Soul. I will be responsible for guiding your cultivation from now on. All of you, come in with me and sit down." Under Venerable Red Soul's guidance, everyone entered a spacious training room and found a place to sit down. Venerable Red Soul sat at the head of the table. There are a total of 36 students in our class, all of whom are new students this year. Every single one of them is a genius with outstanding talent, possessing a heaven spiritual root that ordinary people can't obtain. However, I want to make it clear that when you're with me, you have to follow my rules. Within a year, the top 5 strongest students will have the opportunity to be sent to the East District. Remember, we only have 5 spots here. If you can't get a spot, then I'm sorry, but you'll have to stay in the West District for even longer. Venerable Red Soul's gaze swept across the crowd as he said in a dignified tone, "You're all geniuses. You don't want to fall behind others, right? Because once you fall behind, you'll always fall behind." Hearing Venerable Red Soul's words, everyone looked at the others on the left and right with a trace of hostility flashing through their eyes. This was a world where strength was revered. Within a year, only 5 people would have the opportunity to be sent to the East District. The others would have to wait for another year. They couldn't afford to wait that long. On the path of the strong, if you were a step slower than others, others would step on your head and climb upwards. The strong would never show the weak a trace of sympathy. Venerable Red Soul's gaze swept across the 36 students. Among the 36 students, roughly half of them were from various cities and small worlds. The rest were disciples from various families and clans within the Hagami Myunmyun. Some of these disciples had quite a significant background. However, in this class, he still held absolute authority. Even if he were to punish a student, the family behind that student wouldn't do anything to him. As a teacher of the Sky Soul Institute, his position was still quite high. His gaze fell onto a girl dressed in green and paused for a moment. He didn't think that she'd come as well. The girl in green was extremely beautiful, making it hard for others to look away. However, the expression on her face was cold, as if there was a faint killing intent that made others not dare to approach her. Venerable Red Soul retracted his gaze and slowly said, "You're all geniuses. Although you've only just stepped onto the path of cultivation, each of you has an extraordinary future. The Sky Soul Institute prohibits internal strife, so I don't wish for any of you to have too big of a conflict and injure others. That would be the same as ruining your own future. You must understand this first." Venerable Red Soul coldly reminded them. On one hand, they wanted the geniuses to compete with each other, but on the other hand, they didn't allow internal strife. The Sky Soul Institute could be said to have put a lot of thought into this. At this moment, although Nieli was sitting there and listening, his heart was already thinking about how to get more spiritual stones. Yesterday, he'd received 5 spiritual stones from Xiaoyu, but they were quickly used up. Cultivating the heavenly god cultivation technique really made his soul realm a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled. Chapter 271. From now on, you'll come here every 3 days for a lesson. I'll explain how to cultivate and how to improve. Aside from that, there are 3 training grounds in our Sky Soul Institute. You can also learn about them, Venerable Red Soul said. Cultivating from the Earth Fate realm to the Heavenly Fate realm is a process of fusing with the heavenly energy and sensing the heavenly Tao. The various races and creatures that exist between the heavens and earth are the same as all living things on earth. They're all formed from the heavenly energy. Venerable Red Soul explained in detail. Everyone listened carefully. Even Lu Piao pricked up her ears. However, what Venerable Red Soul was saying was too simple for Nieli. Nieli pondered over his current situation. The Earth Fate realm was the same as the Legend realm. If they were divided into 5 stars, then Nieli should be at the 3-star stage. there was still a certain distance between him and the heavenly fate realm. However, after coming to the Draconic Ruins realm, the energy in Nieli's body had gradually transformed from law energy to heavenly energy. Heavenly energy was the same as law energy. It was also divided into ice, fire, lightning, space-time, and so on. However, heavenly energy was the foundation of everything. At the same time, Nieli was still cultivating the heavenly god cultivation technique to nourish the mysterious vine in his soul realm. Venerable Red Sal's lesson lasted for 2 hours. It started from the basics and went into the depths. The various realms he talked about couldn't help but be fascinated by them. Nieli, can one really have multiple lives after reaching the 2 fate and 3 fate heavenly fate realm? Lu Piao couldn't help asking Nieli in a low voice. How could a person die so many times? Actually, 2 fate and 3 fate don't really mean having 2 or 3 lives. Instead, it's condensing several fate souls in the soul realm. These fate souls can be placed in a certain place. As long as the fate soul isn't destroyed, one can be revived. In addition, the area of activity can't be more than 1,000 miles away from the fate soul. Nieli explained, I get it. It's where the life spirit resides. If you die, you can use this life spirit to revive again, right? That's right. Every time you're killed, you'll lose a fate soul. For example, if you're killed at 3 fate, you'll return to 2 fate. Nieli said, when you reach the heavenly fate realm, if you want to go to a dangerous place, it's best to attach your fate soul to a safe place. If you are killed, you will not be able to revive. Lu Piao finally understood. So it was like this. No wonder the rules of the Sky Soul Institute stated that only those in the heavenly fate realm could go out and adventure. Moreover, before going out, they had to attach their fate soul to the Institute's soul hall. This way, unless the Sky Soul Institute was breached, no students would be killed outside. After all, those who were able to enter the Sky Soul Institute were all geniuses from various cities and minor worlds. The death of any one of them would be a great loss. In the distance, Wang Yang glanced at Nieli and Lu Piao, who were whispering to each other. A cold light flashed through his eyes. Before he came here, young Master Hua Ling had told him to keep a close eye on Nieli and Lu Piao. Furthermore, he had to find an opportunity to teach the two a lesson. Within the Hagami Myunmyun, people from various places and families had formed their own factions. They were bound together for good or ill. Hua Ling's father and Xiao Yu's father were still fighting for the position of the Outer Court's chief deacon. As someone from the Little Heaven realm, Wang Yang had given Hua Ling this task. Naturally, he was very attentive. Within the Hagami Myunmyun, there were at least a few thousand experts from the Little Heaven realm. As for those from the tiny world, only the master of the Nether realm, Xiao Yu, and a few others came from the tiny world. Nieli and Lu Piao, one with 8 grade heaven spiritual roots and the other with 5 grade heaven spiritual roots, made Wang Yang feel a lot of pressure. However, how could I possibly lose to you? Wang Yang coldly thought. As someone from the Little Heaven realm, he had access to far more resources than Nieli. Venerable Red Soul continued to explain as he slowly brought the topic back to the main topic. He said, if I explain too much, you might not be able to understand it in a short period of time. Next, we will cultivate for a while. In the Earth Fate realm, if you can cultivate something, it will be very useful for you to break through to the Heavenly Fate realm in the future. However, if you can't cultivate it, there's no need to force it. Venerable Red Sal's gaze swept across the azure-clothed girl, Jin Yin, and the others. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. These people should be able to cultivate it. It would already be pretty good if 10 out of 36 geniuses with heaven spiritual roots could cultivate it. Furthermore, the faster they could cultivate it, the greater their future achievements would be. The first thing we're going to cultivate is the spiritual flame. Venerable Red Soul said as he slowly extended his right hand with his palm facing up. A moment later, a white flame burned in the center of his palm. This is the spiritual flame. If you want to condense the spiritual flame, you must first empty your soul realm and gather your thoughts in your right palm. As time passed, the white flame in Venerable Red Sowl's hand grew from a small flame to the size of a fist. The stronger the spiritual flame, the stronger your soul. When you break through to the heavenly fate realm, the fate soul you condense will also be stronger. Venerable Red Soul said with a faint smile. All right, you can begin to sense the spiritual flame. The students below the stage began to sense the spiritual flame. They extended their right palms forward and gathered their thoughts in their right palms. Venerable Red Soul extended his right hand and easily condensed the spiritual flame. However, it wasn't as easy for the students. After extending their right hands, they still couldn't condense the spiritual flame. They closed their eyes and furrowed their brows as they tried to sense the empty state. At this moment, a PU sound was heard. A spiritual flame had condensed in the center of the azure-clothed girl's palm. Although it was only a small flame, it was without a doubt that she was the first one to condense it. Furthermore, the spiritual flame continued to grow. Soon, it reached the size of a fingernail. When Venerable Red Soul saw this, his eyebrows twitched as a look of admiration flashed across his face. She was indeed a direct descendant of the dragon seal family. Her talent was indeed amazing. At such a young age, she was already able to condense a spiritual flame the size of a fingernail. A moment later, Jin Yin also condensed a spiritual flame. Although it was only the size of a pea, it was very pure. Not bad. Venerable Red Soul nodded his head in admiration. In succession, 3 more students condensed their spiritual flames. 2 of them also condensed their spiritual flames to the size of a fingernail. Their talent was also very amazing. Lu Piao constantly urged his soul realm, try to reach the empty state that Venerable Red Soul mentioned. However, various images flashed through his mind from time to time. They were all images of Xiao Shui bathing. He simply couldn't reach the empty state. After a moment, he could only give up. He bitterly smiled and said, "Now I know why my cultivation speed is always the slowest. It's because I'm not done with my marriage. It's more like you're not done with your lust." Nieli laughed and said, "A person with an impure mind will never be able to condense a spiritual flame. You're not any better, right? One is Goddess Yun, the other is Goddess Ning Er. Hugging them left and right, I don't believe that your heart can remain pure." Lu Piao coldly snorted. The corner of Nie Li's mouth slightly curled. He stretched out his right hand, and a white spiritual flame ignited on his right palm. Very quickly, it condensed to the size of a fingernail. "All right, you're amazing," Lu Piao said gloomily. Nieli was too much of a blow to him. At this moment, Venerable Red Soul, who was on the stage, had an unconcealable look of shock in his eyes. His gaze fell on Nieli. Although Nieli had an 8th-grade heaven spiritual root, he had investigated Nieli's information. He came from the tiny world and didn't have any background. Although talent was important in the path of cultivation, it was useless without sufficient cultivation resources. If a person wanted to cultivate to the heavenly fate realm, heavenly star realm, or even heavenly axis realm, they would need an enormous amount of cultivation resources. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to Nieli. After all, Long Yan, Jin Yin, and the rest were all from powerful families. They had been nurtured by their families since they were young and had been tempered with elixirs. That was why they could condense spiritual flames so quickly. Their cultivation progress was definitely much faster than Nieli's. However, he didn't expect that Nieli would be able to condense a spiritual flame so easily. Furthermore, it was only the size of a fingernail. It wasn't inferior to Long Yuan, Jin Yin, and the rest. Furthermore, Venerable Red Soul also noticed that while the others had to close their eyes and meditate to condense their spiritual flames, Nieli was still chatting with Lu Piao. Yet, he was able to easily condense a spiritual flame with just a stretch of his hand. Such ease proved that Nie Li's comprehension of cultivation had already reached an extremely shocking level. He never thought that there would be such a stunning genius among the 36 students. Venerable Red Sowl's heart was surging with emotions and shock. His gaze swept over Nie Li's body. A genius like this should be properly nurtured. Nieli also glanced at Venerable Red Soul. Having just arrived at the Sky Soul Institute, Nieli knew that his foundation was still too shallow. Only by displaying a certain amount of talent would he be valued. Nieli had already set off a storm in Venerable Red Soul's heart. That was because Nieli's talent far surpassed ordinary people. Out of the 36 students, 5 had condensed a spiritual flame the size of a fingernail. 7 had condensed a spiritual flame the size of a pea. The rest couldn't condense a spiritual flame no matter how hard they tried. Among these students, Wang Yang had tried countless methods, but his palm remained calm. He couldn't condense a single trace of a spiritual flame, which made him extremely angry. Even when Nieli had condensed a spiritual flame, Wang Yang still hadn't done anything. This made him so angry that his lungs were about to explode. That's right. Those who can condense the spiritual flame on their first try are true geniuses of the martial Tao. The stronger the spiritual flame, the stronger the life spirit. As for those who haven't condensed it yet, you can practice more when you get back. That's all for today's lesson. Venerable Red Soul said with a smile. We'll continue with a new lesson in 3 days. Chapter 272. After Venerable Red Soul left, all the students stood up. The azure-clothed girl walked towards Nieli and Lu Piao. The azure-clothed girl's prideful gaze fell onto Nieli. She sized up Nieli and asked, "You're from the tiny world?" "Correct." Nieli nodded his head as he swept a glance at the azure-clothed girl. His gaze then fell on Long Yuan. Just where did this girl come from? The girl before him looked somewhat familiar. Could it be that he'd met her in his previous life? The azure-clothed girl swept a glance at Nieli and Lu Piao. The tiny world has produced an 8-grade heaven spiritual root and a 5-grade heaven spiritual root. So it's the two of you? You can't be like that Jean Yin from before, trying to pull us into your group, right? Lu Piao looked at the azure-clothed girl before her. She had to admit that the girl's appearance was indeed impeccable. However, the faint disdain in her eyes made Lu Piao feel extremely displeased. Why were the geniuses of the Hagami Myunyan so arrogant? The azure-clothed girl glanced at Lu Piao and said, "Although your talent is pretty good, it's not to the extent that you're worthy of our Dragon Seal family's invitation. Talent can only affect your cultivation to a certain extent. Even if the other party is trash, as long as our Dragon Seal family is willing, we can still nurture him into a genius." The azure-clothed girl's words were filled with sarcasm, causing Lu Piao to feel extremely displeased. Nieli's gaze fell onto the azure-clothed girl before him as an imperceptible chill flashed through his eyes. This azure-clothed girl before him was actually someone from the Dragon Seal family. The Dragon Seal family was an extremely large family that had an unshakable position in Hagami Myunyan. It was one of the 3 largest forces in Hagami Myunyan. In his previous life, when Nieli was in the Draconic Ruins realm, he was under the care of a master. However, that master was killed by an expert of the Dragon Seal family. Therefore, Nieli didn't have any good impressions of the Dragon Seal family. But in this life, that master should still be alive and well. Nieli would never let that happen again. The girl in green didn't even look at Lu Piao. His gaze fell on Nieli, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. "After condensing the spiritual flame today, I'm a little interested in you. I hope you won't disappoint me." The green-clothed girl walked straight away, her beautiful figure disappearing at the door. Lu Piao looked at Nieli in puzzlement and asked, "Nieli, what does that woman mean? She came looking for us just to say that? She's interested in you. Could it be that she wants you to warm her bed?" Hearing Lu Piao's words, Nieli couldn't help rolling his eyes. Was Lu Piao's brain a mess? When Lu Piao finished her words, a handsome youth walked over and glanced at Lu Piao. "You guys should mourn for being noticed by Long Yuan. You actually thought that she would be interested in your friend? Don't you guys know that she has a cold personality?" "Cold personality?" Lu Piao nodded her head in understanding. "No wonder she always has a straight face. So that's why. Don't tell me you guys haven't heard of Long Yuan? TSK, TSK. Those from the tiny world are truly ignorant. Long Yuan is a super genius of the Dragon Seal family. It's said that she has a scarlet dragon vein in her body. Her physical body is so strong that even a grade 2 artifact can't injure her. She got engaged 2 years ago, but in the end, she crippled her fiancé during the martial arts competition. The youth shook his head and sighed. Long Yuan's fiancé's family is a powerful family. I don't know why, but he endured it. That woman is a tyrannosaurus. We definitely can't provoke her. Hearing the youth's words, Lu Piao couldn't help shrinking her head. That green-clothed girl was Long Yuan? Nie Li's pupils suddenly contracted. In his previous life, the one who killed his master was Long Yuan. In his previous life, when Nie Li came to the Draconic Ruins realm, although Long Yuan had the appearance of a young married woman, she was already over 100 years old. At that time, her strength was already at the third heavenly layer of martial ancestor realm. In the Hagami Myunmyun, she was an extremely overbearing woman. No wonder Nie Li felt that the green-clothed girl looked familiar. Nie Li still remembered that in his previous life, Long Yuan was extremely overbearing and arbitrary. She had single-handedly caused the division of the Hagami Myunmyun. At that time, Long Yuan had the appearance of a young married woman. But now, she was a green-clothed girl. Although there were some similarities between their brows, the contrast was too great. Nie Li couldn't adapt to it for a moment. Although the hatred from his previous life wasn't as deep as before, Nie Li still felt extreme hatred towards the Dragon Seal family. Hey, what's your name? Lu Piao felt that the youth in front of her was to her liking and asked, Just call me Bear Grylls. The young man smiled and said calmly, Belle. Lu Piao rolled her eyes. This brat was too narcissistic to actually want others to call him Grandpa. However, after coming to the Draconic Ruins realm, Lu Piao had also become more well-behaved. If this brat had a deep background, then it wouldn't be good to offend him. Brother Bei, thank you for your reminder today. Hearing the two words Belle, Nie Li recalled a person. In his previous life, there was a famous prodigal son in the Hagami Myunmyun who appeared and disappeared mysteriously. His strength wasn't inferior to Long Yuan's, and he was the only existence that could keep Long Yuan in check. That person was known as Belle. Belle was a direct descendant of the Gu family. Long Yuan possessed the Blood Dragon bloodline, so her talent was at its peak. However, Belle had completely relied on his own comprehension of the Tao of the Sword. As for the two of you, I already know your names. One is Nie Li, and the other is Lu Piao. Belle lightly smiled as he sized up Nie Li. You actually know us? Lu Piao was stunned for a moment. Of course. The two of you are already very famous in the West District. As long as you possess a heaven spiritual root, any genius from any city or small world will immediately enter the sights of the various forces of the Hagami Myunmyun. What's more, one of you is an 8-grade heaven spiritual root, while the other is a 5-grade heaven spiritual root. Who knows how many people are watching the two of you? Gubei smiled. Nie Li had already expected such a situation to occur. However, as he had always thought, as long as he didn't join any forces, no one would do anything to them. On one hand, the geniuses of the Sky Soul Institute were protected. On the other hand, no one would offend a genius with unlimited potential for no reason. What about you? Lu Piao immediately looked at Gu Bei with vigilance. Me? Haha, I'm interested in that chick Long Yuan. Since Long Yuan is actually interested in the two of you, I'm going to take a look and see what kind of people you guys are. Gu Bei chuckled. This was indeed in line with Belle's style. Belle was a prodigal son. Whenever he saw a beautiful woman, his eyes would light up. So that's how it is. Lu Piao suddenly understood. So you like Long Yuan? Lu Piao glanced at Gu Bei's crotch. Wouldn't Gu Bei feel a chill in her crotch? Long Yuan was a woman who had crippled her fiancé. Could it be that Gu Bei had such masochistic tendencies? Hey, where are you looking at? Gu Bei said in dissatisfaction. I'm interested in Long Yuan, but that doesn't mean I want to be masochistic. Lu Piao glanced at Gu Bei and asked, Are you sure you don't want to be masochistic? Of course not. Don't you think that a woman like Long Yuan is more exciting to conquer? Gu Bei chuckled as she continued. I like this kind of cold woman the most. Actually, their hearts are as passionate as fire. Hearing Gu Bei's words, Lu Piao also chuckled and hooked her arm around Gu Bei's neck. Really? We can discuss it. So you're also a kindred spirit. Gubei instantly felt as if she had found a bosom friend. Brother Lu, I really regret not having met you earlier. Seeing the lecherous smiles on the two's faces, Nieli couldn't help smiling bitterly. He never imagined that Lu Piao and Gubei would hit it off so well. Nieli looked into the distance and noticed some people looking in their direction as they discussed in low voices. One of them was Wang Yang from the Little Heaven Realm. Wang Yang and 5 other students from the same class had gathered together. Nieli's eyes narrowed as he said to Lu Piao and Gubei, "This isn't a good place to talk. Let's go." Gubei clearly sensed something and laughed. "Sure, I can have a good chat with Brother Lu then." The 3 of them walked out together. Wang Yang and the rest watched as Li's group of 3 left before they retracted their gazes. Gubei followed them out. There's a total of 5 spots. Long Yuan, Jin Yin, and Gubei will definitely take up 3 of them. One of them is an 8-grade heaven spiritual root, while the other is a 5-grade heaven spiritual root. They'll definitely be our biggest competitors. Now that they've also gotten close to Gubei, they'll probably be hard to deal with. Among the 6 of them, the strongest was only a 5-grade heaven spiritual root. Because they had a common interest, they'd gathered together. The one leading them was a youth called Han Jing. There were only 5 spots to enter the East District every year, and the competition had already begun. In order to enter the East District, they do everything they could to stop Nieli and Lu Piao from growing stronger. If Nieli and Lu Piao enter the East District, they'd no longer have a chance. They'd have to wait another year, which was something they weren't willing to accept. Although Nieli and Lu Piao were 8-grade heaven spiritual roots and 5-grade heaven spiritual roots respectively, their foundations were still shallow. Therefore, they'd be easier to deal with. People like Jin Yin, Long Yuan, and Gubei wouldn't dare to act rashly. In order to increase their strength, they'll definitely enter the training grounds. If they're separated from Gubei, then we'll have a chance, Wang Yang said as he furrowed his brows. That's right. In these 3 days, they'll definitely enter the training grounds. However, I don't know which of the 3 training grounds they'll enter. Han Jing frowned his brows. I'll be in charge of gathering information. The moment they enter any of the training grounds, I'll immediately inform you, Wang Yang said as his brows twitched. Young Master Hualing's people would keep a close eye on Nieli and Lu Piao. Chapter 273. Cultivation Hall. After bidding farewell to Gubei, Nieli and Lu Piao wandered around the Sky Soul Institute for a few hours before arriving at the Cultivation Hall. This was a place within the Sky Soul Institute that specialized in issuing missions. After completing various missions, students would be able to obtain spiritual stones, artifacts, and other rewards. The amount of spiritual stones provided by the Institute wasn't enough, so Nieli and Lu Piao had no choice but to think of various methods. The Draconic Ruins realm was an extremely cruel place. Spiritual stones were a scarce resource that countless people fought over. Without spiritual stones, no matter how high one's talent was, it would be hard for one's cultivation to increase. The fastest way to obtain spiritual stones was to join a force and pledge loyalty. Those forces would then provide a large amount of spiritual stones to the geniuses under them. However, this clearly wasn't an option for Nieli and Lu Piao. Aside from that, completing missions in the Cultivation Hall wasn't a bad way to obtain spiritual stones. The Cultivation Hall was bustling with people. Students from various academies could be seen everywhere. The interior of the Cultivation Hall was filled with walls that were filled with mission notices. Nieli looked at the missions that were issued by the Cultivation Hall. Many of them were hunting missions that required them to kill demon beasts and obtain demon spirits. At the very least, demon spirits with extraordinary growth rates were required to exchange for spiritual stones. Therefore, the difficulty was rather high. Aside from that, there were also missions to forge weapons and gather materials. None of them were easy. It seems that obtaining spiritual stones is really difficult. After looking at the missions, Lu Piao couldn't help sighing. She couldn't help sighing. Of course, the number of deities' lakes controlled by the major sects is limited. Each deity's lake can, at most, produce tens of thousands of spiritual stones a year. Since there are so many disciples in the divine sect, the amount of spiritual stones distributed to each person naturally wouldn't be much. Nelly explained, obtaining spiritual stones is too difficult. What should we do next? Lu Piao asked. We can give this mission a try. Nelly said as he pointed at a mission notice on the wall. What mission? Lu Piao looked at the mission notice Nya Li was pointing at. The Gu family's Miss Gulan encountered a problem during her cultivation. She has contracted a strange illness and is bedridden. If there is an expert in medicine, you can cure Miss Gulan's illness. The reward is 1,000 spirit stones. Lu Piao murmured, 1,000 spirit stones. The Gu family is really rich. Gu Bei is also from the Gu family. But Nelly, are you sure you're going there for treatment and not to pick up girls? According to the notice, they've already invited many famous doctors. None of them can cure Miss Gulan's illness. Nelly rolled his eyes and said, of course it's to treat the illness. Saving a life is better than building a 7th-floor pagoda. Do you understand? He was very confident in his Daoyin technique. If I can cure her illness and get spirit stones, that's not bad. Lu Piao held her chin with her right hand and said thoughtfully, Gu Bei is also a nice guy. He even said he would treat us to a meal. In his previous life, Niel Li's feelings towards Gulan had always been the same. Gulan was Belle's elder sister. She was a mysterious and extraordinary woman. It was said that when she was young, she suffered a setback in her cultivation. Half of her body was paralyzed, and she could only sit in a wheelchair. She was also unable to cultivate. However, she unexpectedly lived for more than 200 years. It was said that the reason why Belle could cultivate his sword intent to the extreme was because he had cultivated it to the extreme. It was all thanks to Gulan's guidance. In his previous life, in the Draconic Ruins realm, Nelly had heard many legends about Gulan. Since he happened to see the mission notice here, there was no harm in giving it a try. Nelly, if you are so confident in your medical skills, look over here. There are at least a few hundred people who are suffering from cultivation deviation. When you cure all of them, won't we be able to get at least tens of thousands of spirit stones? Lu Piao pointed to the mission notice at the side and said, that's right. Nelly heard Lu Piao's words. Nelly bitterly smiled and said, are you trying to tire me to death? Furthermore, the Hagami Munion's forces are complicated. We have to carefully consider every step we take. If it wasn't for the fact that I feel that Gu Bei is a good person, I wouldn't have dared to make a move. I don't want to attract unnecessary trouble. Lu Piao smiled and said, then we'll talk about it after you cure Miss Gu's illness. Niel Li and Lu Piao headed towards the address on the mission notice. Along the way, Niel Li carefully recalled all the information related to the Hagami Munyon in his previous life. Within the Hagami Munyon, there were 3 pinnacle forces, the Dragon Seal family, the Gu family, and the Ashen Flames family. The Jin family, where Jin Yin was from, and the Yin family, where Yin Hao was from, were too inferior compared to these 3 pinnacle forces. The reason why Niel Li wanted to give it a try and see if he could cure Gulan, aside from the reward of 1,000 spiritual stones, was also for himself and Lu Piao. If he could save the young miss of the Gu family, then at the very least, he would be able to establish a good relationship with Gu Bei. According to the address on the mission notice, Niel Li walked all the way to the southernmost area of the Sky Soul Institute, where a vast courtyard was located. This was only one of the properties of the Gu family. The siblings, Gu Bei and Gulan, lived here. The heavy door was tightly shut, leaving only a small door open. There were 2 servants standing at the door. May I ask who you're looking for? One of the servants asked. It's like this. We saw the mission notice in the cultivation hall, so we came over to see if we could cure your young miss illness. Niel Li said. The servant looked at Niel Li from head to toe, then waved his hand and said, you should go back quickly. What? Could it be that your young miss illness has already been cured? Niel Li asked, puzzled. My young miss illness has already been treated by all the famous doctors in the Hagami Munyon. None of them were able to cure her. Can you cure my young miss illness? Hurry up and leave, the servant said. Over the past few days, there had been at least a few hundred, if not thousands of doctors, but none of them could cure her. How old was Nieli? What medical skills did he know? Since your young miss has been looking for doctors, she hasn't even shown me. How do you know if I can cure her or not? As a servant, if you delay your young miss' illness, can you bear the responsibility? Nieli said with his brows furrowed. The servant didn't think that Nieli would be so overbearing. He hesitated for a moment. He wasn't sure if he should bring Nieli inside. Just at this moment, a person walked out. It was Gubei. What happened? Gubei asked in a deep voice. She raised her head and saw Nieli and Lu Piao. She was stunned for a moment. Why are you guys here? Are you looking for me? We're not looking for you. I heard that the Gu family's Miss Gulan is sick. We're here to see if we can cure Miss Gulan's illness. Lu Piao answered with a chuckle. You guys know medicine? Gubei raised her eyebrows. She looked at Nieli and Lu Piao in surprise. I know a thing or two. Nieli nodded. Then come in and take a look. Gubei pondered for a moment. Although she didn't believe it, she still nodded. Under Gubei's lead, the two of them walked into the courtyard. This was a very grand courtyard. Once they entered, there was a garden. There were pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. It was like a fairyland. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. My sister and I are considered direct descendants of the Gu family. My sister used to be the most outstanding one among the younger generation of the Gu family. However, for some unknown reason, something went wrong when she was cultivating. She became paralyzed. After Gubei finished speaking, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Hearing Gubei's words, Nieli vaguely guessed something. Gulan was probably a victim of the family's power struggle. Lu Piao inwardly thought to himself, so Gubei and his sister are only members of the direct line of descent. It seems like the Gu clan has a very large number of members. Nieli and Lu Piao followed Gubei along the winding path. They walked into a small courtyard. Looking ahead, they saw a woman dressed in white sitting quietly on a chair. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water. She had a perfect and delicate face. She quietly stared at a small purple flower on a rockery. Her expression was calm and peaceful. Her thin lips were as pale as water. Under the white clothes, her skin was as smooth as jade. Her pretty face showed a kind of morbid paleness. She looked like a flower that was about to wither at any time. It made people feel pity for her. Spring passes and the beauty grows old. The flower falls and the person dies. No one knows. The woman dressed in white murmured. Her eyebrows revealed a trace of sadness. Sister. A trace of tears flashed in Gubei's eyes. Looking at Gulan in front of her, Gubei's heart felt like it was being torn apart every time she saw her once high-spirited sister become like this. Gubei, you're back? A faint smile appeared on the woman dressed in white's face. Her gaze fell on the two people behind Gubei. She asked, Who are these two people? These two are my friends. Gubei didn't dare to say that Nieli was here to treat her. Every time a doctor came to treat her, she would always smile and refuse. Oh. Gulan calmly smiled at Nieli and Lu Piao and nodded. Lu Piao couldn't help but secretly speculate. She didn't know what kind of illness this beautiful woman had. She was in her prime, but she could only sit on a chair. It was really a joke of the heavens. Nieli stared at Gulan with a deep gaze. Seeing Nieli staring at her, Gulan frowned slightly. Because Nieli and Lu Piao were Gubei's friends, she didn't say anything. Nieli, what do you see? Lu Piao asked Nieli in a low voice. She's not sick, nor is she possessed. She's been poisoned, Nieli said. His voice was neither loud nor soft. It was just loud enough for Gubei and Gulan to hear. Poison? You're saying that my sister has been poisoned? After hearing that, Gubei immediately became excited. She hurriedly looked at Nieli and asked, That's right. Nieli nodded. That's impossible. If she was poisoned, why didn't any of the doctors find out that my sister was poisoned? Gubei asked doubtfully. Gulan couldn't help but look at Nieli. Nieli looked younger than Gubei. Could he be a doctor? If she was poisoned, she should have noticed it. Why didn't she feel anything? Chapter 274. Have you heard of a medicinal herb called the red-top grass? When this herb is mixed with the snake spice fruit, it can be made into a colorless and tasteless poison. After eating it, one's meridians will gradually be blocked and it will be difficult to cultivate. However, one will not feel the symptoms of being poisoned," Nieli said. Hearing Nieli's words, Gulan's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Gubei. The symptoms that Nieli described were exactly the same as what she felt. "Then how do we treat this poison?" Gubei anxiously grabbed Nieli's arms and asked. "You don't need to worry. Your sister has been poisoned for more than a day or two. There's no need to rush. Before I came here, I thought that it was just an ordinary illness that I could easily treat. However, after seeing your sister's symptoms, I'm sure that she's been poisoned. Furthermore, the poison is extremely deep," Nieli said. "Nieli." Gubei's heart ignited with a trace of hope. She looked at Nieli and said, "As long as you can cure my sister, we will agree to any conditions." Gulan and Gubei's parents had passed away when they were young. Although they were of the direct line of descent and had outstanding talent, Gulan had suddenly become paralyzed and lost the right to inherit the family. Unless Gubei's cultivation could rise, he would have the right to inherit the family again. In the eyes of outsiders, Gubei had always been a good-for-nothing playboy. However, in reality, Gubei worked very hard on the path of cultivation. His talent was not inferior to his sister, Gulan. "I came here with a mission notice. The reward is naturally 1,000 spirit stones." Nieli faintly smiled. He glanced at Gubei and said, "What I want to say is it safe here? If someone knows that I can cure your sister, will they think of other ways to plot against her?" "Mister does not need to worry." Gulan understood Nieli's concerns and said, "After this incident, we already know that even in our family, there are people who want to kill us. If you can really cure the poison in my body, we will hide everything. In the eyes of outsiders, I will still be a cripple." Although Nieli was young, he was a little younger than Gubei, but there was nothing wrong with calling a doctor Mister. Hearing Gulan's words, Nieli nodded. Gulan was a smart person. "The poison in your body has been there for at least 3 years. If I give you a strong medicine, I'm afraid your meridians won't be able to withstand it. I'll give you a prescription. Eat this first and wait for the poison to slowly dissipate before we start the treatment," Nieli said. He took out a pen and paper from his spatial ring, wrote down a prescription, and handed it to Gubei. When Gubei saw this prescription, she immediately treated it like a treasure and said, "I'll go get some medicine." Gulan had been sick for many years. This courtyard was like a pharmacy with all kinds of medicinal herbs. Gubei immediately ran to get the medicine. Lu Piao whispered to Nieli, "Nieli, how sure are you? Since I already know the cause of the illness, I naturally have 100% certainty." Nieli said as he raised his head and smiled at Gulan. Gulan looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. If it weren't for the fact that she'd been sick for so many years and had a pale complexion, she'd definitely be a beauty. However, Nieli only had some admiration for Gulan and didn't have any other thoughts. "Thank you for saving me, mister," Gulan said. She was always neither fast nor slow, giving off the feeling of a cool breeze. She was a quiet woman. "Miss Gu, you're too polite. I've been entrusted with the task," Nieli said with a faint smile. Gulan nodded. The atmosphere was a little silent. "May I know where Mister is from?" Gulan thought for a moment before finding a topic to talk about. "Tiny World," Nieli said. "Oh, so it's Tiny World." Gulan paused for a moment before saying, "I had a teacher when I was young. He also came from Tiny World." Nieli's heart stirred slightly as he continued asking, "May I know the name of Miss Gulan's master?" "My master. He never shows his real name to others and appears and disappears unpredictably. I don't know where he has gone or when he will appear." Gulan smiled bitterly as she shook her head and said, "That master of mine has not appeared for 5 years. Otherwise, I would not have ended up in such a state. I only know that my master's cultivation level is extremely high. Even a 5th-level martial ancestor realm expert is no match for him." Nieli did not know who Gulan's master was. For him to come from Tiny World and possess such astonishing strength, he was filled with curiosity. However, if even Gulan did not know her master's name, there was nothing he could do. Nieli and Gulan chatted on and on. Soon, Gubei ran over with a bowl of medicine. "This is the medicine I brewed. Sister, try some." Gubei handed the bowl of medicine to Gulan. Gulan nodded and took the medicine from Gubei's hands. She lowered her head and drank it. Her posture was calm, and even when she drank the medicine, she was calm and elegant. After drinking the medicine, Gulan frowned slightly. She closed her eyes as if she was sensing the changes in her soul realm. Gubei looked at Gulan nervously. Even Lu Piao stared at her without blinking. Only Nieli appeared to be very calm. After a moment, Gulan opened her eyes and looked at Nieli. This medicine can indeed slow down the speed in my body. I can already feel a slight change in the qi in my meridians. Thank you for your help, mister. Her calm and indifferent face couldn't help but flash a trace of emotion. She didn't expect the medicine to take effect so quickly. It's best if it can cure Miss Gulan's illness. Nieli smiled and nodded. Miss Gulan will drink the medicine according to this prescription for a month. After a month, I'll change the prescription and guarantee that Miss Gulan's illness will be cured. Gubei was very excited. He didn't expect Nieli's medicine to actually work. As long as it can cure his sister's illness, he was willing to give up everything. Nieli, this is your reward for treating my sister. If you need any help in the future, just say it. I'll do it as long as it's within my ability. Gubei patted his chest and said. He handed an interspatial ring to Nieli. Nieli glanced at the interspatial ring. There was a total of 1,500 spirit stones in the interspatial ring. He couldn't help but admit that Gubei was really rich. After all, Gubei and her brother were direct descendants of the Gu clan. Even if they didn't have a right to inherit, the amount of spirit stones they received from the clan every month was unimaginable to ordinary people. However, these 1,500 spirit stones should be all of Gubei's assets. After all, spirit stones were very scarce. Gubei should use up a lot of spirit stones every time she cultivated. The mission notice you posted only gave me 1,000 spirit stones as a reward. I haven't cured your sister's illness yet, so 500 spirit stones should be enough for now. Once I've cured your sister's illness, you can give me the rest of the spirit stones. Nieli took out 500 spirit stones from the interspatial ring and threw the interspatial ring back to Gubei. Gubei caught the interspatial ring and looked at Nieli with a trace of gratitude. Nieli's kindness was really something she couldn't repay. Nieli, Lu Piao, the two of you are my brothers from now on. Gubei looked at Nieli and Lu Piao and said very seriously, Damn, so you didn't treat me as a brother before. Lu Piao couldn't help but say angrily, That's not what I meant. Gubei hurriedly waved his hand and explained. Looking at the three straightforward youths, Gulan couldn't help but smile. She hadn't been so happy in a long time. She always thought that her illness couldn't be cured, so she gradually closed her heart. Until today, she saw a glimmer of hope in her life. Gubei, take care of your sister first. We'll go back first. In the future, you have to pay more attention to your food. Nieli said with deep meaning. Gubei's heart trembled, but she nodded and said, I understand. To be able to poison Gulan's food without anyone noticing, that person was most likely someone close to them. Nieli and Lu Piao said goodbye to Gubei and Gulan and walked out. Seeing Nieli and Lu Piao leave, Gulan looked at Gubei and said, Little brother, how did you know the two of them? They're my classmates. They're all geniuses with heaven's spiritual roots. Especially Nieli. He's an 8th grade heaven spiritual root. Gubei said, We've just met, but I didn't expect Nieli to have such talent and have such profound achievements in the way of medicine. The doctors who came before couldn't diagnose the cause of my sister's illness, but he only took one look and knew. He's really amazing. 8th grade heaven spiritual root? Gulan's eyes flashed with a strange light. She didn't expect Nieli's talent to have reached such a shocking level. To have such comprehension in the way of medicine and such shocking talent. How much would Nieli grow in the future? Nieli, they gave you so many spirit stones. Why didn't you accept them? Lu Piao asked curiously as she walked. A gentleman loves money and obtains it in a proper way. Gubei has a deep relationship with his sister. Those spirit stones are probably all of his assets. 500 spirit stones are enough for us to use for a period of time. There's no need to take all of his spirit stones. Nieli smiled faintly. The reason why he took 5 spirit stones from Xiao Yu was so that Xiao Yu wouldn't remember his favor. But this time, he didn't take Gu Bei's spirit stones because he wanted to build a good relationship with Gu Bei. Gu Bei and his sister were both super experts in the future. Building a good relationship with them now was definitely more valuable than these spirit stones. Oh, Lu Piao vaguely understood. She felt that Gu Bei and Gu Lan were good people. If she took all of their spirit stones, it would be too much. Spirit stones were very scarce. A student with a heaven spiritual root could only get 5 spirit stones a month. Nieli actually earned 500 spirit stones just by treating someone's illness. These 500 spirit stones were enough for them to cultivate for a long time.